team is fun, but I'm afraid to lose.
Don't worry! Team up with friends. Rank up faster, rank up faster. Go and rank up, radiant protection. Go and rank up.
Bonus points!
Go and rank up.
Double challenge point
All you up for you. No matter what, just team up with friends. Just team up with friends. Just team up with friends.
Here's Messi, away from 2, 3, 4.
The world's best player shows us just what he's about to get.
Is this on? Oh, great. Hi, everyone. Welcome to my secret lair. Everything is getting put together right now. Perfect. This here is testing stage that ensures your safety during your ride. They are currently debugging the hub. Look how it goes. Boy, it is powerful and agile. Doesn't that just make you want to give it a go? Only after careful inception will the equipment be ready for release. All of this equipment can help you achieve victory. Get ready. Join us now.
Disfrutar el juego.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, and we're currently right here at week number 4. This is the survival stage. My name is Flava, your host for this week itself, and hopefully you guys are having an exceptional time tuning into all the amazing PUBG Mobile actions throughout the 3 weeks that we have concluded just last weekend. And of course, joining me here on the main stage is none other than Zaxi from Team Bigatron Red Aliens. And of course, we have our amazing translator at the end there, Siti. So good evening. Zaxi, how are you feeling today?
Gimana perasaan kamu sekarang?
Perasaan aku baik dan siap buat bertanding nanti.
I'm feeling good and I'm ready to fight for the match.
Wow, you can clearly hear from the way he responds, he's truly confident in this one. Now, first question coming up right here at the survival stage is, what is the form of your team this time about? Is it different than when you guys started off during the league stage itself?
Gimana formasinya untuk game yang saat ini? Berbeda nggak dengan yang sebelumnya?
Sejauh ini kita udah memiliki banyak perubahan dan perbaikan juga untuk jauh lebih baik ke depannya, dan mudah-mudahan di survival stage ini kita membuktikan kalau kita udah siap buat membuktikan kita layak untuk lolos ke grand final.
So we have made a lot of changes and also we have made a lot of improvements and we're gonna do like a lot better this time and hopefully we can make it for this time for to go to the next step.
Wow, that definitely sounds like some amazing news for the Indonesian fans out there. Bigatron is definitely bringing some amazing changes for this week itself, especially during the survival stage. And what's coming up next is there much pressure on you guys that not being able to advance directly to the finals and have to play in a survival match, you know?
Tekanannya lebih besar nggak sih karena kalian nggak bisa langsung masuk ke grand final, kalian harus masuk ke survival stage dulu.
Kalau tekanannya sih mungkin beberapa kali mungkin kita kayak under pressure, tapi sejauh ini kita bisa untuk membuktikan lebih baik. Karena apa? Mungkin di group stage kemarin kita belum lebih baik membuktikan, dan mungkin ini jadi pelajaran kita buat membuktikan kita jauh lebih baik.
Well, actually, sometimes we feel like we are under pressure, but then this is the time for us to prove that we can do a lot better than what we did last time.
Wow, this is definitely the world stage right here. So we do expect those kind of things to actually happen right here. And of course, next, now here's interesting, right? Now, this time about, it is the survival stage. Which teams or players are you most looking forward to meeting up during the survival stage and why?
Tim mana sih ataupun mungkin pemain mana yang kamu nanti-nantikan atau tunggu-tunggu untuk jumpai di pertandingan sekarang ini dan kenapa?
Kalau dari aku sendiri, aku pengen bertemu sama Alpha 7 karena Alpha 7 menurut aku salah satu tim yang kuat dan tim fightnya yang sangat jago banget.
Personally, I'm looking forward to seeing Alpha 7s because I consider them to be one of the strongest one, and also they have talented players as well.
Wow, Alpha 7. Those are quite a respect right there. Bigatron, hopefully you guys are actually listening in. Bigatron is definitely looking out for you guys. And of course, next, what would it mean for you and your team to qualify for the PMGC Finals? Because, you know, you guys didn't manage to qualify last year, and being able to play in front of a home crowd, especially when PMGC is going to be in Indonesia.
Gimana perasaan kamu kalau nanti kalian bisa masuk ke grand final karena tahun lalu kalian belum masuk ke sana, jadi nanti bisa pulang dan akan ada di tengah-tengah kesorakan mereka semua, jadi gimana perasaannya?
Yang pasti pertama perasaannya senang dan bangga karena udah bisa membuktikan kalau tim kita masih layak untuk bermain di PMGC Grand Final nanti. Dan ketika nanti kita bermain, yang pasti kita semangatnya bakal menjadi dua kali lebih semangat dari yang sebelumnya.
Well, actually, definitely we will be thrilled, and also we want to prove that actually we deserve it. We deserve to be in PMGC, and then hopefully in the next time, so we can actually get even stronger.
Wow, there you have it. Of course, last but not least, do you have anything? The matches are about to start itself. So do you have anything to say to anyone out there? Your supporters, your diehard fans and everything? Anything you want to say to them?
Karena pertandingan sudah mau mulai, ada nggak yang ingin disampaikan ke supporter kalian atau mungkin ya fans kalian semua di luar sana?
Yang aku ingin sampaikan, tetap dukung kita terus dan mudah-mudahan kita lolos ke babak selanjutnya dan kita lolos ke Grand Final di Jakarta nanti.
So just keep supporting us, and then hopefully we can make it to the next stage, and then hopefully we can go to the Grand Final later on.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the response from our representative Zaxi from Team Bigatron Red Aliens right here. Now, we're going to be kickstarting our first match of the day in just a bit. So don't go anywhere. So after this, we're going to be passing over to our analyst, and we'll see you guys in a bit. Take care, guys.
Well, it all comes down to this. This is the last time for teams to have a chance to get into the PMGC Finals kicking off over in Jakarta in January. I'm your host, Jason Kappen, joined by two handsome gentlemen to my left-hand side, or right, I don't know how it works in virtual reality. We got Maxman and Sandstorm here to join me once again. Things have shifted up quite since the last 2 weeks. But gentlemen, as we move forward into this final stage, man, I don't want to be a team. I don't want to be a player here because the pressure that's on their shoulders, knowing this is your last chance to qualify, it has to be insurmountable.
It's going to be a rough one. I mean, we saw already so many teams not make it through just in the league stage. It's going to be even tougher now. Of course, you're going to have even less slots, only 5 slots after the entire survival stage. It's a real tough one, but so many teams are going to have to go home after this, so it's going to be heart-wrenching.
Well, you mentioned 5, right? At least it's up from 4, which is a great thing. And also a great thing is the fact that you guys at home can be watching within the esports center and earn some tokens that you can use to vote for your fan favorite teams. And make sure you guys are doing just that. If we had it for talent, I think I would lose. I think Maxman would probably win. But you know what, Max? You know what you could also potentially win?
Smartphone. I'll take it.
No, you can't actually win them, so that's not how it works here. But a big shout out to Sodi, Xperia, the 1-4, and Xperia stream here. Made in collaboration with professional esports players. You can get 90 Hz and PUBG Mobile with Xperia streams, total cooling system and multiple ports, or intensive gaming and streaming. That's what you could do, Max. You can't win it, but you can go buy one. Would you buy one, Max? I think you would buy one.
I would.
And you know what you can do with it, Max? You can lay out by the pool for the Poolman, Kuala Lumpur, Bangsar. Our world is your playground. Sitting there playing some Pogi Mogi next to the pool, Sandstorm. That sounds like a dream.
Yeah, that does sound like a dream, honestly. But that's not something that the players are going to be able to go through for now, because we are getting ready for the first few games, and it's going to be a very spicy one.
Well, they might be in a couple days, depending on how they perform here, let's be honest. But also a big shout out here to Prime Game as well. You guys can actually link up with them and get some exclusive in-game items, also some premium content and other Prime benefits. Make sure you guys check that one out as well. And not to mention, some sweet skins in-game. The Maserati collaboration is live now here with PUBG Mobile. You have until December 31st to play in-game and unlock it for yourself. Maxman, you weren't too lucky with the Tesla, but you know what? You have another chance here with an even awesome, or more awesome car, I should say.
It really annoys me because it looks really cool too, but I just know my luck is just not going to be there as always. But I might try again, Jason. We'll see how it goes.
You know what, Max? I'll help you out somehow, some way. Maybe I can hit up the head guy at PUBG. Okay, that's one way to do it. Make sure you guys are following here on the social media channels as well here to get any updates when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And of course, what's coming up here throughout these next 5 days of play. And speaking of 5 days of play here, we're into our last survival stage. Our last chance isn't happening just yet, but we have 3 different groups with 8 teams remaining into this section here, Sandstorm. That means we have 24 teams, if I can do math correctly, and the top 16 teams will advance through into our last chance. It's so cutthroat because not only do you have to, survive this survival stage, you also have to survive the last chance stage where it's going to become even more difficult.
Exactly, and when you're looking at the survival stage, you're talking about 6 less games, 6 less chances than they had in the group stage. And when you get to the last chance, that's even 6 less chances as well again. But when you get towards that last chance, there is a little bit of a change. This time it is going to be 5 teams qualifying instead of just 4 from the last chance, and we still have the 2 special invited teams.
Well, right now, Maxman, what's separating some of these teams and the finals is 24 matches. You get 12 in the survival stage, 12 in last chance, but we can see what's on the line here. $4 million, a lot of moolah, a lot of money. And you know what? You could probably buy a real-life Maserati for that money instead of just a game skin.
I mean, you would have to do really, really well for that to happen. And you know me, Jason, I cannot even make it through PMCO, so definitely not going to be in my kind of reach. But $4 million on the board for these guys, of course. And one little extra thing, okay, this is very, very copium. If you did not make it directly to the grand finals, still making a little bit more extra money through the survival stage and the last chance. So you can make a little bit more money than the teams that directly qualify.
Yeah, I mean, money is always a good thing here, but it is a lot more stressful and a lot more gray hair is going to appear on your head here from having to play throughout this whole qualifier section. But we can see the participating teams coming in from each of these groups. However, Sandstorm, only red and green will be playing today. Tomorrow, yellow will be in the mix with Group Red. Then the final day, it should be green and yellow. So for Group Green, you play 2 days back-to-back, and then you just have to sit and watch on that final day to see what's going to happen.
And I don't know how Group Green's going to go through with that, just waiting for those games to be finished. Nothing that they can do. So they have to give their all throughout the next 2 days. And these are the teams playing, of course, Group Green, Group Red. The one thing I'm looking forward to here is because of all these constant, or because of the constant switches that we're going to have throughout the days, is hot drops and how many teams that we're going to be having dropping next to each other because of similar drop zones. And that's one thing that I'm going to be focusing on throughout every single game. And especially looking at that first one, we have so many teams that are going to be clashing from the very beginning of this stage.
Yeah, and speaking of that, Max, actually, maybe looking at that list there really quickly, what teams are the teams to watch here? Maybe it's going to be HVVP for you because, I mean, it's your boy Tixie.
Tixie supremacy, woo! I always have to bring it up eventually, but Tixie has been absolutely fantastic, and we kept talking about Group Green being this, group of death. The fact he's been able to perform this well in that group stage has been absolutely mind-boggling to me. So Tixie, I'm really happy to see him perform so well, but it is a really tough group for them. You've seen Bacon Time get himself some great result, barely missing out on making it directly to the Grand Finals. Vampire looking great after PMWI. I mean, the teams of Group Red right now, like, haha, we're in danger right now. Group Green, you avoided them in the group stage, but not anymore. You have to go head-to-head.
Well, as you mentioned before, right, Group Green, the group of death, as we were calling it, for HVP to have this kind of performance as well compared to every other team out there that's playing in the survival stage, it's kind of a testament to how strong of a team they are. And I think, in all honesty, Sandstorm, we kind of expected HVP to actually get through directly into PMGC from qualifying in the initial stage.
Yeah, but when we look at what happened to them on that last day, they changed their drop spots compared to the first 3 days, completely changed their rotations, and that was definitely one of the problems, I guess, that they were having from what we've seen on the stream. And unfortunately, they weren't able to make it, but they have another chance this time around, and we're still seeing their stats are absolutely insane. And when we're looking at the top 4 elims, keep in mind, this is eliminations, and we're seeing we're seeing 4 teams from the same group. No one from Group Red is showing up with their stats up here. It's just Group Green supremacy so far, and I'm kind of terrified for Group Red at this point.
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of terrified for every team out there because you have so little matches to play. As you mentioned before, when it comes to hot drops, you have to adjust so fast. You cannot afford to have a bad day. You can't really afford to have too many bad matches here if you want to break into top 16 or hold on to top 16. As you see a little bit of a comparison here between HVP and LGD. Pretty kind of similar stats, though. Again, HVP really keeping up that average damage pace, and I'm hoping to see them do that yet again today. As we take a look, Max, same map order, same battlegrounds, and the exact same order going to be happening as we've had throughout the entire event. Getting our 3 Erangels in, our 2 Miramars, and our only 1 Sandhawk.
Going to be coming into play, of course. No Vikendi, still. I'm still no Copium right now. one day he'll be back, I promise.
You realize it's not going to change like halfway through the tournament, right?
How dare they?
I still have hope a little bit, but I'd like to see some Vikendi. But of course, Erangel is going to be your bread and butter. If you can do well on that battlegrounds, you should be good to go. Which is why I'm hoping LGD can once again showcase their absolute strength on that map. But LGD, I talked about them so much during their group, but LGD still need to make sure they're not overconfident from time to time, which I do think was their issue in the group stage.
Okay, well, what about your teams to watch here? Let's get a look in at that. We've got, LGD, of course, can be there for Max. Remember how that went for them day 1. Not well. Not a great sign for them. BTR as well. I mean, I can respect that pick. But look at Sandstorms. These are the interesting ones for me, right? You got Box Gaming, you got I8, you got 4 rivals. Why did you go with this list of teams?
Okay, so when it comes to IA, I'm looking at them because they were one of the teams that didn't really manage to get a chicken dinner when it comes to the Group Red, and their performance was a little bit lackluster compared to what we've seen from them before. And their starts aren't really some of the best, and considering that we don't really have that many games to play, all these teams definitely struggled throughout the course of the 4 days for Group Red. So I want to see what's going to happen with them, especially in that first game. And specifically, it's going to be Box Gaming for me. We've seen them get a chicken dinner, but that was when the zone shifted towards their compound. But I want to see if they're going to be able to show us a little bit more, especially in this stage of the tournament, because it's now or never for them.
Okay. You're telling me we have half the lobby of Group Green, and he picks none of Group Green right now.
I know, right?
I'm a little bit surprised that's happening.
Listen,
right,
I'm scared for the team, okay? I have to stand with them at some point, because Group Green is very terrifying.
See, I'm actually surprised to see neither of you do Enigma Galaxy because they had a great day 1 when we came to the first week, and then they tanked, getting 1 top 8 finish in day 2 and 3. And we saw them last year, today. 3rd place. Yeah, I'm not going to be the caster, Chris. I'm not a caster, but speaking of casters, they're actually coming in to bring you all the action today and the next 5 days in total. We got John and Blank to take us into that first match of the day.
Oh, absolutely. We are ready and raring to go here, Blank. It is a lot on the line for a lot of these teams. It is their only path now in towards that PMGC final later on. So, going to be excited for it.
Yeah, I'm very excited for it as well, John. It's going to be good stuff. I mean, survival stage at the moment, 3 days, 18 matches. We're going to be rotating our groups out between Group Red, Group Green, as well as Group Yellow. And it'll be those bottom 8 teams will be leaving us at the end of this, not heading over towards that PMGC Grand Finals. And then 2 days, the last chance to finish that off. Top 5 teams will head through. So bit of a sprint here at the moment. So only 5 days to make it happen. But again, if you were out of that top 3 in your respective groups, you did have to play for this survival stage. So it was the 4th to 11 teams that went through to that survival stage, and we did lose some players over in that group stage as well. Excited nonetheless. This should be really tense and really close as well, John.
I mean, they were talking a lot about the teams that made it into, or didn't, well, more specifically, didn't quite make it actually into the direct qualification spots, right? I think HVVP, the most notable of which, is here playing for their last chance at the end of this week. HVVP, they were sat at the top of Group Green for so long, and their last day just let them down so horrendously. So can they keep that form up, right? Can they keep everything going strong in this last chance scenario, right? That's what they're going to be looking to try and pull back together, because for me, they are a team that should be looking to get at the top of the tables for this one.
Yeah, absolutely, John. I feel like this is a team that had pretty rubbish end to their group, right? And I think that, you know, you get that cold day and it's practically all over, because with 3 days you really do need to be performing at max level throughout, even if they were getting those good games towards day 1 and day 2. VPE on a different standard altogether, which is the case of, you know, actually stepping up towards the end of those 3 days on day 1 and day 2 and day 3. So realistically, this is a team that I think can do well, because they're bringing momentum from their group stage across here. However, HVP, they still have had both these teams a week to figure out what went wrong, what they might want to change.
Maybe there's a little bit of an advantage to be had from being hot off last week's games, having been studying for so long across all of it. But then you're right, you do have less prep time for these specific teams in this lobby. So we'll have to see how that prep versus recent gameplay trade-off is going to go. Bigatron hoping to represent on their home turf over in Jakarta. Will be the only team to be able to do so. So hopefully they can get through to be able to show up there.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a beautiful ending, right? That would be where you'd want to see them heading towards. I mean, for them, they've really made a big improvement over their first couple of games, their first week of play. It looked a lot stronger than we have seen them previously before. Obviously, this is their big chance to get into PMGC, which is what you want to see, John.
Absolutely. It's going to be fairly important for them, certainly, in terms of their legacy. They've already had quite the storied legacy. The PMGC Special Crates will be launched in-game from the 5th of December, which will be coming out. That's only in a couple days, Blank, so you can open them in-game and check them out.
Absolutely. Also, if you want to grab your extra loot, make sure you unleash your roar with Captain Messi. That's from the 23rd of November all the way to the 31st. So make sure you get involved with that, because there is some damn cool rewards in there. I never knew that Messi could design such a cool outfit, but he has, and he looks good doing it. So make sure you participate in events over that side as well to earn some rewards over in that event. But also make sure you're watching PMGC, because obviously after these 5 days, we'll be heading over towards the Grand Finals, which will be happening next year. I know it sounds far, far away, but it's only in January, so don't worry too much about it, because it is just right around the corner.
And right at the start as well, just after Christmas and New Year for people who celebrate. But we are going into game number 1. The playing path went pretty much from Kameshki all the way down to the center of Military Island. Blank. The circle has now pushed down southeast, which keeps a lot of that river between the main island and Military Island in the zone. But likely it's going to head to the mainland here, which cuts down on the playable space fairly significantly.
Absolutely does. I think that when you're looking at this kind of circle, Bacon, pretty good spot right at the moment in Milton Power. I mean, they have their backs to the coast at the moment. The circle's more than likely going to head down here, getting those larger circles towards the end. It gives more chance for them to have time to set up on those roads, set up the crossfires as teams come down. Alpha 7 in Lipovka as well, a great spot to be in for them. being able to just loot up Lipovka gives you so much agency over where you want to go next, because most of the time you're not hunting for more loot after that point, which is what a lot of these teams do fall into the trap of, which is a case of teams are already rotating in. They want to get central positions with these new circle settings. They want to get into those priority compounds, so you can't really dawdle if you're already in the circle. So Alpha 7, being able to loot up Lipovka, have players be sent out towards that northwest side as well, because they are on a 2-2 split, gives them so much time to get a lot of loot on board, get a lot of gear, and then just play from there, honestly, being able to get towards the center. There is a lot of good teams, though, now in the survival stage. And, it sounds as if, like, this should be where a lot of our worser teams are heading towards. But no, this is some of our best teams. We've had one of the most competitive PMGCs we've seen so far. So anyone from 4th to 11th place might just be a case of that you were taken over at that last minute. I mean, I know in Group Yellow, you were seeing teams like 4AM just suddenly being able to step up and leapfrog a lot of teams towards that top side. And again, same in Group Red as well. We were having so many fluctuations towards that 2nd and 3rd spot. So you're looking at like these 5th to 7th teams also being incredibly strong at the moment, John, and not ones to count out. So I think that survival stage could maybe be even more spicy than we did see in any of our group stages.
I mean, yeah, as well as in Group Green, Nova just absolutely blasted towards the end on the final day. So it is really kind of crazy what these teams can pull out the bag to be able to get those spots in PMGC. Obviously, we've already confirmed those 9 teams, but there are still plenty more doggedly pursuing those 5 spots at the end of this weekend.
I mean, 5 days to do it as well. Plus, if you don't make it towards the top 16 after survival stage, that means you won't be heading towards last chance. So it is quite the intense operations of gameplay, right? I mean, you would have much rather qualified from group stage, John. Just been in that top 3 days, bish bash bosh. If you're in Group Red, you've been able to relax for the next 2 weeks, doing some analysis on some of these teams, watching the VODs, participating in the old chat. Dropping some memes here and there over on the socials, having a good time. However, if you are in these, if you're in the survival stage in the last chance, man, you have been up all night. You've been restless looking at some of these rotations, looking at how these teams have been playing and trying to get into position. Plus, with the new circle settings, getting used to that. I think for Group Red, it might have been a really nice thing for them to take a little break early on, John, and being able to watch a lot of other teams. If you're in that 4th to 11th position in Group Red, happy days for you. You've had a lot of time to study the game now and figure out how other teams are playing it who might have had more success than you.
Power pretty close by, getting rolled up on by Box at the moment. Looks like Ante just wants to disengage from this, playing a little bit too split for Power to be able to hold on to this, but there is down one right here as well on Power's 2-2 split. They have one team in this, well, half of their team there, the other duo out to the east. Bigatron going to be spotting players rolling past. AJ under fire, does take some damage, but managed to get behind a little bit of cover. Luxy scanning those hillsides. Mafia Boy wants to answer, but Liquid stays in cover, actually gets across on an unfortunately timed unpeak from Mafia Boy there, but stays alive, stays in cover, no casualties just yet.
Yeah, Skylight's able to get out of dodge, borrow, as well as Sigma, all just heading for the hills at the moment. BTR, it's not the worst position at all. It's actually kind of decent up towards the south side of Mansion. They're holding a fairly decent compound with great walls to play off the back of. LGD as well. This is a team that was real close to making it through to the grand finals right off the bat. And if it wasn't for S2G's unbelievable and quite unbelievable last day in which they absolutely slaughtered them 1v4, this wouldn't have been the case. You might have seen a very, very different survival stage with S2G in here, causing all kinds of trouble. But instead, you've got LGD who have a little bit of a slower gameplay, but are able to speed things up when they need to. I would like to see LGD do well here. They did drop the ball a little bit on that last day, and I think maybe the pressure got to them. But that was certainly a team that had a massive improvement streak, so you can almost forgive them for being in 4th place as long as they get through to last chance.
That would be the hope. It would be what you'd imagine as well. The plane path being all the way to the east, they still went to South George, so it looks like they are trying to play this by the book, Blank. They are trying to go to their core, go to what they know, and see what they can get done. They're going to be pushing in from that western side. 3 of them already made it in. The circle shifted pretty hard north, but to be fair, a lot of these teams had already moved out that way. The question is, who's going to grab that land around the mansion area?
I mean, there's a lot of high ground, John, a lot of high ground in this area. And it's a question of, do you pick up high ground early on, which doesn't necessarily have a compound within it, or do you head towards one of these compounds like Mansion? A lot of sightlines to be able to hold on to, but, if it does center up over on this side, you have a very, very happy time ahead of you. Ooh. Fortunately, though, it will be quick first blood coming through for LGD, finding one of the 4 rivals players.
Finding the first. The shotgun's around the corner on the inside. Going to be a little bit too strong to handle. Pemburu also takes a knee, flushed out immediately. LGD on the warpath right now. 4th place no longer. Currently, after those first 2, hey, blank, they're top of the tables. Number 1.
Easy peasy. I mean, for LGD, a strong defense versus 4 rivals, not able to pick that compound away from them. I think that's kind of a place you don't expect a team, but I think LGD still is one of the teams that is capable of playing a more edge-based playstyle despite the new circle changes. I think that they've been very, very good at it so far. It hasn't always necessarily caused them to have the biggest and most pumper of games with huge elimination counts, but what it certainly has given them is a very consistent result throughout. And I think that's where maybe you could see them go wrong on that last day, where nerves and tension get to them. They look to go for some hot drops onto their team that's consistently going against them in S2G. It doesn't work out, and suddenly you find yourself in the survival stage where you felt that it was contained. It was certain that you were heading through to the grand finals. So I think for LGD, I do believe that this will be a decent survival stage for them going forward. I think that they just need to return to basics.
They can keep this one rolling, keep it going. Vampire on the west side of the circle. Shreps and Stone both moved forwards a little bit. And we'll be regrouping. No real challenge right now at their back on the western side, but ahead of them they've got Nigma Galaxy, they've got Damwon, they've got Box Gaming as well, so it might be a little bit difficult on their next rotation to get a little bit deeper into the circle. Aegon XA8 coming back in from Group Red. On the south side, we'll be trying to evacuate Milta and head northwards.
Looking at Titan at the moment. I mean, this is a team that we were looking at in the first week, John, Group Red. They had a decent first day, essentially. I won't say first couple of days, but it really was just that first day, and then things started to taper off from there. It was all celebrations round, and you really do feel like, they were on track for a very good finish over in that group. However, things did slip away for them. I mean, they just kept falling down the rankings on the leaderboards, not able to put up those points to get past a couple of the teams. And it did feel like, maybe they were able to capitalize on a little bit of that extra ability where you go into one of those new groups and teams are maybe not comfortable with one another, and Titans, maybe they'd done their homework, but their gun skill wasn't quite up to scratch versus some of these other teams once they'd got themselves into a place where they had figured out the lobby.
Ralph spun out, the tire of the buggy popped out in the open field, managed to get out and get to a little bit of cover, but there's going to be a lot of teams looking their way. The rest of the team, they can't commit to going for this. You just lose too much. Ralph does finally get knocked back in time to pick it up. They're going to be flushed away. Inko might be able to steal it, but either way, Ralph is not surviving this one.
But Nigma Galaxy, goodness me, John. I mean, their run cut very, very short. Over in that first group. I mean, they were looking like a team that was 100% out with the way that they were playing. It was just every single game, 1 point, 2 points. And in that final match, able to pick themselves up a chicken dinner and get themselves through. And it was a real important one as well. And that actually did knock out the Mad Bulls, who were a very, very well-liked team, big fan favorite. Unfortunately, they just did not play as well as they might have should have done. Well, should have done, really. So that was a bit of a weird one. However, Nigma Galaxy, I think they definitely secured their position in those final games. They were able to bring something out, some semblance of what they saw from them on that first day where they ended up in second place. However, now it really is about making sure you move it all the way through. Now, these are two big teams going head-to-head at the moment. VPE, HVVP, both take a knock in regard. Tixie's down.
I think it was LGD, actually, to find a shot onto Tixie. from across the way. This is on the northern side, so the shots did come in from the south. It looks like they do have a little bit of cover, and Tixie will be fine for now. Everybody rezzed up on Vampire as well. Ravenclaw swept up in the buggy and will be carted on over to the other side of the road. They get across, but they're still playing right on this edge. HVVP, that was kind of their signature style, right? They get to the edge, they sweep it, they clear it, they watch their back, and they just insert into the circle as time goes on. It's a march, but we saw teams start to emulate that and kind of ruin their day for it, Blank.
Absolutely. I think that, sweeping works to an extent where, there's only so many teams on the edge. And this is where you get that kind of difference in playstyle, or the way that a tournament macro just does convert as your tournament goes on, because you'll get a case of where we saw in the beginning, a lot of teams started to head towards the center, constrict a little bit, and then it contracts again, where you see all the teams head out back to the edge side. And I think HVP found themselves in a position where they're able to capitalize for a little bit, but then after that, teams start to get wise to that play style, in which case it started to not work out so well for them. Circle heads down towards the south. 6 here, struggling, but Power, even worse scenario for them with 2 down, looking at another here.
They got XI8 as well, have an outpost up the top of the hill. This is tricky stuff coming through, but Titan look like they're just going to be able to open the doors and hop out to some cover there. But they do have to move still further north with the circle closing in 8 seconds. LGD spotted, that's down 1 to take down seemingly 2 of them, but there's a sideswipe coming through. Osel does fall. Forest is very, very low. Might be Rezable here. Suki, CCC, all very much out in the open. Kitsune, actually, not quite managed to pinch that one away. It still goes over to Fabian. Out in the open, HVVP knocking on the door of this fight, though, and they want to try and sweep it, but unfortunately to their north, they've still got Vampire.
Vampire still coming in from that backside is going to cause a few problems for them. Meku finding LGD, though, does open a little bit of this wall that was put in front of them. The garrison from LGD slightly more injured. Forest tries to send some shots his way, and at this point in time, I think you're absolutely right, John. HVP not only struggling from VP coming from behind, now they're exposing themselves to a lot of different teams. It was only a matter of time before you saw a crash like this.
And in comes Vampire. The players from the back, they did not clear out on their 6, and they're getting punished for it. HVVP are not fully out just yet, but they are down to 2. Kitsune and Meku will be bearing the flag for them, but Kitsune is not done. He wants to go for a crash, nearly gets a run down there, but just has to dip out the side instead. The smokes give him cover to make a wide turn, but still dangerous out in the open. HVVP not going to be happy with this. Vampire with 1 knock, looking to get everything back together. Hang on a minute, Meku's found Fluga with one of those nades. Lobs it on over. A spray nearly finds Schweppes as well. So the duo from HVVP still fighting on.
I mean, that was an incredible run. Really shouldn't have happened. Schweppes, though, into position, takes down 1 player from LGD. That's Suki out. Meku and Kitsune looking to restabilize here. Gets the smokes down, cowers in the mist at the moment before they might strike out, might start to pounce on some of these teams. Schweppes now moving up. An aggressive player, a great off-angle specialist as well, able to pull ahead of HVP and Group Yellow on that last day, up to 210 points. So VPE ended very strongly, and we were wondering if they could translate that ability, that performance they showed over in the PMWI over to PMGC. They certainly have done. It still looks very, very strong. Not quite grand finals, instant qualification caliber, but they are ramping up now, John.
LGD, their time at the top of the table was short-lived. They are now out 16th place to elimination, so only 2 points on the game. A shot from Schweppes finds one of the duo from HVVP, but Kitsune gets an answer. Unfortunately, the circle closing so fast means that there's a lot of time pressure on. Spracer down 1 as Kitsune needs to hold on as well, but can't quite. Now a nade from Fabian could open this up completely if it's placed right, if it's on the money. Doesn't quite find Ravenclaw. And now Vampire with 3 will be able to move a little bit further forwards. 5 eliminations found already. Look at those HP bars, Blank. They are super, super low. Another nade that's on the right line. Will it find it? Ravenclaw down. Fluke almost soon to follow. A Molotov to put on both sides of this engagement as well. Stoned is close. Wants to put a nade back as an answer. Spots the player of the headland. And Fabian is tearing Vampire apart. Finds the final nail. And what a way to close it down. Damwon dominate on the Northwest.
I mean, Damwon has just been performing so well throughout the entirety of the year, doing some really good stuff, and I think making their country proud as well. I think that, you know, you look at Damwon and you feel to yourself that they had some great ideas of how to play a lot of their engagements. They had some interesting macro, the way they would surround teams and set themselves up for success early on. Not necessarily hugely aggressive, but very tactical and calculating. But it's now nice to see as well that on top of that, the gun skill has improved a huge amount as well. So looking at Damwon Gaming, I feel like another team that is in maybe a good spot to make it through this survival stage. It's very early. I know I'm calling these things right now, but there's only 3 days, guys.
It is really, really tight. I mean, you need top 16 in these first 3 days. That's what you're going to be looking for. So putting good performances up early is going to be great news because teams are only going to be playing 12 matches each. It is not a long set by any stretch of the imagination. So getting good games in early, going to be really, really good to get that in the bank. Secure it for later. But HVVP, Vampire, LGD, all going down early. Blank, this is a pretty important setup.
I mean, some big teams, some heavy hitters that were looking to get ahead of the pack nice and early on. You got Alpha 7, who have historically done very well in PMGC for the Western region, looking to take things to the next level now. Unfortunately, over in their group, not able to quite top the tables. Now down to 3 players after taking a knock on their side. They're looking to bring things back up to speed, but currently over towards that northeast side, things are starting to look a little bit rough for them. Damwon Gaming actually finding a knock down towards BTR. That's all the way on their south side, and BTR have to leave their compound, which could cause some real complications for them going forward.
A little bit of ruckus, to be sure. There's a lot of teams ahead of BTR as well, though. They're just going to have to go for a full health leather crash. And you can see they're just making a really difficult decision at the moment. Zuxi down, Liquid last standing. Unfortunately, they're kind of caught out in the trap here. Unfortunate. But Box Gaming taking pretty heavy punishment as well. Shots are answering out to that northwestern side. That'll be being suppressed by Damwon. They are just setting up that line of fire, and there's very little that Box can do here.
I think for any team down towards this south side, Damwon Gaming has done a perfect job, exactly what they needed to do, which was to clear out this northwest area. And now they're setting their sights down towards that south side where they know most of those compounds are. A lot of them have just been shunted out by the circle earlier on too. So setting themselves down there with the ridge line that they're able to find, it is a great position to play from. And now they can just take shots at any team that dares to even peek out to try and find any sight lines over towards them. Song peeks up, but finally teams are starting to get wise to this position, starting sending a few shots back their way. But Sung, again, eyes everywhere on the map for Damwon at the moment, and that's BTR out.
Titan playing the other side of the sandwich. 6 eliminations, Damwon on 7. Titan will have to push him behind Bacon Time on the compound that is currently now one of the 2 still left in it. Inko as well with a bastion, with an outpost on the northeast side of this circle. Blank, they have a pretty solid point to operate from. You can see they're already on 4 eliminations.
Not a bad result so far. I mean, Enigma Galaxy as well, 4 eliminations, 3 players. It looked a little bit dicey earlier on. Breaks out in the open. It was only a matter of time before Sal was able to find that shot. Scry also taking shots from out in the blue, but that thing does a lot of damage now. So that is curtains for Box Game. And they have 1 player, sends out forward, and Trisme able to perform some great clutches before. We'll see if he can actually try and do it again. But I don't know if it is possible from this type of position. Really, he's looking to live this one out. But already, 8 eliminations for Damwon Gaming. They are really crushing in this lobby at the moment.
But they have spent their time in order to cash in on those eliminations now, Blank. They haven't moved forwards. They've just been playing on that ridge line. I think it's wise. Get those confirmed elimination points where you can. As Box Gaming go down in 10th. Bacon Time now suffering as the push from Titans coming across from the south side. You've got a little bit of a swing from Aegon XI8 coming in from the east as well.
Always difficult playing from this spot that Titans are in. They know they have to push forward, but really, it's both Skylights Gaming and Bacon Time who have set themselves up very well. I mean, you take both sides of Mansion at the moment, you can comfortably hold it as a 2-team split because that place is so big. And realistically, Skylights Gaming aren't going to worry about Bacon Time till later. They're performing very good duty for them as the guard dogs on that side of the Mansion itself. Voki goes down. Modi takes out the final member of 4 Rivals. Only 1 elimination in that game. And Enigma Galaxy still going strong, but losing Lord there, not ideal. Set apart in now a 1-1 split.
These teams on the south side going to have to figure out how to be good neighbors. Does Titan get caught out in the field? Ghost just able to get that done. Damwon actually crashing into the wall here. Should be just about covered from Inko's position, but everybody else could be looking their way. Skylights Gaming. Bacon time. Look at that. Such a close proximity fight here. Aegon XI8 might have broadside on Bacon time if they crest this ridgeline, but Titan holding them back right now.
I mean, that is a nice Molotov. We'll clear off the position for now. But Damwon, they've got eyes on, and to be honest, a very successful push. Now Bacon time actually taking the offensive here, sending up 3 players to just take shots down that side. This buggy set up in such a good way though, both of them placed in the same position. Yes, ideally used to crash in, but they've exploded all the vehicles now. As you can see, they provide decent cover as you look up this side. It's very difficult for Bacon time to just swing around that corner and take easy shots. They have to expose themselves first. So Damwon Gaming, I think this is a very nice push for them. Again, tactical to a T at the moment.
They have augmented the reality that they find themselves in. Those buggies playing a big part. Titan on the south side playing with 3 Aegon XI8. Same story, very close to one another. Currently, this is what is stopping the fight from really popping off over towards Mansion. If Titan finds a pick, if Aegon XI8 take a crumble, looks like they might do. Puncher sneaks back behind the tree. Look at that, finding everything they're looking for on the sprays. Not really taking too much in response. Just Blade remains. A little bit of damage, sure, but they stay alive on 3. Sung swings out over in the meantime on the wall, but now Titan can move up and into this engagement. Sung looking to get that res from Forest. Not playing too far forwards. The shift goes away from Mansion, though.
Yeah, up towards Inko. We're in a great spot at the moment. Nenebete, seasoned player for PUBG Mobile. Looking for some more shots. Quite the passive team that he played on before, but now he's in a position where he can use a little bit more of that gun skill, that accuracy that we've seen from him to his advantage. Afia Boy does spot Forest. Damwon Gaming's doing a great job to hold on at the moment. With that circle moving away from it has made things extremely rough. And Nima's been waiting here the entire time, grenade in hand. It goes big as well.
They played their hand really very well, but sometimes you're just up against the Royal Flush. It's not going to work out for Damwon to go much further here, but 6th place, 10 eliminations. That's a great way to kick things off to your top 16 bid. Now we turn our attention over towards Inko, playing in that central position, the only team with 4 alive.
Struggle spot 4 though. That is any team towards that southwest side, currently in the mansion, duking it out at the moment. This is the haunted mansion though, and it's the ghosts of other players that have crashed onto it that will be trying to rake at you. Bacon's time, looking for some more. Shirty, swinging a little bit over towards Bodo. Skylight's trying to leave this position. Great spray transfer there.
Oh, nearly, but gets cut down by Mafia Boy. Shirty around the side, looking to sneak the shots through. Hops over the wall. A drop shot from Shirty's not quite good enough, but noise is there. Unfortunately, they don't really have a lot of time to go for this res. It will be shutting fairly soon. Looks like they have cover from the wall. And in the meantime, Enigma Galaxy have been holding out on this northeast side.
Massively present though in this game. Despite everything being down out to a 1-1 split with the 2 players they still afford to them. 2 players on Bacon time as well. Team that just missed out on that grand final qualification spot in 4th place over in Group Green. Get to take it home there, John, but weren't able to. And now Enigma Galaxy, I think for them, this is so important. Starting off the survival stage strong for Enigma Galaxy after what has to be one of the saddest downfalls of a team from 3 days, from 2nd all the way down to 12th. It's a good grenade to start and good damage as well, because Inko has not been able to move very much at all. There's hardly any loot on their side, hardly anything to dissuade these players.
How did Amodi make that cross? I mean, Vitali seemed like he had a broadside there, maybe too worried about Bacon time's duo, and now both teams are managing to make their way forward. Enigma Galaxy are right up on the wall. Finally, Amodi does go down to squash. They might want to push in, but Bacon time are still here. Vitali falls. A nice little flush out from Freak, last player standing for Enigma Galaxy, and in comes Shirty. from Bacon Time, and all of a sudden, Inco lose 2 of their players. They're drawing even on numbers, and it's all to play for.
Bacon Time hears the shooting, they hear the commotion, and they realize how long Inco's been here. You can see there's no meds, absolutely no utility for Inco to keep any teams at bay. But again, they drop the stopwatch, wait for the time to be right, and now they move in. Bacon Time looking to hit this one hard.
No nades for Noise, unfortunately. Can't put one in to Squash's shack. Shirty, I imagine he doesn't have a nade either. Difficult to get that nade through, but it looks like Shirty would have the angle if he had any. No, doesn't have any utility. So Bacon Time completely dry on pretty much everything as well. Just wondering how much Nigma Galaxy have to spare. Look at that. Noise, no meds either. No stims active. Goodness me. Everybody's run completely dry here for the final zone.
You've got Inco, Nigma Galaxy, and Bacon Time all walking into a compound. One will leave with the punchline, that is the chicken dinner. See which team it is, no utility at all. Hamodi's running with bandages right now to get himself up to fairly decent health pool. Squash refusing to move, but both these teams will have to drop into this compound. It is so central. So as the 9th zone starts to shrink, question is who can get in? I mean, Shirty's able to maybe drop some smokes. Oh, smokes.
No, I don't think anybody has any utility
Noah's got
on the outside.
nothing.
There's a Molotov from Squash. That's big, actually. Repositions Shirty, but does give Squash's position away. Has some more to play with as the zone is closing. Shirty takes a couple ticks from the Molotov. Amodi super low. Remember, he's only playing on bandages right now. Will be having to churn through them, but the zone is closing, Black.
There's a limited amount of time that you can go for the heal. Freak, though, moving on the side like a Viper.
Big, has an angle, lines them up, knocks them down. Bacon Time fall, and now it's just Nigma Galaxy who've been playing quiet on the northeast side. Nobody was challenging them. 3rd place for Bacon Time, and Nigma Galaxy move in. Squash in the shack, looking to try and control the close, but Freak is there, has got the auto shotgun, and it could be the difference maker here. Freak reloading both. Hamodi playing low on the bandages, and there's the shotgun from the top rope. It's all up to Hamodi. Becker out the door, will get sprayed down, and Hamodi in a 1 versus 1 now. Inco on the inside, they've been holding for so long, and it looks like the close will be going Hamodi's way. Forces the challenge to come from Squash, and the shotgun around the side is going to make it work. Inco, take it down.
An incredible rough game there for Inco at the end. I mean, they played it out as long as they could, but a great distract coming through from Hamodi towards the end side there to get Freak round the side to hit up a great little spray down to both the players from Bacon Time, who honestly had played their hearts out in that game. They had a lot of tough fights to make their way through. We're looking at Skylight's game even being harassed by Titans as well as Dam1 to get there to 3rd place. The amount of eliminations they had, got to give a big congratulations to Bacon Time. But Inco, with barely anything left, they play with the scraps, they play with the crumbs, they're able to make at least something, and a little bit of a hello to the fans as well, which is always good to see.
Really is. What a way to close that down. Inco qualifying in that 11th place from Group Green as well. So getting a chicken dinner early, as we were saying, it's only 12 games in this current... Sorry, well, it would be 12 games per team in this current set, with 18 games being played total. So to get 1/12 of those out the way with a pretty big chicken dinner there, actually, on those totals, Blank, it's going to be good news.
Yeah, you really do need those big totals for them. Bacon Time, though, I feel like they're playing up to snuff. To be honest with you, Bacon Time hitting a 241 at the end of Group Green. Not able to qualify behind Fireflux with 248. So it was close for Bacon Time, honestly. Similarly for VPE, who are just underneath them with 237 points. But they went out extraordinarily early. I think you can kind of excuse that, though, from the chokehold that Dam1 Gamer were able to hold on that northwest side for so long, John. It was absolutely amazing, but a great chicken dinner for Inco Gaming to start off their survival stage.
From a team who almost didn't qualify to this part, qualifying by 2 points. Inco come up big here in the very first match of the day and get themselves a victory. 26 points for themselves. And Max, you were saying this during the game while we were watching. You know, it's top 16 qualify. You only really need like those 1 or 2 good games to get yourself pretty secured into that position.
Exactly. The thing is, sure, this chicken dinner is great to make sure you're going to be in that top 16, but we need to see consistency after that. You can't just afford to get 1 game and then 0 point, 0 point. Like, we need to see a follow-up, but amazing start from Inco Gaming. And once again, as you said and John said, like, Inco Gaming did make it in 11th last place there for their group, which is a really tough position, but amazing start for them in the survival stage to kick it off. And, man, squash Sandstorm with that shotgun at the end. It was a clutch moment. I was a little bit spooked out. I didn't know if it was going to work out, but the shotgun play really paid off for Squash.
Yeah, it really, really did. It was such a close fight between them and between Enigma Galaxy towards the end, but Inco got gifted so many zones. We saw they moved, what, 5,000 meters? 5.5? Nothing really compared to all the other squads. And and considering the fact that they didn't really have that much loot to work with, you mentioned that off air, Maxman. One of the guys had no heals and just had a shotgun, and you said they were probably sharing ammo. So it got very, very dire towards the last few moments of the game, but very well played by Inco to grab the chicken dinner.
Well, let's be fair as well. I think Inco, like, they potentially could have had that game wrapped up even before the final moments. It came down to that simultaneous push out of Enigma Galaxy and Bacon Time, because there was a nade that went in. I think they knocked in a Bete, and then that's when Bacon Time is like, okay, we're going to push with Enigma Galaxy here and make it really difficult for them. As we check in out with our fan favorite vote here, S2G taking the lead so far. Bigatron there in second. Remember, you guys can watch then the Esports Center in-game. You guys can vote for your favorite teams. Interesting to see S2G currently leading.
For once, it's not DRS. No,
that's what
I was waiting for.
I was like, wait a minute, it was DRS, maybe not an option, but no, they have to be, right? But yeah, SG were looking really good when they did qualify. And we even saw some players at one point from Inco like throwing ammo to one another, and they were just playing shotgun because they just were out of resources. They had nothing to play with. That's just how long of a position they were holding on to this entire match. But not only the end game was super interesting, but you got the fight over in the west with 4 teams fighting, trying to get that position, which eventually Damwon did win, and the fight in the south where I would have to say, Jason, Titan surprised me with how aggressive they felt this game. Like, we didn't see this Titan in the group stage, but this is Titan 2.0, and I love to see it.
I mean, I feel like we've seen them have some decent results. We've seen them have some decent elimination games, but they're kind of like far and few between. And again, maybe this is just like the one game they need to look pretty solid for top 16. And obviously the time they've had off Sandstorm since the initial week we had kickoff with Group Red, there's been a lot of time. There's been time for a team to practice, to watch their opponents. And I think this is maybe a team that really came prepared today.
Yeah, definitely. And we've seen them come out very, very strong in the first day of Group Red as well. So this is something that's consistent when it comes to their first day of performing on the tournament. But like we said before, this is 3 days. It's going to be 18 matches, and you have to perform on every single one of them. But you do have a huge chance of making it to the next stage just by staying in the top 16. I wanted to talk about a little bit when it comes to when it came to the rotation of Alpha 7, even though they and Inco drop in the same locations, Inco was the one that came out with the chicken dinner, and Alpha 7 wasn't even able to get to Zone 6. They were just getting destroyed by 4 Rivals All and Enigma Galaxy as well towards the eastern side of the zone. So you can see 2 teams dropping in very close locations to where the zone was, but it was just Inco just staying still for the entire time, and they got the chicken dinner towards the end.
Well, as we turn our attention towards our next match, going to be on Miramar. You can see your boys LGD, Max, man, leading the charge when it comes to these rank points, and also competing quite well when it comes to eliminations. I mean, the downside is there's only going to be 2 a day, but also there's a lot of other good teams here that are strong on Miramar, like we saw with Alpha 7.
Exactly, Alpha 7 looking good, and I8 too, which I didn't think were actually going to be our top performers of Miramar. And I did want to touch that on the pre-show when we did see that one of your teams to watch here, Sandstorm, you did put I8. I8 have been secretly consistent during the entire group stage. I think the one improvement we could expect to see from I8 is being able to convert good games into potential chicken dinners. I think that is the step up I would love to see from I8, and if they make it happen, Sandstorm, I think that could be the opportunity to make in the last chance, and who knows, maybe the grand finals.
Maybe. I think they don't really need to pull it out right now. As long as they stay in the top 16, bring it out when you have to get to that top 5. Then maybe you could surprise absolutely everyone. That's what I would be waiting to see from them.
All right, we'll take a look at our teams to watch here. We got Dam1 coming out of Maximum, Titan and HVVP. We got Alpha 7 Titan and Enigma coming out of Sandstorm. Let's go into the Dam1 pick actually really quickly, Maxman. Team we saw have great success last year at PMGC, and we love this team as much as one person possibly can. But why'd you go with Dam1 here for Miramar?
Because of that last game, Jason. I have no idea how they survive as 4 players. They were fighting initially, being gate kept, I believe it was by LGD on the western side. They had to cross the road too. They get a third party by HVVP. Then there's a fourth party happening with, I believe that's Vampire at the time. An absolute mess, and yet they just wither the storm in that position, looking absolutely fantastic and remaining as 4 players. And also, I believe we're seeing Gosau play. I do not recall seeing him play in the league stage, and he was having a great impact in this game. So they were just seeming very confident, which is the type of mindset I'd like to see Damwon in for the entirety of the survival stage. So they looked really high in that first game, and I want to see if they can keep it up in this next match.
Okay, well, Sandstorm, you both had Titan picked. What was your reasoning for going for Titan? Just, I'm assuming, pretty much similar to what Max just said, because of the performance from the last match.
Yeah, just from the last match and from how strongly they started off on day 1 of their groups, I'm expecting them to do exactly the same thing here on day 1 of the survival stage.
Yeah.
Definitely going to see them in the next stage of the tournament as well.
Are you doing the same thing to Enigma as you're doing to R8? Yeah, I would
100%.
stop predicting them right now.
Look. It took one game, okay? It took one game for me to be just all aboard the hype train for Enigma Galaxy all over again. I'm ready to get heartbroken. Let's go.
Well, speaking of getting heartbroken, right? I mentioned before before the first match kicked off. I mean, Enigma Galaxy, they had a great day 1 when it came to Group Red, but the problem was great day 2 and 3. Their top result was, I believe, actually no, they only had a top 8, I believe it was on day 2. Or no, 1 top 5 in day 2 and day 3. I had to make sure to correct my notes there. That's a rough time, and they cannot afford to have a ton of bad games. But again, 12 matches in total to come for them, or 11 left to go, and it's time for us to go to the casters to kick off our Miramar here. So John, Allen, and Blank, take it away.
Of course it is. Thank you very much, Jason. We're going to be heading into Miramar. Of course, we took a look at those stats, Blank, from each of the team's performances on Miramar. The difficulty there is, of course, that they're playing in different lobbies, right? So it's going to be really interesting to see how those stats butt heads with each other.
Yeah, it's going to be wildly different from lobby to lobby. I mean, even just circles in particular. However, it does give us a general idea of what's going on. I think similar to Max's conclusion there, I was also a little bit, surprised that we would see IA up towards that top side so very far. And I think that they did have a fantastic conclusion to Group Red, because they just looked like they were getting better and better and better, and kind of came as a bit of a surprise for everyone at the end. You're like, wait, I8's doing insane at the moment. This is after they lost Crypto as well. They were asked about it, and they said, we're just going to get on with it. And I think that's kind of a very respectable attitude, right? It's like, look, we may have lost what is our supposed star player. However, we are just going to get out the polyfill, make sure those gaps are filled themselves, and then sort it out from there. And I think they absolutely have done that. They look a lot stronger. Even that last game, you saw them go down, but they were playing from probably the hardest part in the circle as well, and got very far, and only fell to Titans after some time, once Titans have been relieved of that pressure between them and Bacon time.
For this Miramar, I am going to be keeping my eyes on Alpha 7, Blank. That's the team that I'm going to be looking out for. We saw over in Group Green that their Miramar performance was pretty stellar, so I'm hoping that they're going to be able to carry that forwards into this game. HVVP also found a little bit of success on Miramar, so I'm hoping that they can do better than a 0-point game to bring in for their second showing.
Absolutely. I think for Alpha 7, you're making a good point that they are a very good team on Miramar. And I mean, it didn't really show through over in Americas, though, purely because Influence Kemin was just that good. And taking a lot of their drop spots, well, not their drop spots, but a lot of their rotational paths, and making it very difficult for them to find their way into circles. So they were having to take unideal injections towards that circle itself, trying to push through other teams. But now, given the space and the freedom without some of these other teams that were in Americas that were stopping them, Alpha 7's had a little bit more free reign over on Miramar. It's great to see. I mean, watching Group Green as well, John, you are right. Alpha 7 did look great here. So I am excited to see what they can do during this survival stage.
I think the only other Americas team in the tournament at the moment is Vivo Keyed as well, also coming from Brazil. In Group Yellow, so they won't be playing today. So there'll only be 6 games where they're playing against anybody else who's been in those Americas lobbies. It's probably more worrisome, though, to be playing against the rest of the Group Green survival stage qualifiers. as they will be a little bit more on the download. Plane path cuts from La Copeteria down to Los Higos on the western side a little bit, but it looks fairly open in terms of rotation paths. Teams should be able to get to pretty much everywhere on the map.
I think everywhere is pretty clean, like you say, but with that kind of circle all the way up towards that top right side, Cruz de Valle, El Azahar, Tierra Bronca, quite a lot of interesting space here heading down towards El Azahar, where it's quite high. You know, there's very, very big peaks over towards that side, but the rest of the area of the map quite flat. So compounds, which it does have a fair plenty in that region, should be very important to some of these teams. But again, it's getting up there in time. The map is huge and you want to get to some of your original drop spots first, get looted before you send your way up. So you will be heading in towards uncharted territory for a lot of these teams that weren't necessarily considering dropping over towards this side of the map anyway, with such a western playing path in the beginning.
A little bit of time on the cards to be playing with, and the good news is that that drop won't take long, so the loot phase in that southwest area will be a little bit shorter, and they'll be able to get on the road again as soon as they like, but still have to snaffle up a little bit of loot on the way. HVVP on the north side, 4 rivals making that rotate early over towards the north side of Torre Armada, and should be looking to play on that north side of the circle, and will be on the backstop, really, of the progression of a lot of these teams. HVVP will likely swing in on that northern side as well, and I'm imagining teams like El Pozo, the El Pozo drop for LG Northern Road.
Could definitely go for that one. You could also definitely go for a 2022 PMGC special crate, which is from December 5th all the way through to January 8th. So you have a bit of time to prepare for that one. But make sure you do grab your hands all over it, because we know from previous PMGC special crates just how beneficial and amazing the loot has been inside.
Yeah, make sure you are checking that one out, getting it into those inventories. Get it sorted out. Get looted. That's all of these teams are looking to do right now. DRS all the way on the south side, playing with an SLR and a DBS for Gianti. And they're probably going to be swinging out towards Impala on that coastal road. No teams in Impala right now, so that east road is a little bit open, or more open than maybe some teams are expecting. But with the plane path as it was, you've got to think that some teams have an inkling that that eastern side is going to be a little bit safer.
It might be a rotational path that some of these teams go for. I mean, for a couple others as well, with the plane path taking quite a while to head all the way down, and then the actual circle popping up might be a consideration that they drop out slightly earlier and then just head with a slightly easy direction straight towards the circle, just beelining it in there. I think for HVP, definitely a team that can go for something like that. You know, they could just head from La Cabrera all the way over that top side towards Torre Armada. 4 rivals are sitting up there right now, getting situated nice and early and looting up the majority of it. There is a lot of decisions, a lot of options available to these teams with this kind of plane path and this circle. I mean, you're getting teams like Power and Box heading in right now and just looting up nice and early and trying to take up as many of these compounds as possible, knowing that a lot of these other teams already have their positions on the map and will be looting there for quite some time. So the entirety of the circle should be fairly open. There's not going to be a lot of players in here, especially with Miramar being such a big map. BTR now finally making the move out from Picardo. Obviously, haven't had the best game over on Erangel to start off with, only 1 point gained after that last one. I think you're looking for BTR. It is one of those days where you look at them and you're like, I think they can get towards those higher placings, those higher rankings, but they're a team that tends to strike quite late on in the game. So if you see them with not a lot of eliminations in the first 15 minutes, it's not always game over.
Not always. Can be tricky to try and keep those ones rolling. Northern side, LGD on the road from the north side of El Pozo. Looks like they are going to be moving in and potentially past HVVP if HVVP don't get on the road now. Tixi taking his classic south outpost position from La Cobreria will be overseeing this rotation, so HVVP should be aware that this is incoming. We'll see if HVVP respond with aggression or if they're just going to try and get ahead of the curve, get into position early. Teams moving into El Azahar, you've got 2 teams. It looks like Power have made their way on in, as well as Box Gaming towards that El Azahar position. on the eastern side of the circle. DRS making a rotation on the east side past Puerto Paraíso now, as BTR sent straight up the middle between Inco and Vampire Esports to make it fairly central on the circle.
Yeah, like you said earlier, John, there is that open space over towards Impala, which DRS are 100% taking advantage of. For HVP, a lot of shots coming their way from LGD as Tixi tries to get into position. Power has been spotted by Box. I mean, Power was here from practically the start of the game. Box were making their way in from that western side across Hacienda del Patron all the way to this side. I've been able to immediately dismount Power from a position they've held onto for quite a while now. I've had a lot of time to pick up and figure out where teams are coming in, what direction they're sending in on as well. I think that's a little bit unfortunate. Tixi also in a struggle bus of a position, but the rest of the team providing backup.
Tixi takes his toll. One goes down, low HP around the side as well. Maybe looking for a cheeky little second peek over onto YZ, who's not finding the damage, and Tixi finds a second. What a knock-on from HVVP. They close it down, and LGD are suffering at their hands really heavily. What a clean wipe there from HVVP, and Tixi masterfully held.
That's pure destruction as well, and I think for Tixi, played that position very, very well from the backstop, managed to move in, made himself look almost like a bit of a lost lamb in the circle itself, hence heads over towards the compound, and realistically for LGD, they think they're the predators, but fortunately, they did become the prey towards the end there, and HVP were able to pick up all those points. Again, this is something that you mentioned, like they're very used to this, and it's a classic spot from Tixi, but even in Western Europe, they dealt with the fact that Mad Bulls made a very similar rotation to LGD over in the European Championships. S2G were even in this area. So HVP have had a long, long time to make sure that this rotation, make sure that every single spot is covered. They have so much practice that it's almost not a surprise that something like that happens when LGD tries to challenge it.
But this is the second time in a row, Blank. 2 in a row, LGD have gone down in 16th place. This is not the team that we were expecting coming in from 4th place in Group Red, right? They were not really challenging for 3rd place towards the end, but they were definitely in contestation for those top 3, and we have seen them go down first twice. This is a really hard northern shift. Look at that, all the way up, and HVVP, they're laughing.
Yeah, this is great for HVP. They come off the back of a fight that delays them. They're a bit worried about that, but they're happy with the 4 eliminations they're able to pick up. Now they have to make their way into the circle. Circle, very happy to send up towards that northern side, and HVP will just send directly in. So very, very good stuff there. I8 taking a fair amount of fire. This is from VPE, who are now on the chase. Obviously, hanging back and taking shots like that as a team does now leave you exposed, and I8 might be able to set up on the other side, but still all open, ready to take shots, and that's Ghost out the vehicle, and that is a pick that they desperately needed from VPE. If they had allowed a little bit more space, if they'd allowed the players to get all the way over that ridge, it could have been game over. So if I8 now losing a player, it's very important. VPE can't capitalize on it. Goodness me, not good.
Looks like Schweppes and Ravenclaw will be moving forwards against Aegon XA8. Trying to take a little bit of an answer, or at least draw some aggression their way, but Fluke is down on a pretty rolling flat hillside. Not going to be good news for them. Stoned, the only one really in position to go for this res, actually Schweppes, moving all the way back down to the teammate to try and control this. This is not in the next circle. Aegon XA actually taking shots, coming from Stoned behind the ridge, behind the rock. And Fluke might actually be able to get rezzed here as Ravenclaw swings back in towards that roadside.
I mean, I like this about VPE. They're very malleable when it comes to these engagements. Able to quickly send in and then send back out again. And that gave enough time for I8 to be almost in disadvantageous positions, right? With Stone been already be able to set up back here with the Mini 14 in hand, with great sightlines over towards them. It means that I8 now really have an option ahead of them. It's either stay here and fight VPE, who most likely will have 4 players up in a second, or just leave, which either way gives VPE more space to play with. BTR takes a knock there. Now, you were talking about LGD, John, and I do want to talk about this because they were a bounce-back team over in Group Red, able to make the big comeback to get towards the top of the tables. And if they started performing a little bit earlier, maybe we would have seen them in the top 3. Unfortunately, that was not the case.
Seems like... I'll hold that thought for a second, because Bigatron locked horns now with power around the side of the rock. Aziz doesn't want to challenge off against Luxy. Jem Foster in the meantime, though, suffering and actually finding a second as well onto Liquid, leaving 2 players now active for Bigatron. Jem Foster and Liquid both going down, and he's just the twins remaining now. Luxy and Zuxi. Zuxi a little bit further away. Luxy much, much closer. You might prefer it the other way around, but unfortunately they don't have that liberty. The nade bobbles down, doesn't quite find all the damage they were looking for. Luxy spotted, does get suppressed. Zuxi on the ridgeline, holding it down for his twin, but only finds the 1 knock, and you've got to think that Luxy is going to fall in this scenario. Bigatron, potential to go down to 1 after just 1 elimination as well. Power taking them to task.
I mean, Kante's been playing a really nice off angle here throughout the entirety of that engagement. I mean, just relying on the rest of his team with the high ground to hold back the guys from BTR allowed Kante to set up in a good spot to get a couple of eliminations across. And again, BTR looking at going down fairly early here with just the 1 elimination again, which is not ideal. Again, Group Red will be playing all their games today, or half of their games today, with another one coming in later during the survival stage. In the meantime, HVP absolutely decimate the guys from Enigma Galaxy over on that northwest side. But yeah, if you're going down early consistently from any of the groups today, you know, you're playing out 6 of your games. That's half of your matches. So you don't have that time to regroup and rethink the process as you get rotated in, because we are just having static groups playing each day.
Yeah, there really is no way to figure this one out. You just got to play from the heart and get it done. But unfortunately for LGD, it's been a poor start. Enigma Galaxy, if you're on the hype train before, maybe you're going to have to take a pause, a refreshment break. Hopefully the cart's coming down the aisle, because it is not looking super strong for them. Going down 1 elim, 15th place.
I mean, Max did tell Sandstorm. He said...
He did say that.
You need to unpredict them right now, or at least unwatch them, because this is not good news for Enigma Galaxy. Yes, they start off strong, 22 points, but I am seeing something that reminds me of a horrible, horrible time we saw in Group Red, is Enigma Galaxy starting out in 2nd place. Almost a cursed position for them at the moment. But HVP really doing well on the northern side. Moves away from those, so they will have to head down towards the south. But so far, they have 2 teams that they've been able to comfortably loot as well. So they should have a lot of utility after those engagements, a lot of ammo to play through. So I think that it's not as rough as it looks for HVP, because they have that power, they have that presence now to be able to punch through a lot of these difficult situations that will come ahead of them.
Bacon time on the eastern side. Moving in from Tierra Bronca, moving up the hill. Shirty leading the charge. Ice close behind. Box Gaming sit atop it right now. And this mountain on the east side is going to have some really solid sight lines and a lot of cover actually for Bacon time, if they can cower in the shadow of it. But unfortunately for them, it might move away. And well, fortunately this time around it doesn't. It will keep them in for now.
Still a decent spot to play from, honestly, because you do have a lot of the stages you can creep up towards. Yes, Box Gaming currently hold that high ground, but it means they're not in the sightlines of maybe Damwon, who are holding on the eastern side. Now, Matic, dangerously close, has made some of these very, very close calls before when it comes to that scouting.
Uh-oh.
And just like that, does get knocked out as I talk about it. So, I mean, at least he's consistent about it. That's all I'll say. But that does mean that information has been passed across, but HVP sadly down to now 2 players. 8 eliminations, though, it's still a good game, regardless of what happens henceforth. I mean, 8 eliminations, 8 points. That is essentially one of the higher placings in the lobby. So you're not too unimpressed with that. Getting a 4th place off the back, I mean, 15 minutes in, already securing that is great news for them. Unfortunately, because of that last game, only getting 0 points, that 8 points might not cut it right now.
Yeah, it leaves them at a 4-point average if it were all to come crashing down at the moment. They're going to want more than that, certainly. Ooh, Nene Bete nailing a couple of headshots there. And UZM finding out all about it. 2 players down from the south side. Bacon time just poking over the top of the hill now on the eastern edge as Box have moved a little bit further west. Not the entirety of Bacon time at the moment have regrouped. Ice still left at the backstop. Will have to cross fairly soon as the circle will push on in. but has a little bit more time to play with. HVVP making their dash. Meku pulled out. Alpha 7, the ones to do so. I wonder if Kitsune's managed to make it. Looks like they are still alive for now. Full HP as well. Solo player, but still alive.
Power quite close to him. But worried about this. Obviously get into position, which is good news for now, but again, now just has to live from that position. I think that's what they were going for, is just to head down towards these ridge sides where there's a lot of ditches, a lot of areas where you can hide behind rocks and just play out as a solo or a duo. It's sad that Meku goes down, so they can't play off one another, which HVP are generally very good at, which is playing as a two-man unit, regardless of whoever is in that two-man unit. But going forward as a solo, needs to get a little bit more. I mean, 13 teams remaining. It's a long road ahead for HVP. 8 eliminations, still nothing to scoff at. But again, like you talked about earlier, John, 4-point average, not good enough at this stage. Damwon Gaming, on the other hand, still playing this excellent edge play style, trying to control the majority of the northeast this time, as opposed to the northwest. Looking down towards Bacon Time and Box.
The thing that we saw HVVP suffering from in their final day's gameplay was just losing players early, having those little bits, those little chunks taken out of them, and eventually succumbing to the fact that they didn't have that full 4 squad. And we wanted them to tighten it up and keep their flanks covered, but it just wasn't happening. There, unfortunately, they lost a player to the fight in a full 4 with Nigma Galaxy, and they were down to 3, then losing Matic on that off angle earlier leaves them fairly weakened. Now they're just a Kitsune. Circle shifts. Southwest side is fairly occupied, but they are all still in it. Alpha 7 still going, and the team right on the edge of that encampment there. Eastern side, Box Gaming atop the hill will have to leave, will have to descend, as will Bacon Time.
A lot of these teams kind of caught up in an awkward situation now over on the southwest side. Yeah, Alpha 7, Inco, Skylights, as well as I8, all clumped up in this area. I think for A7, they could actually wait out for quite some time here for some of these other teams to have to leave. Skylights Gaming starting out strong though at the moment from Nepali for 13 eliminations, 1 point on this game so far. It's not too bad. Send themselves through towards that last chance. 4 rivals though have the vast share of the circle at the moment towards that northern side, looking to redeem themselves after that last game going down very early, losing a couple of players, and then from there it was just bleeding out.
4 rivals. 2-2 split right now, either side of the road on the north edge. Bacon Time under pressure after a swift insert to the circle, but the nades looking pretty good, looking on target. A little bit of scurrying action coming through from Bacon Time. Making him squeal there. And a nade right on the money for Ice. Will be able to catch it. Unfortunately, it's not ideal when what you're catching is an HE. Not good for business. Bacon Time really going to struggle to go for this res as well. They will have to re-smoke. They'll have to invest a lot of time. The Schweppes is now in conflict with Titans. Their outpost there, Teak, moving on up and actually has a little bit of cover. Repositions wide, gets to a divot, hits the deck. Might be able to heal here. Smoke blooms.
Yeah, VP looking to bump the points this game. When they get towards the top. And 1 elimination so far, 4 players. It's all the way down that south side. They have a really nice ridge to play from, but only for so long. I mean, next circle, when that does pop, it's going to become ever more difficult to play from that position. Down 1, really taking things slow still on that northeast side. Now for 7, like I said earlier, this is what they were waiting for. Teams to start to leave, then they can take shots at anyone that tries to get out of there. Inco, though, Nenebete has been on an absolute storm today, just hurricaning through a lot of these teams, picking up points where he can, adding them to the Tempest. So we'll see what Nenebete can do with the rest of this one. But right now, he's the sole member that's really propping up Inco.
I'd have to agree with you. I mean, constantly and consistently a standout player for the roster. Inco really needed at a time like this. Converting off of a chicken dinner as well would be really, really good news to post even a decent game. Like 8 points on the cards would be amazing for them right now. In terms of confidence, if nothing else. This circle is really, really tricky with the amount of open ground here. Blank, there's so much dead area that sits on this east on this eastern edge, it's going to be tricky.
I mean, no one wanted to head there in the first place. Like most players just on the edges. Soon it's down. It's HVP out. 8 eliminations. It's okay. Not the worst thing in the world. VPE now looking to finish off the final members of Titans. Great nade goes to the top. Molotov to send Puncher up their way. And he's pretty much donezoed at this point in time. 6 off in the distance. VPE do take a knock in Schweppes, but should be easily res back up again. Next circle shifts up towards that north side. So Titans, VPE will all have to move, as will DRS and Power. DRS really staying out of dodge for quite some time here. It looks like they're trying to prioritize getting through this survival stage. But right now, we've only 2 points accrued throughout the entirety of these 2 matches. Not amazing.
Alpha 7 lost 2 on their attempted strike towards the circle from that western side. They're not out of it just yet. You did see them just pop up in the elimination feed. I think that was over towards Inco, who are just a little bit ahead of the curve on it. 6 gets away from the spray of Stoned. Vampire still playing as 4. Will be on that south side. They do have that ridge line to move up, so they can get a little bit close to the circle. DRS, not so lucky. Look at this dead ground, Blank. Look at the openness that you see here. These circles are just so difficult to play.
I mean, this is the deadly paw print, honestly, on the map. It is real difficult. No one wants to head down here. It's like these mini craters, essentially a paw print formation. But yeah, it's difficult. It's rough to get through this area. Most teams didn't want to play it early. It's why you see most of these teams on the edge at the moment. Bacon Time goes down with 0 eliminations. I mean, they were struggling for a while to get up from that eastern side. They were hoping for an eastern shift to give them a bit more time to recalibrate where they were going to head next. Damwon Gaming, they lost 1 player. Fortunately, Forest does go down. Osal moves away. Fabian taking shots from Rules. That's a mini 14 coming through. And I think for DRS, they do have a good lineup, but wherever they head next as they get further into the circle, again, open ground, low ground. Shots coming through from a lot of teams should hit, and already Pamburu is finding the target.
Ooh, difficult descent for DRS, but Rules is repositioned by the blue. Shots are answering. Pamburu with the mini 14 of his own, peppering away. Power under pressure from Vampire. Ravenclaw down, so it's a 1-for-1 trade as East gets flushed. Nade from D7H over the top, doesn't quite find what they're looking for. Fluke repositions to get the res on the Vampire South fight. Power really struggling on that engagement. Box, 3 players up and standing. Trismay is knocked, but a reposition coming through to try and get that one back to strength will be pretty crucial here in a central position to hold it out. DRS just cannot make this headway.
I mean, you look at Box and their rotation early on was fantastic. They got straight through, over towards Power's position. They were holding for a while, immediately dismounted them off of it. And they've had kind of free reign over the circle for a long while. They found themselves in a good spot over towards that northern side now, playing around the ridges, cutting off some sight lines. Power final player now down towards this bottom side, and Kante behind the hay bales. A VP up to 6 eliminations. They're really putting the work in here.
Going down early in the previous game seems to have spurred some of these teams onwards. HVVP, 8 eliminations. Vampire now up to 6 with 10 remaining, and all 4 of themselves alive. Is good news, but they're right on the edge of the circle. Could be tricky, especially with the circle shifting up the way it has. 4 rivals potentially looking to take dominant control. DRS finally going down now.
Box take the knock from VPE. Down towards the south side. Not been an easy push for VPE, honestly. Getting hesitated over by I8 as they try to crest that ridgeline. Then moving up, it has been all guns a-blazing the entire time for VPE on their approach. Very rough, but now just sending directly over towards Box's position after finding that first knock. It's great news. Lucas goes down, but it might be enough for VPE here.
Stoned, caught in the crossfire there. Schweppes does have an off angle, but doesn't quite find the lick to Trisway that they needed. Soaz is down, Break is down. It really is all up to Box here. Last player standing. Titan, in the meantime, their last player is making a break for it, trying to get towards the circle, but that's going to be tricky. Soaz flushed. Vampire will be able to take Box Gaming to task. That central position is opened up, but Vampire have lost 2 in the process. What? Hang on a minute. I thought he was dead to rights, but Titan are staying alive. Last player making that move. Inco cannot find the shot. Squash, last player standing now for the squad. Alpha 7 is still going. Squash finally able to take down the last player from Skylights Gaming, but in the meantime, Six has moved all the way up, and Squash in danger here, getting caught from the off angle. It's Alpha 7 chiming in.
And that's Becca down from Squash himself. From Titan's actually able to find some of those shots, so difficult push. Inco down, Alpha 7 out in 6th place, not the worst result in the world, but VPE, masterclass on how to make these pushes work. Trading off players where they can, but they always make those trades count. I think that's the main thing you have to keep in mind when you look at VPE. Fortunately, Kante wasn't able to be taken down by VPE earlier on, and now is proving a bit of an issue. 4 rivals could get involved, but Schweppes will finally find him. Very good with the M4 throughout the majority has been Schweppes. And the Thailand representative is really doing work here in PMGC.
Vampire Esports looking for the res. Ravenclaw has the off angle, slows Damwon down, but does nothing more than that. Makes them hit the deck, forced to reload. And Stone shot out again, just Schweppes now as 4 rivals want their pound of flesh. DBS around the sidelines, Schweppes just does not give a damn at this stage. Hits the deck and stays alive. Unfortunately, I don't think you're going to be able to get that heal off. I just don't think you have cover. Fabian sees to it. Vampire eliminated. They made their run and it was strong. But now 4 rivals versus Damwon. Damwon coming off the back of a really strong game 1, looking for more. 5 eliminations and they want the rest of them as well. A nade over the top, 4 rivals down to 2. 2 players active for Damwon as well. Fabian and Osa.
I mean, the fact that Appy makes a very awkward push upwards and immediately goes down, now gives an opportunity for Damwon Gaming to get up into position and maybe take this fight. If Voki goes down, this is even Stevens. Looking to finish the fight now is Damwon Gaming. A 2v4, looking to make it happen. Nade over the top, should be on target, do some damage, maybe, but not. Does not get the information, which is not amazing, but they will at least confirm 1 player. Another nade, tries to get behind the rocks here, John.
Tommy gun in hand. Fabian moving through. Osal also 2 Tommy guns here. Original gangsters coming on through. 4 down 1, and we've seen how powerful they can be on these ridge lines, how impactful they can have an effect on this lobby. But in a 2 versus 3 now after the res has come through. Might be tricky. Appy does have that close range power in hand as well. A cheeky couple of shots might be all it takes, but they're right on the edge, and Damwon have to fight outwards. They've spotted Appy, Fabian on the trail. Can't really commit though at this stage. The nades from over the top, they know how dangerous it is.
Looking to get a bit of a resupply over here from the players from VPE. You wonder if 4 rivals are able to loot any of this, or if VPE had anything left. Remember, they had to tear their way through from that south side to get into position. Regardless of what happens, that was a good game from VPE. We can expect to see some more from them going forward. Fabian just looking out towards Appy's side, making sure to clear out this angle. They tried to accelerate the game earlier on to get themselves into a 2v2, which would have been ideal. Appy made a misstep before. Let's see if he makes another.
They're moving over the top. They're baiting out the peak. They're baiting out the shots. They know this one position. They know the ridge line to their right is at least a little bit secure. Forwards push. Tommy gun out yet again for Fabian. And in come the rest of the 4 rivals,
Good
but not
isolate.
before their teammate falls. 2 versus 2. They isolated it. Pemperu, second to go. And now Damwon in a 2 versus 1. They took on 4, and they've managed to knock back 3 of them. Now the last stand for 4 rivals to try and keep them alive here. Playing at the back. The zone is closing, and it is the final one. Appy not going to be able to give that information over anymore. Fabian takes that feather out of his cap, and now the last player standing. Pui around the side. Fabian looks for the challenge, steps up, but falls back. They're just trading off against one another, and Damwon dominates. What a way to close out that game with 2.
2v4 there. I mean, they played cat and mouse with 4 rivals for so long, and usually it's Jerry that beats out Tom, but if you've got 2 Toms, it's a very different story entirely. Very good stuff from Damwon Game in the end there, and perfectly executed. I mean, on that northeast side, they've been playing out of action for quite a while, struggling to clear out that space. And you can tell that they're happy about this one. You know, this is so exciting for Korean fans, to be honest with you, overall, just because they have been a region that hasn't been able to perform massively well for a long, long while. Suddenly Damwon comes in, shifts up the perspective massively, and now you have a real powerhouse in PMGC coming through from Korea.
This is the form that we wanted to see from Damwon more consistently over in Group Green. I was looking at them as being one of the teams on some of the strongest form in the lobby. We talked about them over the year, and you're right. This is a great moment for Korean fans. Coming off the back of a great game one as well, coming in with 14 points over there, a chicken dinner here. This is Damwon Kia at their finest.
Absolutely, and this was a team that we kind of described before as a third place spot team. They were able to get those points and put those numbers, getting into central spots and working from there, but they have revolutionized their gameplay off towards this edge play with some fantastic little angles they've been taking.
Really happy with their performance on this game. They control it, they play it perfectly, they're in, they're out, they're everywhere. It's Damwon Kia.
Damwon Gaming, what a fantastic match for them, pulling off a 2v3 there at the end. Max, man, I'm going to just give it to you right away because you were super impressed with Damwon and maybe a little disappointed in another team.
I just want to do a Seven Worlds Gaming reference. Damn, son, like that was a great game we saw coming out from them. The thing is about Damwon, and we agree on this, Sandstorm, the timing at which they picked this fight, because there was third party after third party happening on the northern edge. 4 rivals trying to defend that position. Box will send it, DRS will send it, Power will send it, Vampire will send it, and they're just like, we don't have to pick this fight. We're just going to wait in the wings, wait for the fight to cool down, and we're going to pick up what remains at the end. And they pick up an amazing 2v3. I could talk about that fight at the end for absolute ages, but Damwon are looking just so damn good today. It is absolutely mental. They got this good a start in the tournament.
Yeah, and when you look at the other side, when it comes to 4 rivals all, they were holding on for such a long time. We saw a 2-2 split in zone 4, 5, 6. They were still waiting. They knew Damwon Gaming was in the northeast side of the zone, and they just refused to come back together and to actually regroup with Appy, who was scouting out and was holding a great position for what, 5, 6 minutes? He was solid, just holding on to a great position, but nothing ever happened from 4 rivals all. And this is what I wanted to mention before when I chose them for one of my teams to predict. They always have a problem closing out the game, and we saw the best example with what Damwon did there.
Well, I mean, while we were watching the match, there was definitely a lot of frustration, is the word I'll use here to describe this, out of both of you actually for 4 rivals and not grouping up. But obviously with the way Damwon were playing, do you think that was a reflection to obviously knowing that Damwon were there? I mean, they had to deal with another team. I think it was Box on that side, if I'm not mistaken. They had to deal with like other teams in that position. Is that just them respecting Damwon and being like, we don't want to get backfilled?
I can understand that, but yeah, go for it.
I think it might be a lack of confidence coming into the stage. Like, just not being able to make a decision in those moments, in the survival stage of the tournament. You really can't be making those kind of mistakes. You really can't be taking that long. Yes, they knew Damwon was there for a while. Yes, they were fighting a squad or two, but they still had a position where the choice was theirs, whether they wanted to take the fight or just hold on and wait.
My frustration, though, you said there's a little bit of frustration in that game, Jason, and there was definitely on our side. Appy was left solo, like he was left to take that 1v2. Normally, Appy fed the information, they know there's 2 players pushing that location. They should have regrouped at least as a 2-1 split to take that fight, but leaving Appy alone just enabled Damwon to then get the clutch, get the fight, and win the game. So, some small improvements on that side from 4 rivals to clutch off games.
Well, at least 4 rivals were able to get some decent points here. Remember, It's only about getting top 16 and not top 5 or anything like that. We're going to head to a short break, though. We'll get things ready to go here for our 3rd match of the day. So, we'll see you guys in just a few moments. Well, welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue to break down here this last match and get things ready to go here for our third match of the day. Now, Sandstorm, I mean, it wouldn't be a death segment without me picking on someone, and I'm going to have to pick on you in this one. Your predictions or your teams to watch in that last match didn't work out too well.
Can we not talk about it?
Well, in less than 3 minutes, we can.
Okay, no, honestly, I picked Nigma Galaxy. They had a great start, but right after that performance, I'm just going to leave them be. I don't want to curse them anymore. They've had enough.
He's going to pick them again.
He's going to pick them again. Actually,
yeah,
100%. The next
100%.
match. Before we do hop into the next game, though, big shout again to Sony Xperia, the Xperia 1.4 and the Xperia Stream, and in collaboration, professional esports players. And you can play PUBG Mobile at 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for immersive gameplay and streaming. Also, a big shout out here to Prime. If you guys have Prime, you know what? You can get some sweet PUBG Mobile items in-game that are going to be free, get premium content, and also you get the benefits of Prime, which is great when you're trying to get stuff shipped to your place, especially with some holidays around the corner. And I just reminded myself that I need to buy gifts. Great.
Oh, yeah.
So I know what I'll be doing here after this show. Let's take a look, though, at our overall standings. Remember, we haven't had one group play. They won't be participating just yet until we kick off things tomorrow. So we're going to be missing some teams on here. But at the moment, Damwon Kia are currently in first place, I should say, at 38 total points. And Osal probably got them a majority of those on the last match, Max.
Exactly, in the last match looking really good, able to put himself in a great spot. But Damwon's been highly consistent throughout today. But I gotta say, I'm still impressed by Titan, especially Sandstorm, like 6. He had no reason to win that spray down onto Inko. Like, he was in the open, Inko had a building to play from, and he just like, yeah, no, sit down, kid, as you said, Sandstorm in that game. He had some absolutely amazing spray. So yeah, Titan's still looking aggressive, but they did lose a few players a little bit earlier on in the game, so it did slow down their process in this entire match pretty quickly.
Yeah, they struggled a little bit against Vampires towards the south side of the map, but looking towards BTR, and I mean, they are very excited. They want to get to that grand finals. They want to get to that live stage in front of the home crowd, but it seems to be quite a struggle at the start with no points yet.
Speaking of struggle, I mean, you got LGD as well here, currently sitting on 2 points total, tied with Bigatron at 2 at the bottom. However, it's Sandhawk time, and this is where things get a little bit crazy, right? Obviously, when we come to drop locations, a major factor when it comes to a battleground like this. So take a look at our teams to watch here. Both of you going with Box. Okay, Max, well, I asked Sandstorm last time when you both predicted or put up the same team. What's your idea with going Box here?
So for my Box prediction this game, is because they were so quick on their rotations last game. They were always ahead of Power. When Power on Miramar, they drop out as a heart in that circle, they had top priority to get access to good scouting positions, good spots to just hold on to in general, and yet Box seem to always be one step ahead despite not being in the circle early game. So I appreciate what Box have been doing in this previous game. It's maybe not one of my teams to watch overall, but from what we saw in that last game, I gotta say I'm impressed. So no, I'm gonna give them a lot of respect and see what they can do potentially on Sandhawk here.
Well, speaking of giving respect, I think Sandstorm, your Damwon pick is obvious why you went with them. But for Rivals, that's the one I'm kind of curious about out of you.
Because this is what we've seen from them throughout the group red days, and again we are seeing them struggle to finish that game, finish and get that chicken dinner. They started off with a 4v2 while they were still reviving one of their members, but then they lost a member 3v2, and they still, even though they had an advantage, they just couldn't take it. So I want to see a change.
Okay, we'll see if the change is going to happen. As we get a change up on the screen here for the viewers at home as you bring in our commentators here for the third match of the day.
We are going into Sandhawk, into the jungle yet again. You right there, Blank? You sorted?
I'm sorted, yeah.
All set and ready?
Got the wire behind my back now. When it's in the front, it gets in the way of me talking.
That's how that works. That is, in fact, how that works. I can confirm.
Yeah,
but
that is indeed how it works.
Hopefully it's going to get all the way out of us talking, because we need to talk about Sandhawk coming into this one. As they were saying on the desk, those drop spots could be interesting to see if there's any contestation around crucial points. Paradise Resort, Boot Camp. Who's going to drop on that northwestern island? Are their crossings going to be guarded? Is there going to be any more hot drops other than that? Blank, I think this is going to be probably one of the more interesting starts to a game.
Absolutely. I mean, you don't get many of these Sandhawks now, even with the group's been rotating in and out, so you don't get to play a lot of these. I think it's 2 total that you'll get during the survival stage run. So they're very important. They're a great place to pick up a lot of points if you can get it. Again, sometimes you get those rare Sandhawks where you're able to just find yourself a position that is just absolutely unmatched and unchallenged. And you can pick up 10 plus eliminations on those games fairly easily. You can also have Sandhawk games which go completely awry, with circles sending over towards random positions on the map where it is very difficult to play from. Open ground galore where no one really wins, in which case it's a survival game and you're looking just to try and find as many points as possible. No longer about trying to get towards that top 3, you really just focus on the minute-to-minute gameplay.
Playing path over on the north side of the island, really accessible for everywhere indeed. North drop up towards Hatin from Vampire. HVVP out near Camp Alpha on their split, going to what they know and love. Power out towards the north. Bigatron as well, heading out towards Cow and Tapmok. Potential for a little bit of argy-bargy there. Looks like Bacon Time the only team to go right into Paradise Resort, but let's take a look at Damwon taking on Titan over in Ruins. This is on the southwest island. Puncher running around with that micro Uzi could be pretty impactful at these close ranges. No one going down just yet, Blank.
Titan is not a pushover team either, so I think for Damwon they do need to be a little bit careful. The Vector, not a huge amount of bullets in the chamber without the extended mag on it, but it certainly packs a punch when you don't have a vest available to you. There is a AKM available for Titans as well on AXA. Right now, it will just be Damwon Gaming looking to dominate over on this high ground, make sure that they maintain control here, try and get some loot where they can. Forest has a single grenade though. Been able to pop that over towards some of these players and find some initial damage. Doesn't always necessarily have to find a knock either, John.
Could hear players running around on the outside. Don't think he caught that, but will spot Teak moving up to this rooftop. Shots from the auto shotgun there land and nearly get the flush. In fact, he does with a quick weapon swap over to the M4. Nicely found for Forest to open things up, tighten down a player. And these angles are good. Enigma Galaxy are in the wings as well, Blank on the south side. You can see Ralph there just on that off angle. Will have oversight on this fight fairly soon. I think the rest of Enigma Galaxy potentially looking to snaffle a couple of these points away if they can. But Damwon need to close this down earlier if they want to stay safe from it. 3 players from Titans still. No easy task.
It's one of those engagements where, you know, the high ground up top here provides you a lot of advantage to any other team dropping in this location. But there's several bits of cliff face around this area where a team like Enigma Galaxy could come through, check out this spot, see if there's a hot drop that's happening, and pick up some eliminations or some quick knocks over towards a team that is playing on the rooftop. So it's a double-edged sword. It gives you advantage over teams in this area, but disadvantage towards those teams looking for sight lines down later on. So I like the way Damwon's currently playing, which is very cautious. I think too many times you'll see a team get a single knock over in Ruins and then try and swarm, and then from there get 3v forward. So it's a good idea for Damwon to be playing careful like this, specifically playing on that backside away from this position, and Titans don't have that consideration and lose a player because of it.
Who's the one for now, which means they are down to 2. Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be able to reap the rewards of this. Be fairly familiar with this area, are able to drop over towards Sami, which is generally what they know and love. Moving up north, they're able to catch quite a lot. Damwon looking for their route out here. We'll be heading northwest of it, it seems. Titan going to be disengaged from. And fair enough, they're going to be allowed to play with 2. The circle went over to the mainland, so Damwon want to get ahead of the curve.
It could be that, but it could also just be Damwon Gaming looking for a better position to try and isolate some sightlines down towards Enigma Galaxy as they move into that position if they wanted to crash it. But I think Enigma Galaxy didn't want to make that mistake. I think that's smart for Enigma Galaxy to move away back down towards Sami. You don't want to get baited into anything too ridiculous there. Enigma Galaxy realizes that, you know, this is one of the last chances, and starting off strong here, getting 23 points after those last 2 games. Yes, they suffered badly on that last match in Miramar to the likes of HVP, but still, 23 points is a good marker to be on, and you don't want to waste or throw away any games. Like I said, Sandhawk, one of those matches where you can quite comfortably pick up a 10-pointer if you play your cards right and play it very slow. You might not get a huge game out of it, but you're at this point, if you're in the top 5, you're getting 10 points is still decent for you.
DRS looking to play central. Actually, quite a lot of teams looking to play really very central on this. You've got DRS obviously on our screens right now. You've got Box Gaming playing on the compound at the junction of the roads that move south from Boot Camp Alpha 7. A little bit further north than that on the East Boot Camp Hill. You've got Inco a little bit further south of the position from DRS. And look, Bacon Timer there as well. So far, 5 teams in this central area this early on in the first 5 minutes. It's a fairly center-heavy game this time around for Sandhawk.
And it makes sense as well. I mean, this area has a lot of compounds that you want to grab early, a lot of high ground positions that you can use to scout over towards teams that might be making their way in from the east or the west. And having that quarry side is nice. It's a nice buffer for any teams that's just over towards that western side of quarry anyway. Just purely anyone that's moving through there, be it IA or Skylights Gaming, they'll be spotted early on. And so Skylights Gaming is going to have to rotate around it up towards that south side and hope there's no teams playing there. Most likely going to be in for a nasty surprise when they head up and realize that the entire lobby's already there and in position.
Ravenclaw, very, very split from the rest of the team. Actually, okay, hang on a minute. I thought it was a little bit further split than it was, but in comes the rest of them. For the backup, Aziz actually, the one potentially in danger from power. The team a little bit further south. Ravenclaw doesn't take the shots there, and Aziz gives the position away. Will have to find the way out. Stone being suppressed, and there is a volley coming through from the rest of the roster. Fluke puts a nade down range, half HP from Aziz. It won't take too much more than that. Power already have lost a player. Rolls across the gap, trying to give him the slip. But with that nade not doing damage, Fluke's going to know there's a reposition. And look at that, Schweppes immediately looking for that angle.
There's a great nade as well coming through from Schweppes right at the beginning there. Moves off to the left side, gets a nade through, stalls the player over the top, and does some good damage as well. Another nade coming through now, and Aziz has to keep repositioning. Got some players from Power in the back. Alaji. So maybe some shots over towards VPE. But again, there's still some great sightlines available, and Aziz has just been locked down. Molotov to try and move him out of position. He knows he has to head over towards this right-hand side. It could be even more utility, but it's a lot used for that single player. Ravenclaw, though, what an angle. Goes all the way around.
That's what you love. Can't say looks for an answer, but doesn't quite get it. Circle about to shrink and most likely going to push both of these teams south. It does center up fairly nicely. Keeps a sliver of that southwest island in. But it is going to be kind to the teams who moved center early.
I think most teams expected this to happen. Map being so small, there's only a certain amount of areas this circle can head over towards, especially when it's quite central at the beginning of the game as well. Teams will want to move up. LGD, 16th place currently, sharing the bottom total with BTR. A great position to be in for them. Again, 2 games played out of their 12. 10 more remaining. With the point totals haven't quite solidified in terms of who's leading just yet, we'll start to see that consistency break away after that 4th game. We'll see where these teams are landing, and it might look a little bit more even after that as well. For LGD, some real work has to happen in the next 2 matches.
Certainly does. I mean, at the start of this game, yeah, they were tying with Bigatron. And with that elimination that BTR have now, they are clear at the bottom, which is not ideal. HVVP starting to make their way across as well as Power continue to suffer on their rotations. They tried to send all the way center. Now they're just down to 1. I'm gonna make a bold claim here, Blank. I think if HVVP get across to the mainland uncontested on their crossing, I think they've got a pretty good shot at taking the chicken dinner here.
I'm gonna make a bold counterclaim. I think
it's not bold.
Usually getting across that crossing is the easy part for HVVP. I think the hard part comes when they get to these compounds towards the south of Boot Camp. And that's where they've always tripped up in the past. Usually the line's just drawn across and they don't see the wire between the doors. Do just fall flat on their face. So I do worry slightly for HVVP. It's something they really do need to figure out, considering they keep playing that position on that western side. And if they don't figure it out soon, it's going to cause a real issue going through to last chance, or even if they make it out of this survival stage. Jem Foster takes a load of damage from Fluketh. Another player down there for VPE as well, I think.
Yeah, Luxy already managed to find that shot onto the close play from Ravenclaw, the off-angle specialist for the Vampire roster, but not really in a position to go for any of these reses. BTR should look to confirm. However, look at this, 4 rivals actually chiming in as Vampire open up onto Liquid and Luxy, finding both of those knocks. Pimbaru really wants to peel away a point from this, but can't quite find the top of the deck. Instead, the bleed out just continues.
And now just Gem Foster remaining. Ravenclaw, you know, there is a world where he's picked back up again. A little bit doubtful at this point in time where VP have to consider where they have to go next.
Going for it. They're going for the res. They've already sent someone there. And they do want to keep him up. It is zone 2, and you can get the res, get a bandage off, and get that first aid in to be able to stay alive in the circle. With Bigatron in pieces ahead of you, I mean, sure, you might be able to make this. You swing north, there's not too much opportunity for people to take you down.
Ravenclaw's actually able to get out. It's curious they would go for this one. Zuxi, though, has an angle. Vehicle found for VPE. They do have to make a mad dash now, though. Instantly, Fluke about the vehicle. I think this delay is what causes problems. Getting Ravenclaw up is great and fine, but if you haven't cleared out these final members, it's more likely this is going to happen. And maybe VPE could be in a better spot already by now. And to be honest, with 4 rivals also taking shots into this fight, they're going to get ahead much, much further than VPE. Down to 3 players. It's not the end of the world here on Sandhawk, but it certainly does make things a little bit more tricky.
Yeah, they did manage to get Ravenclaw back up, so still in the fight. I don't think they go for that res if they don't get all of those knocks onto Bigatron. Zuxi, very, very close. Ravenclaw might just lose out all in all. Will do so, in fact, and that's 2 for the price of 1 for Bigatron to be able to pick up those points. 3 eliminations. Sees themselves up 5 total, but still only 1 player active. Vampire playing as 2 from the north side. 4 rivals ahead of them in the queue, but still behind everybody else who's already central.
Nice little vehicle delivery too there for Zuxi, able to get a bit further into the circle. 3 eliminations, it's not the worst. I mean, they're now out of that bottom 3 bracket up to 13th place, so those 3 eliminations found. I8, though, still can go further. They're on the western side of Quarry at the moment, but on the barest edge. And with Box Gaming, once again, find themselves a really nice spot towards the center of the circle very early on. There doesn't seem to be a lot of teams around them. We'll be looking to crash onto them anytime soon. So if they can hold on to this for a while, they're looking good. So I think that Maxman makes a good argument for why Box Gaming does so well on Sandhawk. H3P do make it across that crossing, now holding 2 compounds. And now this is where they start to falter a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on them. I think that Sandhawk has proved a little bit of a difficulty in the past, and I think it's more confidence-based than anything. I think you look at them on Erangel, you look at Miramar, they're so much more aggressive. They know where they want to go, and they take position. On Sandhawk, it's a little bit more confused, I'd say.
A little bit of a balletic roll up there for 4 rivals, coordinated and seemingly dominant. Bacon Time completely ousted from position on this northeastern side. I think they were a full 4 squad before that, but either way, they do go down. They might have been on 3, but still cannot hold off, cannot get a single knock either.
I mean, 4 rivals now in a decent spot, have the high ground. Alpha 7 were watching this for quite some time. They were the ones taking shots up towards 4 rivals as they rolled up. Mythic on the side too, looking down towards them, maybe trying to find some angles there. LGD, again, a team that really needs to get a big game here to put them back onto the map. And it's a big ask on Sandhawk as well. You know, you have your 2 bad games over Erangel and Miramar where you feel like you can get some consistent results. Head to Sandhawk, this is your do or die game. Not ideal.
Circle centers up towards, right in the middle, a big old donut here. Zuxi still healing out towards Barn and moving as fast as he can. Can heal for a little bit longer. Obviously, with the circle zone changes, will be a little bit tougher for the late circles, but we're still in zone 4. Titans eliminated. Enigma Galaxy finally able to close that down, harrying them all the way from Ruins. And then the south side of Painan will be able to deal the final blow. Down 1, though. The next challenge up for Enigma Galaxy, who are on the north side of Painan.
Getting to move upwards. And for Enigma Galaxy, it does become a little bit rough with Damwon taking this position. Sung already finds Hamodi in the water. This plays ahead. I think Damwon Gaming have kept a keen eye over towards Enigma Galaxy since the start of the game. just their rotational path,
Oh.
purely from where they started in Ruins and the shots they took over towards Titans. That is a disgusting headshot coming through from the K9 though.
I feel like Sung knew what he was up against there, but he was like, I'll just try and beat out the fight. It'll be fine. I'll get a deagle peek mid. It's fine. Gets his head ripped off for his troubles. Fortunately, though, the rest of the team does collapse around him and get everyone back to feet. Look at that, Fabian as well on that off angle on the other side of the river, closing down those angles. 4 rivals moving in the northeast. This is all the way on the other side of the circle now. Actually, Aegon XI8 trying to take the shots over towards Appy, but IQ not able to get anything done there behind the tree. Found, spotted. 4 rivals taking teams to task today, certainly in this match. They're doing pretty well, and that's going to be Aegon XI8 shredded to pieces. I think there is still one player active. Yeah, it is UZM on that south side, but only the one to be getting on with.
Yeah, put the guys from Maya in a blender there. And it's frustrating as well, because this is what we should have seen from 4 rivals last game. However, it is not what they pull out there, and instead on Sandhawk in the 16th minute, they go for it. Revo, next up. Like Voki does find him. We're over with Inco now versus LGD. Again, an important fight here. Nenebete moves up. That is a dangerous push, but makes it happen. In the meantime, 4 rivals taking heavy casualties versus the guys from A7. 3 players for A7 at the moment, but 4 rivals down to just 2. But 2 knocks, so an available opportunity to get them back up on their feet.
This fight is what LGD need as well, Blank. They sat with 2 16th places on the game. They've been spared that this time around, and Inco are falling before them now as they roll up the hill. Fighting off against Gravity, 2 players active. Vitalia squashed, but they're cut down. Oh no, the auto shotgun from the sideline and a side swipe from Vitalia as well. LGD, it was looking so good, but now they're in shambles. 2 players down. It's 1 player very, very low. It's all on YZ really to hold this all together. A nade around the side could find what they're looking for if it's placed in the right way, but Squash is there. Will have seen that player go down behind the rock and finds a 3rd. LGD torn apart at the seams. Only 1 now standing, and 2 players from Inco might be too tall of an order, and it is. Disaster for LGD as a 3rd game on the trot goes poorly.
Did not check their angles, did not check those hard cover. And that's what it's carelessness there from LGD, and I think that is born from desperation. And in this instance, LGD find 2 points on the game, but that is it. Alaji on his own versus Alpha 7 does a lot of damage through to Carrillo though. Doesn't take him down, so will immediately go for the first aid kit, making his troubles for naught there.
Power, 1 player left standing, moves out the back of the compound, does have a buggy to be able to get out of there with. Will try and take that opportunity, but Mythic is on the tail. Gonna have to swing out wide. This is a big push from Mythic into ground that they don't know about right now. Vitali does get spotted, and that's HVVP to sweep that up, but that was bold coming through to peek that wide for Alpha 7. They will get away with it, however. HVVP untouched on that western side, finally looking to have an impact.
Much more careful this time around. I think they've been trying to hold that area. I think his patience has been key for HVP on this game. They've been really clearing out the angles as best as possible. Matic's even watching out in towards the blue. So you can kind of see just from the way they're playing, the kind of misery that they've been put through on Sandhawk in the case of, right, you know, we've been done in by so many duo squads, so many solos before, that we're not allowing anyone to get behind us this time around. And once that's happened, once the circle is closed on this side, then we'll start focusing on what's going on over towards the eastern side of the map. So very, very good stuff from HVP. I like this. It did take a while to drill that lesson in, but finally it sticks.
Taking control with the duo as well on the compound that Nova know and love, with all those walls surrounding it on the western side. Unfortunately, they are going to have to leave, so figuring out how they can move forwards on this one. Box looking to try and hold down. Delta in, gets a knock, and doesn't quite manage to finish off the flush. A little bit too greedy there. Scry moves in and isolates the angle. However, a lot of Box have had to respond to this.
it does leave them slightly open, but there's really not any other teams in the lobby other than HVP that could really take the game to them at this point in time. There's a lot of solos, a lot of duos right now. Now, HVP, I do think this might be time for them to start regrouping, because a 4-man squad, I don't think they really lose to anyone else in this lobby at the moment with a lot of these duos. And Box Gaming, not necessarily going to peak out too much this game. They've only got 1 elimination. They've been really prioritizing getting themselves into a position that has been strong at the beginning of the game, and then not having to fight anyone. There's still a lot of high ground to play around with, and HVP currently trying to clear out this hillside that has Hamodi as well as the final players from Skylights Gaming in. Matic going down though from Hamodi, not great. Al-Haji found in the meantime.
Matic not flushed out just yet, so HVVP can keep this one rolling. Hamodi has been dealt with. Skylights from the top, I think they showed their hand a little bit, and Tixi wants to suppress them, allow this res to come on through. Will be crucial for their push for this final circle to keep all 4 of themselves alive. Tixi cannot go down. This nade looks like it might be there, and it is. Tixi falls, and Skylights Gaming have a little bit of an opening to play with. Kitsune is going to be so important on this backstop. But Tixi can get rezzed here as well. Matic moves out. That nade shouldn't do too much more than worry him. Meku moving around. Medic on the field.
HVP, this is a key position that they identified. Good shots though. We'll send AJ off that position for the time being. Box should also be able to look up this way. And I think for Skylights Gaming, this position is a lot more useful when you only have the 1 team up there. Mafioso does a lot of damage over towards Box, gets at least 1 knock in, and immediately goes for the first aid kit, runs out, and it's not seen.
Look at that. I think Soaz did just catch the tail end of it. It certainly sees the peak ups there, and that's a nade. The utility usage from Soaz on this angle has been great, but Mafioso is just outclassing him on the gun skill, finally able to get the better of him. Mythic still is there. Box on 4, but with 1 down. HVVP are looking to establish their lead. The hillside is not safe either. Matic, attention moved his way, doesn't get knocked, but takes a little bit of damage. The shift goes up north and away from Box.
It's a really strong position that HVP move themselves into. Yes, they don't take down Skylights Gaming, but they squeeze them uncomfortably over towards Box Gaming. So they're taking damage. It's unlikely that Mafia Boy gets off this first aid kit. And now, start to work from here. Kitsune should pass that information back immediately. It's fragged onto, and now Box Gaming just have to leave break behind. 2 players, and HVP looking for a big match here in Sandhawk.
And they will find the first Scry. Wants to be the challenger. 3 players up the hill to deal with. Actually, all of them with their backs to the blue. If Scry can stay alive, keep them at distance, might have a chance, but Killer's there. DRS, ladder up into second. They've been lying in wait for so long, and now's their chance to strike. Meku goes down, sure, but HVVP take a much-needed chicken dinner. And you can see that. I mean, it's nothing but relief there. Blanca said it. Uncontested on the crossing, uncontested on the chicken.
Looking for some more of those handshakes coming through. Finally they get them. But yeah, that was one of those wins where they look very calm towards the end. And you kind of see why, you know, it was a very well-played game and a careful game. You can almost see why there wasn't much of that jubilation towards the end, because that's all they were trying to do, is just get it through, get it done, and slowly sort it out. That one's for Max in particular. You just know it is. But yeah, very, very good game from HVP overall, and they have learned their lesson now. And I think that, again, I'll say it twice because it really does bear repeating. It's the fact that they've been in that classroom learning that lesson for weeks now, and every single time the homework comes back wrong, finally today it comes in with an A-star. So happy days for HVP, able to clear out those teams, push them into uncomfortable scenarios, and not always have to be the initiator on those engagements.
That is where they drew, this sort of playstyle is where they drew their first 2 days performance from, over in Group Green. It's what saw them lead the pack for so long. They were allowed to play on the edge here, Blake. They were allowed to get an established position on the edge with no one at their back. We haven't seen that in the first 2 games. We see it here, and this is what they can do.
And this is purely coming off the back of the fact they haven't had to move too far to get into the zone, so they're able to sweep comfortably with the information gathered. A lot of times we're seeing them move into almost unknown waters, right? In which case they're clearing out and they're not sure what's coming next.
You get them into zone 7 with 4 players alive, it's very, very likely that they're going to be winning this one. even into the earlier zones as well. But HVVP finally take a chunk out of the lobby that we know that they should be able to do. Can they do more?
Welcome back, everyone, to the show. As we just saw HVVP take home Sandhawk and Maxman, I'm gonna let you take this away.
Texas supremacy. He's gonna say HVVP supremacy. I love how this team plays this area in general. We know they're really, really big trifecta bootcamp hill team. The circles around that position and the way they played, especially that 2-2 split Sandstorm, they just kept their options open. The moment they see the circle center up on one of their 2-2 split, they regroup as a 4-man. They clear a lot of the players of Alpha 7 on the other side of the road like that. They can play that ridge south of the circle, and they just clear all the remaining teams. And Tixie, I just love how this guy plays. It's just so good. Tixie!
Do you want to take this one as well, Max?
No, it's fine.
Okay, I mean, listen, I mean, you fangirled on Tixie. I mean, look, Hamudi did more damage at the end of the day. He did get less eliminations still. But Nigma Galaxy performing very well in this third game of the day still. But I do have to give it to HVVP. And I do want to bring up Box Gaming, taking an early rotation in the game, then just waiting till the last and final moments. But the problem is, you got there early. Good job. But you didn't have any utility. You didn't have any smokes in case the zone shifted away, which it did. And then HVVP just used the high ground, used their advantage, and somehow DRS still had someone alive and got themselves second. So very well played on Killer to get to that final stage of the game as well.
Well, let's roll it back though for Box, right? Because Maxman, you were saying their initial drop locations was actually very smart in what they were trying to do and trying to read into the game.
Most of your circles are going to be ending on the mainland over to the east, and they also have 2 players drop in trifecta. So you have the trifecta, they have 2 players over there, and 2 players in the compound where the game ended, and they just wait for phase 1 and phase 2 circle to pop, and based on where it goes, they can go trifecta to facilitate their rotation on every island, or if you know it's go mainland, you play that position. And we know on Sanok here, Jason, that we've seen many circles end around that area, and they're just like, we know how to play this position, let's get there early, and the circle just kept on centering on their position. Sure, I would have liked to see a little bit more utility at the end of the game that maybe could have unlocked the potential for Chicken Dinner versus HVVP, but man, the speed at which they pull off these rotations on last game on Miramar and now on Sanok, like, I think they're one of the fastest rotating team in this entire lobby, which I did not expect, but I'm enjoying it so far.
Yeah, and obviously Sandhawk, you're only going to play it once a day, so it's not like you need to I guess, be one of the best teams on it, but it certainly helps when trying to accumulate some points if you can have any sort of consistency. And speaking of consistency when it comes to quality, the Pullman Kuala Lumpur Banksar Hotel, the Our World is your playground. You can go check them out, all the players. I'm so jealous that they've been able to stay there. And if they've been staying there, hopefully they also have Prime as well, because with Prime, you also get some premium content in PUBG Mobile. It's PUBG Mobile items that are going to be free as well, not to mention all the benefits when it comes to Prime. They have everything delivered over to their hotel room. Actually, I might go order something after this. Maybe I can get Prime delivered to me, which I know for a fact I can because I have it. See? 400 IQ. Don't know how that's relatable, but you know what is relatable is DRS getting a second place finish as well, sneaking through there at the very end.
I did touch upon DRS a little bit. No, they're a little bit passive sometimes, but you know what? They gave themselves some placement points. I can't argue.
Well, you know what we can here? We have Damwon Gaming on the stage for an interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, of course, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2022. We're currently tuning in to the survival stage right here, featuring some of the best PUBG Mobile teams in the world. And of course, just a reminder to each and every one of you, Captain Messi is now in PUBG Mobile, all right? And is joining PUBG Mobile Battlefield, packed with Messi football icon set and more collaborations. team items available till the 31st of December 2022. So to help you stand out on the battleground, grab them in PUBG Mobile now. So if you guys haven't checked them out yet, this is actually a sample set what we have in real life. If you guys want to know more, be sure to check out more updates at all the social media platforms of PUBG Mobile or in-game updates itself. And of course, coming back into the PMGC, the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2022, we're joined in by a representative from Damwon. Yeah, right here. We're going to do a little bit of interview before we kickstart our match number 4 in just a bit. Welcome and thank you so much for joining. How are you feeling right now?
기분이 어떠신가요?
순위가 지금 많이 높아서 지금 상태에서는 되게 좋은데 제 기량이 지금 많이 낮아진 것 같아가지고 제 혼자 생각으로는 좀 많이 아직 좀 무거워요.
So my performance right now not really good right now. So I don't feel really good. But then our team performance really good right now. So it is alright.
Right. Yeah, I realize that it's quite an extensive response coming in, but it'll be all right. You guys are professionals. Now, what was your major focus in preparing for the survival stage from the group stage itself?
서바이벌 스테이지 준비하는데 뭘 제일 중요하게 생각하셨나요?
일단은 저희는 이제 풀 스쿼드 우선으로 이제 한 명 한 명씩 잘리기 안 잘리려고 이제 그 견고함을 되게 많이 노력했던 것 같습니다.
So we practice how to stay firm and so that we don't die one by one and we try to survive all 4 together. Yeah.
I guess this is like a little bit improvement in terms of communications and even playstyles for the survival stage. And South Korea has been continuing to improve every single year. And when it comes to PUBG Mobile, so how does it feel to be the only representative from South Korea left in the event?
지금 이제 대한민국에서 팀이 딱 담원기아만 남으셨는데 이제 기분이 어떠신지?
저희 팀 말고 다른 팀도 올라왔으면 하는 바람이었는데 저희 혼자만 올라와서 조금 부담감이 좀 있어가지고 더 잘해야 되겠다는 생각밖에 안 듭니다.
So he hoped that the other Korean teams would come up too, but then now Damwon is the only team left, so he feel kind of a bit of burden, but he still will do well.
There you have it. All right. And of course, what teams do you have your eyes on as potentially challenging you for top 5 in the last chance stage? So this is the last question for you.
마지막 질문인데 이제 그 last stage 가잖아요. 거기서 이제 담원기아를 좀 견제할 수 있는 만한 팀이 누가 있는지.
저희는 한번 B를 타면은 걷잡을 수 없이 강해지기 때문에 B를 한번 타면 누구도 저희한테 상대가 안 될 겁니다.
Once we're on track, we are the strongest team possible, so there won't be any teams that can compete with us.
Yeah, there you have it. Despite all the nervousness coming on inside the room, they're still confident that they're able to actually bring their A game right here at the PUBG Mobile Global Championships 2022. So for those who are tuning in, be sure to show your support to all the amazing teams competing here. Right after this, we're going to be passing over to our analyst, and we're going to continue on with match number 4. So we'll see you guys in a bit.
Feeling the pressure coming in for Damwon, being the only South Korean representative left. However, the pressure makes diamonds, as I've learned many times when it came to PMGC last year. 43 points as they're currently sitting in first place, and honestly, at the rate they're currently going, they should easily be able to hold on to a top 16, but obviously their team's focus is going to be on that top 5 going into our last chance.
I want to talk about how dripped out Flava was during that interview. That was great, but yeah, I am. I wish we had that. But Flava, oh, sorry, I was going to say Flava's looking good in the rankings. Damwon looking good in the rankings currently. They're looking amazing, but I'm not going to lie. I'm feeling a little bit bad with what we've seen from, like, you know, your i8s, BTR, LGD. We have seen some good stuff on these teams in their group stage, but it seems like we have a complete turnaround for them. So we need to see a change right now, because don't forget, it's only 2 days of play. They can't afford to continue this downfall trend.
Exactly. 12 matches in total that each of these teams will play here to determine who's top 16. And Erangel will be coming up next year with our 2 Erangels in Miramar to go. It's tough as well. I mean, if it depends on what group you're in, you kind of have to just sit there after tomorrow's games have finished and just hope that no teams pass you and that you maintain a top 16. If you're obviously outside top 16, then, well, you know what? You're unfortunately not going to be making it any further. As we take a look at our teams to watch here, Sandstorm with his DRS pick. Okay, tell me why.
Well, first of all, apologies for love the fact that I'm muting myself. But yeah, when it comes to DRS, they take a little bit of time to actually enter the zone. They seem to be playing a little bit too long on the edge, and that does seem to be affecting their play. They're not getting as many points as they would like to be. And like we mentioned before, 12 games, 12 chances. You have to take every single one of them. So I'm comparing them to Box. Box make one rotation and they're good. DRS, they're very, very slow. So I want to see them make just faster pushes, faster movements, faster rotations into the zone. And maybe that will help them out a little bit.
All right, well, looking at Maxfen's picks, you also have an odd pick coming in there with Vampire.
I think Vampire,
also known as Y if you don't speak German.
I didn't know that.
I don't know why I just randomly spoke German, but why?
Thank you for that. But Vampire, I think have been looking like a really strong team so far. I really enjoyed especially their first game on the Wrangle. We're going back to a Wrangle, so I want to see some similarities on that side. So hopefully that'll be the case. And for Rivals, I picked them because they were too passive before. This last game, you have Abby like rolling over 3 players, which that was great. But I think, tone it down just a little bit, and I think you'll just find that perfect middle ground where 4 Rivals can maybe just go a little bit further in these games. If you get chicken dinner, I think that's the thing we really want to see from 4 Rivals today, or potentially the next matches, but the hope is still there for 4 Rivals to make it happen.
They just can't please you, Max, you know? You said they're playing too passive, they play aggressive, now you're like, oh, now you're too aggressive, and... You know, Maxfen, you can be a hard man to please, but when you are pleased, it is a very exciting thing. And I'm going to be pleased to actually bring in our commentators, because we're going to head into our 4th match of the day. As the players look ready, we're ready. Hopefully you at home are ready as well.
Thank you very much, Jason. We're going to be getting into the next game. Of course, teams now starting to feel the pressure of the short set that they're going to be playing. We've had, what is it now, 3 games played. We're looking into the 4th. Blank, we're coming up to that 50% mark. We're almost halfway for the team's games that they get to play. It is really, really crucial that you're putting up numbers at this point.
It is, yeah, because there could be teams on another group tomorrow, the day after, that really perform so much better. Even towards those bottom spots as well, it is crucial that you still try and get as many points as possible. And to be fair, if you're now in those bottom 3 at this point in time, you know, I would just suggest going for those placement points, not trying to have those big games, and then just trying to get some consistency through. And if you're blessed with a circle, you run with it. But at this point in time, I don't think it's worth it trying to go for these really crazy plays to pump up some big numbers. I think you just have to hope that you are in towards that spot of maybe taking over towards 15th to 16th. Again, a lot more of that will become clear tomorrow. A little bit of a ballpark to play for, but we will see, John.
Certainly will be. I mean, at the moment, yes, you're right. It is a little bit unclear, and it won't be really clear until the final day's games of play, because there will be unbalanced numbers of matches played on these tables. But right now, looking at it, you know, if you extrapolate the discombobulation Downey Jr. factor, Blank, it would be the bottom 5 going home. If we got rid of a third of the lobby at this stage. So you're right, bottom 3 definitely need to just start thinking about how they're going to change it. Are they just going to play consistent? But then you also, on the flip side, have the fact that you get one big chicken dinner, you're in the clear, right? You get a 30-point game, and you're doubling points titles on that bracket.
You're looking a little bit happier. Obviously, when we say that the bottom 5 go home from each day, you know, we know that there's 8 teams that are going to be eliminated. 16 teams will go through to that last chance. But essentially, those are the positions where it's terrifying. Where if you are in that bottom 5, there is a very high possibility that you will be leaving this tournament at this point in time. So that is a ballpark for these teams to aim for, is to be towards that 10th place. I know as they be towards that 10th place, realistically, you want to be from the 1st to 6th, and that will see you very, very happy. But again, a lot can change over the next 2 days. We have seen how these different group formats have been played over the last 3 weeks, which have been very interesting. There's been some huge fluctuations in performance as well, and in terms of point scoring, with teams getting in towards that grand final spot on the very last day where everything seemed like it had settled with huge, huge chicken dinners. I think we've seen even like 3 or 4 chicken dinners on one day, which is unexpected to say the least, but also very, very welcome in a high competitive tournament like this. So very, very fun to see. Obviously, with the circle now heading over towards that eastern side of the map once again. Alpha 7 dropping up towards Zaki, maybe a little bit furious about this move, considering they dropped Lipovka at the start of the day, and that seemed to work out fairly decently for them. This time they've got a long stretch of land ahead of them. They will need to traverse to get to position. And once again, Bacon Time down towards the southeast and Mill to Power. I think with the very similar circle that we had on our first game, you can kind of expect that Bacon Time might do well again here. Despite all that, being in 12th place with 16 points doesn't really reflect the performance that they had in Group Green.
A lot of teams trying to just forget the past, especially, yeah, teams like Enigma Galaxy, for instance, who qualified 10th place, Inco 11th place. These are teams that are looking pretty good right now, right? 2nd place for Inco, 5th place for Enigma Galaxy on the overall standing. So they just need to keep that ball rolling. Damwon's still at the top. Of course, qualifying actually in 8th place, to be fair, but I feel like that doesn't quite tell the story of the power that they had in that green group. But that east rotation, you're right, it's going to cut off a lot of teams, larger sets of plans, right? It's going to shrink that down. So we're going to probably see a couple of conflicts come through, potentially, as we hop over to HVVP, with Alpha 7, potentially going to be the first of them to come to pass, as Alpha 7, as you were saying, dropped in that different location. Now going to have to maybe move around that north side.
I mean, most of the teams coming through from Group Green, like you said, John, with it doesn't tell the full story for Damwon Gaming. I mean, that's just purely because of how difficult a group Green was. It had some of the biggest names in PUBG Mobile in it currently, and there was a lot to play for there. I think even just getting through to the survival stage when you were in Group Green was a feat in of itself. You did have to play very, very well to make your way through. Damwon, though, 43 points. HVP potentially clashing with A7, like you said, John. We'll see if that does come to pass. Again, teams can comfortably sit in that area for quite a while. It looks like A7 are just sending over the top side towards Severny. Box have had some fairly decent positions on a lot of these games, but 19 points. They have not been able to hold on to these positions. They have not flexed out from those positions either. So this is something that Box needs to concern themselves about at the moment, because they are getting these strong compounds towards the center of the circle, but they are not holding on. And though that is a step to success, I think they're missing a few steps afterwards, which include getting knocks, getting eliminations, and clearing area.
Moving in past the ruins right now, LGD, they need a better performance, certainly. 6 points currently on the board. 3 games in a row. Looks like they had a good chance in that last Sanhok game. They were 4 versus 2, moving into a fight, but they just let it slip. They got a couple of points there, sure, but really, really not what you'd come to expect from a 4th place qualifying team. Top of the qualifiers from Group Red to be in this survival stage. 225 points on their tournament in Group Red, and it is just not there. Unfortunately, they don't really have the time to go for a bounce back, which is kind of what we've seen from actually quite a few of these Chinese teams. Nova coming back from 8th place on the day to move up to 2nd at 4 AM, looking for that resurgence. LGD as well, wanting to put in that effort, but seemingly coming up short here.
Yeah, I mean, 4 AM did make a massive leap to get themselves in towards that Grand Finals qualification spot all of a sudden, which was really quite amusing to watch as they just decided to start playing the game. They turned their phones on, essentially, and turned the brightness up. So they were good to go after that point in time. But yeah, Bacon Time, LGD, both have the potential for a bounce back. You're right, though. It's 9 more games, 9 more matches that they have to make it happen. That requires some big wins. Being down towards that 12th and 16th place becomes a little bit more difficult, because not only now are you suffering from point loss, you're also suffering from that mental game and how are you going to figure that one out. And realistically, you need that reset on the day. But that would be a case of, right, well, tomorrow we have 6 more matches, and the day after we have 6 more matches. But in the survival stage, you only have 12. So you only have 1 day in between your groups to figure out what went wrong. And then those 6 matches, you have to make something up in the meantime. So it really is a case of adapting on the fly. And if you cannot figure out what's happening on the day in those short breaks between matches, goodness me, things are going to start falling apart.
Exactly, right? And you've got normally a lot of those bounce backs were happening day 3.
Yeah.
And they don't have a day 3 here, so it is really, really time sensitive.
Yeah, you have day 2 adaption day, and then you have day 3 pop-off day, and the adaption day is missing. That's where you experiment, where you try and figure things out. So I think for LGD, you were saying some teams have forgotten the past. We're looking at Inco, we're looking at Enigma Galaxy. We're also looking at LGD, although they're a team that didn't want to forget the past. They were looking so strong. So it's just very curious, and I think that if LGD can maybe bring things back up to speed, maybe bring things out of that careless region that we're starting to see from them, you might be able to get a good game out of them. They do have players up towards that northern side already. HVP moved in, A7, in a very typical HVP spot actually, where they've played throughout the years. This is a great position to start clearing from because it's unlikely that any team is going to head towards that compound all the way on the eastern coast, so you can quite comfortably hold on this roadside. So it's something that HVP will have to consider, and if they even saw A7 dropping over towards North George.
They will have seen those parachutes, I believe it was within range. So should have their wits about them on this rotation. The good news for HVVP is that there is no one currently behind them, and they do like to play in this sort of scenario. Unfortunately, there's a lot of space to the north side of Yasnaya that they're currently basically abandoning and looking to actually send it a little bit more central here, but they are on the north side of the chock in the middle. Enigma Galaxy under fire from BTR. Currently hold a really nice compound on the top of the hill. Got a lot of sightlines onto the open ground around them.
Now, Damwon gaming the Hunters of the lobby though. That's the second time they've drawn first blood in a row. They are not letting up whatsoever right now. I think for HVP, you mentioned them moving off from that northern ground and giving up that space, and I think that it is really difficult because I think HVP plays, like you say, at maximum potential when they're able to clear out areas and make sure that they can be fully focused forward. Now, 4 rivals are coming in from the lakeside of Yasnaya, and that could prove a problem for HVVP. Unfortunately, with the circle having so many good compounds down towards this center area and so much fielded area over towards the west, it's not realistic to play on that northwest side as an edge team.
4 rivals swinging in on that north side. Bacon time on the east of the peninsula, cutting it off from the rest of the lobby. Down 1. Southwest. Going on foot here, no vehicles. Which is it's a choice. An interesting one, but it is a choice.
It's a new tactic. I've not seen this one before. I think that could pay off. It could absolutely not pay off. They still have a long way to go, and getting across those fields towards Yasnaya is not easy without vehicles itself. Osal, see him here, taking the shots over towards guys from VPE. Unfortunately, weren't able to pick up that vehicle. I imagine it would be in pretty rough state after the battering it just took from the entirety of the down 1 squad. Bacon time, they move towards that northern side, backfill over towards where A7 were playing, who have moved further in towards a high ground position.
HVVP as well have played that 2-2 split on the north side. 4 rivals have backfilled on them, which is not good news for the HVVP strategy. Look, they've already taken a knock there on one of their duos. Should be resible in this scenario. With the circle going up as it has, HVVP actually in a very confrontational spot. LGD, central, doing all right for now.
Yeah, and with the crunch on the circle now as well, this crossing from them, quite difficult to make happen. But they're in the spot now. Tixie moving through too. Kitsune gets Meku back up in his feet. I think this is where HVP maybe need to consider maybe moving off from that 2-2 split, because I think you can comfortably play a 2-2 split at zone 3 usually, but with so much of the zone being filled by fielded area, you know, you're looking more at a space that you would see with zone 4, zone 5. So it would be a good idea right now for a lot of these teams to start grouping up and getting into position. But LGD, like you said, actually find themselves a central spot, and this is a good start for them, but it is just a start, and they do need to cross that finish line first.
4 rivals taking shots on the northern side. HVVP now cannot play on the edge, right? They did make that crossing as you're highlighting, but they cannot play that edge style. We'll see if they can adapt to it. In the meantime, Vampire moved into Yasnaya Poliana, 3 players alive, playing on the northern side of it. A lot of solid buildings to overlook those fields on that area. Potential to get out towards the north side as well. So a decent spot for Vampire. DRS, eastern side, probably going to have to face off against Aegon XIA. A little bit further on that southeast coast.
Might come to pass, but I think DRS would much rather be able to swing up top side. Starlight's Gaming, party squad towards that west. And Bacon Time, just been a bit uncomfortable in this circle, constantly having to shift as they've been jostled by elbows of other teams. Deciding to head up towards the northeast side, over on those winding roads. And 4 Rivals is a pretty typical rotation, actually. A lot of teams make this one, which is just to decide if you're on that western side anyway, and it's unlikely you're going to be able to punch through a lot of these teams, you'd rather not push through those fields in the first place, where you're more than likely going to have either a vehicle exploded or a teammate go down. You swing up over Yasnaya Bridge, over the lake, and then over towards this high ground on the northern side. It's worked out fantastically well with them, the circle moving up this way, and we'll give them a lot of presence in the circle. I do agree massively, though, with Max on the desk, where he's talking about how 4 Rivals are either extremely aggressive, get some knocks and eliminations, and we can see that they can take these team fights, or extremely passive, in which case they're not able to clean out the game because they have no presence. So I think 4 Rivals, yep, Maxman, they need to find a happy balance, and it's not quite there yet.
Bacon Time on that northern edge. Look at a crunch on down next circle, just about to pop blank. And it does center up fairly nicely. Good news for LGD again. HVVP as well. Going to be all right in this scenario. That northern side, we're going to get a bit hairy. How on earth did he get through that? I have no idea. Doesn't take damage, hits the deck and turns it around for looking for a knock as well. In come the rest of the 4 Rivals. Looking for a little bit of backup there. Appy wants to swing through. Go for the res, but denied that with a lovely shot coming through from IQ. Aegon XIA. Taking 4 Rivals to task. Unfortunately, 4 Rivals lose 2 of their players, and only the one standing now for Aegon XIA to try and keep this going, but IQ is up and on that ridge line. Ghost flushed out. Shots coming through. Spray is good for 1, but Appy swings down low. Chariots him home.
Well, that's the thing, is that, yes, they got the leg sweep over towards IA in the end, but they just don't have that presence. They're not holding this position. They were kind of just sitting there, waiting for something to happen. And then when it did, they did not react very well to it at all. An allergic reaction across the entirety of the team, which led to 2 players getting knocked and flushed. So now 4 Rivals in a very tricky position, have had to leave that high ground they were in the beginning, and now are just in survival mode, essentially. Very, very difficult now for 4 Rivals to get a lot of points on board. Still in 5th place. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's not the end of the world either. So they should be able to get some more points, maybe through just surviving, getting to a top ranking in the lobby. That would work out. But DRS, Bacon Time, they're in the wings.
DRS looking for shots if they can find them. You can bet your bottom dollar that they'll take them. Moving through the open fields, though, not the easiest task. LGD spot a player from Enigma Galaxy, down 1 in the meantime. Look at the number of smokes. That's got to be at least 12 smokes out for this one crossing. And to be fair, you kind of need it against this high ground from Titan. They get across with 3 and look for a res, but a nade ruins the day. Brings them back down. Can they find another? Is it got the distance on him? Not quite. But Fabian does go down in the meantime. Teak able to shut that one out.
Yeah, I mean, they've been holding on to this for ages, and quite honestly, Damon's soles on their shoes should be very worn out at this point in time. The fact that they've walked all the way over here, they've only had smokes to work with. Fabian, very low, but Forest in the back line with that off angle. Really good stuff. Osal down though with Teak finding a nade over the top, and now looking to just finish this one off. Forest out, and that is our top placing team removed by the Titans, heading up towards 7th place. Box Gaming, equally doing the same tactic as before. They sit in that position they find at the beginning of the game and then forget they have to play PUBG Mobile to get those chicken dinners.
And Alpha 7 will be taking them on for it. Soaz actually nails a couple of shots over towards Mythic, backs him off the ridgeline, slows it down. Sure, 3 teammates down, however, is not ideal. A lot of damage coming through, and actually Mythic goes down to power, but there's an angle, and it's Bigatron to spoil the day there for Box Gaming. Southwest side, a little bit more open now. Mafioso and Revo for Alpha 7 playing as a duo near power. I think they've got 3. Oh, looks like actually they've got 4.
A7 suffering at the moment. Not really be able to see anything too extravagant come out from this team so far. You're expecting those big numbers, you're expecting those big fights coming through May 7, who are historically a very aggressive team, extremely good in team fights. 3 eliminations, that seems acceptable and what you'd see coming through from May 7. But losing the 2 players, they've just not been dominant in these fights, and you need to take a lot during these matches. Baker Time have an interesting spot on that winding road that looks down towards a lot of these teams underneath, but I've taken a huge amount of damage, and the circle pushes them in.
Really, really tricky there. HVVP right next to the circle. I imagine what they're going to do is try and wait out these teams, allow them to try and move first, as they have got the inside track there. LGD, very, very pleased about this. They needed a game that shifted their way.
Probably the singular best compound in this entire circle itself. Titans, yes, they have a compound that's just on the edge of Yasnaya Polyana, but that will be something that they'll have to leave very, very shortly. For HVP, there's not many places to go. It's open ground over towards LGD anyway, so you're really struggling. This is going to be a case of sending in as late as possible and picking up maybe a compound made through hardcover that includes rocks, hay bales, the like, with some vehicles propped up in the way. But you are at that point in time committing to one spot. So this is why HVP want to wait as long as possible, try and take out as many teams in front of them as they can before they make that initial move.
Maku hopping out the window. Already seeing a lot of teams try to move. 4 rivals sent all the way, try and get across the field, but unfortunately shut down by Titans. They have got that 3-story building, which is massive, massive oversight over these fields. So all of these teams on the north are fodder for the guns of the Titans right now. They're just taking a look out and keeping things clean. HVVP, they will have that choice in it ahead of them, probably coming in about 30 seconds. We're going to see that move come through. But they do want to clear those teams to their south early.
It's a difficult move for them. I think that they have one of the best options for them at the moment, just because they have that compound, they had that natural cover in the first place. And for all these other teams, it's been a case of we move now or the circle pushes it into the sightlines of other teams. With HVP holding this compound in the first place, they've been able to dip and duck into cover and out again to drop some sightlines, drop some shots over towards some other teams. LGD, on the other hand, with this circle that they definitely fought for, it was not easy to get this position, so you cannot say that they were circle blessed this time around. So this is a moment where, you know, the high caliber teams, they really do step up when it is needed. A lot of times you'll see a team go, you know, practically 0-0 for 3 matches in a row and then just spiral out of control. LGD, on the other hand, are looking to bring this back.
Really looking to keep it together. 4 players alive, 2 eliminations, looking to put up a third with Ice going down from Bacon Time. It's further north of their position. Bigatron on the south side are still 4 players. They're a little bit sleeper on this engagement, but they have been fairly solid on this area. Circle does shift and again keeps LGD in it, close to HVVP on the northeast side, but everyone's getting crunched now.
And being able to take the shots. Difficult compound to even breach as well, with the walls on the outside and a lot of clear sight lines to these, to LGD to stop a crash coming in so quickly, and you see so much open ground around them. With this circle shift as well, I think it would be very unlikely we don't see LGD in a second or first place, and a second place would take into account a drastic mistake coming through from LGD. Matic does go down, takes a headshot coming through from DRS. This is up towards that north side, so might not be able to finish off the final member of HVP, but Suki happy to look for that last elimination. So much damage coming through to HVP, but again, it's that hard cover they looked for, they identified it on the map, and that's where they're moving to, using the smokes, slowly traversing over in that direction.
Excellent control of sightlines though from LGD. They are playing this position well and keeping it calm for now, which is good to see. They will jump up just a little bit ahead now over Bigatron, so off the bottom of the tables. Shots over towards Power. HVVP looking to take down teams around them, try and ladder up. Bacon Time will go down first. Another player knocked for HVVP, but they're close enough together that they can get these reses going. LGD, 5 eliminations now, but Titans are on 9, Blank, on the western side.
Yeah, Titans have played out this position really well, and considering they've got 4 players still alive, up against Dan1 Gaming as well, our top spot in the lobby, I think Titans have done extremely good work. But again, they're kind of a flip-flop team, right? Sometimes they are absolutely out of control, massive gamers, but a lot of times they're just coasting, which is rough to see. Teak, though, finally finished off VPE, and you cannot say that this is not a good game coming through from Titans at the moment. They've held some very good spots and cleared out the teams that they needed to get back into the circle.
Double digits coming through on the elimination count already for Titans. LGD holding in the center. As you were saying before, so difficult to make this push. It's made so much harder by the fact that everybody else will shoot you as soon as you try and step forwards. Kitsune getting rolled up on, actually losing one of their players, almost losing a second as well, but Tixie and Meku stay standing. Titans making their push, but Bigatron are starting to strike now. They've been quiet on this south side, but this is where they can start to turn up the heat. Can they get across that road? Are they even going to need to? A swing through, and Jem Foster goes between the two. Field goal doesn't get you any points there, unfortunately. Titan moving up with 3. BTR trying to rebuff with all 4 of their players. They're all on that north side of the road now. They have made that crossing. Nades can start to fly. Utility being put in as well. The Molotovs to slow things down and get everyone back to full HP.
3 players for Titans. BTR with a smoke wall in front of them. Looks like Titans might look for a slightly better backstop scenario. Again, another vehicle push through coming through from BTR to try and find out where these players are actually heading. Jem Foster takes a big risk, but it's Teak once again with a big double, and BTR's in trouble.
Tees off with the woods, and we'll be able to knock them all the way down. Unfortunately, Puncher does fall on the aggressive push, but 6 is there, hits the drop shot to Jen Foster. Just Luxy now remains, but he's up against Teak, who's been an absolute cannon for the roster. Bigatron will go down, unfortunately for them. That is going to be good news on the western side for Teak and the Titans.
I mean, Teak has just been glorious today. He's been bringing a lot of impact through to Titans. It feels like when he has a good day, so do the Titans themselves. But they have a long way to move. Circle still favors LGD. Although it's not directly on top of them this time, still it's one of those outposts that getting close to this position is so hard. HVP have to move out from their shack, and Inko moves in. It's just Meku, and it's an awkward push-up, but the auto shotty will finish it off.
Still, 5th place, 4 eliminations. Very respectable for HVVP. Now is where LGD might start to sweat a little bit, with Titans over the hill, Inko and DRS on the far side of it. If Titans can make it up to the wall, could be a little bit of trouble for LGD.
Inko currently determined to get in towards PMGC through that last chance scenario. Really bringing up the momentum today. Good stuff from them, and a massive change of pace from their original group stage rankings. In come Titans.
Oh, there's Puncher on the wall. We'll be able to go 1 for 1 on the trade, but the numbers are not with them at this stage. The other teams are looking their way as Inko play on that south wall nicely. DRS still getting suppressed. LGD have only lost the 1, and Teak is the last to fall. Titan eliminated, but 13 eliminations and a 4th place. Again, far more than respectable on this.
Good stuff from Titans, and you know, you've got to appreciate the fact that they went for that push, they went for that crash over towards LGD when it feels now and impossible to assault that position. Suki will get back up on his feet. Again, it will be a massive misplay if LGD do not pick up this chicken dinner. Delta goes for the bandages, now LGD, it's clean-up duty. Inko, though, I think we finished on this exact compound last time around.
Here's the thing.
The boys.
Here's the thing, Blank. On the outside, the circle will shrink away from LGD. If Inko can survive, they have the advantage.
Get there first, though. Again, Inko suffering from lack of utility. And Chungsi opens up the big one towards Squash. Becca down 2. 10 eliminations here for LGD. looking to finish it up strong, 11. And they might have righted all the wrongs that started off today.
They could just push it over the line. This is already shaping up to be nearly a 30-point game for them. They've had so much power in this circle. And this is what we talk about. The one game, the one powerful game can change everything when you're at the bottom of the tables, when you're playing in 12-game sets.
Ollie looking to finish off DRS, but LGD would love these points as well. Far more concerned with Inco at the moment. See if they make a misstep or anything. But eliminations over the DRS for LGD extremely important for them. Vitali goes down to Killer.
Ooh, no.
That is bad news.
And I bet say the last player standing for Inco, but LGD are all up. 2 players alive for DRS. Nenebete, they know exactly where he is, but DRS has so much ground to cover. Nenebete just can open fire, has got a med kit on board as well. Looks like he's got level 3s, a little bit of utility to boot. Delta getting burnt away by the zone. Nenebete is not going to let that one go. And picks up 10 eliminations for Inco. Nades can come through though, and LGD, I mean, they should win this. If they don't, you're right, it is a massive misplay. But Nenebete, I think he's popping the med kit. He'll be able to get back to full instantly. We'll be able to get there, but there's the angle. And Suki nails the final shot. It's LGD to right the wrongs that they faced and take a chicken dinner. 12 eliminations up on the cards as well. It's going to see them towards those middle table positions.
I mean, Inco have done a great job today. They pull out the lightsaber and slash their way towards the top of the lobby. But you got to call LGD the Empire because they always strike back. It is fantastic stuff from them so far. I bet they're really happy with themselves on this game. It was a much-needed relief for them as well. They should see them towards the top. Again, it was not an easy push for them to get into that position. It was through a lot of teams. They took some great shots, and they were able to keep everyone around them at bay for long enough, so that end game was pretty easy for them. So yes, it looked simple towards the end, but the setup is what is difficult.
LGD, I mean, fairly even, I would say, on the damage split there. The eliminations a little bit lower on some of the players, but still fairly even. It definitely was a team effort coming on through. Suki, though, standout 5 eliminations, 894 damage. Definitely solid with that mini 14.
Honestly, I was very proud of LGD that game. I mean, we were waiting for the comeback potential. We felt like it wasn't possible. And we were saying that, you know, if you're in that bottom 3, you kind of just have to hope that you can find a good position and get a big chicken dinner from it. What I wasn't expecting is for LGD to just grab the game by the throat and then just pull themselves towards a position where they could get that massive game.
Never forget, they were 4th place in their group, top of the qualifiers from that group. But here is where they've shown it for the first time today.
Well, LGD have finally done it. Nice little chicken dinner on the side for them with 27 points in total. And the position they had towards the end was looking fantastic as well. I think that was watching DRS just fight it out as LGD just sitting back waiting for their time to shine. But Inco gaming as well, picking up 22 points. Titan picking up 21 with 13 eliminations. Honestly, a lot to break down here in this match, Sandstorm.
Yeah, especially as well with Inco. This is the second time that we're seeing Erangel position the first zone, the second zone around where they drop, and they seem to be capitalizing on that, making sure that they make the right rotation. They ended up getting themselves to the top 3, a decent amount of eliminations as well. So very happy with Inco so far and expecting them to do a little bit more within the next few games as well.
See a quick little head-to-head between Suki and Teak and Max. You were saying, like, Suki, oh my god, he's so good. He's able to
That's
prove
what I
it
said.
here. That does actually, well, he says it obviously in a French accent. Let me correct myself.
Oh, très bien, Suki, c'est le beau play. but really, Suki, give this guy anything that's like long range, and he's going to absolutely obliterate you. Okay, was that?
I said French accent, not in French. And you went full French.
I did go a little bit too much there, but that's the thing. We're looking at these Orangles. You got a central compound. Teams playing it. We saw Inko playing it, maybe a little bit too passive. And then you see what LGD did there. They were actively making sure that teams around them were going to be hurt. They're going to be wounded. If they're going to crash their position, it will not be as a full-man team. We saw that when I think it was Titan wanted to go for the breach, but before they even made it, getting absolutely wrecked by those shots from Suki. They're down to 2 players. And of course, because you're taking a 2v4, you're going to be failing in that breach. So really enjoyed what LGD did. It's not like they were in a great position and idle. They were actively taking shots and making sure all the teams were wounded around them.
I mean, is this the LGD that you've been talking about ever since the start of this event for PMGC? You've been talking them up. They really kind of had an underperformance, at least towards the beginning of that first week for the group red. But is this the LGD that you expected to come into the event, Max?
No, I would say this is a game that was a little bit handed to them. I think they played it great, but this is a team that when I was looking at them back in PL, they're all about macro rotations. They didn't have to rotate too much. So this is sure, like they displayed especially the mini 14 play from Suki. I expect that to some extent. I still want to see like the rotations in really, really tough circles that I have yet to see really much. So I still want to see a little bit more, but still a good finish from them.
Okay, well, we're going to head to a short break here where we get things ready to go for our 5th match of the day. And we'll see you guys in just a few moments here for the continuation of PMGC. Well, I told you it was going to be a short break, and there it is, wrapping things up here as we had LGD take a victory. Maxman, I believe, did you have LGD as a team to watch?
I didn't have it last game, but I have them for the next game, and I predicted them before they won the chicken dinner, so I guess technically yes. I'll take what I can get.
I guess that's technically not wrong, though technically not right. Though what is technically right is its own Xperia 1 for Xperia stream, made in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile on 90 Hz with Xperia stream's total cooling system, multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming, which is exactly what Sandstorm does here. As Sandstorm, last match, very good for LGD, but where does it move them in the leaderboards? As well as we take a look at BTR in particular, since they were down towards the bottom of the table. And I mean, damn one Kia, that's what can happen in just 1 or 2 matches. They fall into 4th place, but again, it's top 16. It's not that big of a deal for now.
Yeah, and Inco Gaming, shout out to them. They're doing absolutely incredible so far with 60 points throughout the 4 games. And they do have a history of performing very, very well when it comes to, let's say, 2 or 3 days when it comes to a tournament. So what happened with the Brazilian tournament, which qualified them to the Americas, they managed to get first place with a, I guess it was just a 1-day or 2-day tournament, and they still managed to get first place. So I'm expecting them to perform very well compared to these teams. But the biggest surprise when I'm looking at the ranking is still BTR, 13 points, 15th place.
They're still there.
They're still there, and this is so bad for them. But I can understand that there's so much pressure on their shoulders. And like we saw, these guys are playing to qualify to play in their home country. So there must be a lot affecting them at this point.
Well, technically they're qualified because the other group hasn't played yet. and they're still top 16 right now. But obviously that could change quite a bit as we progress on through the next couple of days here, as we have Miramar coming next as our penultimate match of the day. And we got to see Miramar being won by Damwon earlier, and that phenomenal 2v3 that happened against 4 rivals, which we will definitely not forget here. But here's our expected drop locations. Maybe a little bit of action in Los Leones, potentially coming our way with HVVP. But El Pozo, as you can see, 3 teams there. It's going to be a tough battle, even in El Azahar as well.
I do want to see LGD be a little bit more careful on how they rotated, because we saw them get, and we didn't have time to even talk about it, but it was really interesting how the early game of the first Miramar went down. LGD, wide rotate around the north of El Pozo into La Cobreria, but the thing is, HVVP always tend to linger around La Cobreria. You cannot rotate there without scouting beforehand, so LGD, I want to see them maybe step back a little bit on their rotations, be a little bit more cautious, because they're such a good team on Miramar, but we lost them so early on the first game, so I just want to see them be a little bit more cautious on how they approach this circle in this game. So they're still good on Miramar, but that last game made me doubt a little bit how they played it.
You know, Sandstorm, you mentioned something while we were watching that last match, as we can take a look at our teams to watch, but I really want you to focus on this in particular. You were talking about how we're expecting teams to play differently here in the survival stage versus the last chance stage, because obviously top 16 is much more of a feasible feat for teams than a top 5.
Yeah. So basically, you're going to be seeing a decent amount of teams just try to play for placement and play very, very calmly. Like we've seen DRS still. That's why I have them as one of my teams to watch. They're very cool, very calm, very collected, trying to play on the edge of the zone. Just want to guarantee at least some placement points. But you're not going to see a team play that way when they have to get all the way to the top 5. Guarantee top 16 now and then change it up a little bit. So we might even see a change in drop locations. Some teams, for example, like Alpha, like to drop in military base and Zarki, but they sometimes change it up depending on what they're feeling. What's their game plan? Do they want to go for limbs, or is it just placement points? So a lot of things are going to change compared to today's games and what we're going to see in the last chance.
Well, I just hope for teams like DRS that they're not getting too set in their ways here, considering this is a good use of potentially practice time for them to get into top 5, to practice going up against teams in a head-to-head combat. But one team in here with our teams to watch is Maxman's choice of Bacon Time. Huh, why?
So why? It's because I actually really enjoyed their rotations last game. I think they've been a team that's been a little bit silent throughout today in particular, but the last rotations they had, they were avoiding that entire cluster of Team South, and I think that they read the circle really well. They had a good understanding of how teams were going to rotate. Just like, let's play Lipovka, Eastern side, avoid all of those teams and get in a decent spot after the circle got a bit tricky to deal with. But I think the Bacon Time showed potential that match, and I want to see if they can reiterate that and hopefully go a little bit further in this game.
Okay, well, you know what, Maxman? Bacon Time has a chance to do so, but I'm going to make you the host right now, because I told you before I was going to make you do it at some point. So I want you to throw it to the casters in your best English-speaking French accent.
My best English-speaking French accent. It is time for... Oh.
No chance, mate. Yeah, we're too busy. We're getting right on into the game.
He's been had there, honestly.
Oh, he really has been.
That is unfortunate, to say the least. I'm sorry, Maxman, about that. But yes, we are taking over now. So we will be captaining this next ship as I get my glasses in place so I can see exactly what's going on, because it is required at the moment with so many wacky things going on during these games. I mean, Inco being one of our big competitors at the moment is not something I expected whatsoever. Nenebete still doing some serious work with them. Even being the last member alive there at the end, I think he has performed very well. If Vitali hadn't gone down to DRS, maybe we could have seen something else come out from the squad of Inco. Unfortunately, he is caught off by DRS on the side. Again, though, LGD really did need that game, and I think that they pressed very hard to pick up those big points towards the end. And then just clean house of it. Let's see if they can continue that kind of performance, or if they return to all, because again, still, that is not enough, right, to see you safe. You don't want that one big game and then just start coasting again. LGD still have to keep plodding onwards.
And the same story for Titan, right, as well. They had a massive game on that Erangel on the open fields near Yasnaya. Second place right now, but you're right, you do need to keep up that pace. It is a sprint. And in a sprint, teams will be right behind you to overtake very, very quickly as soon as you stumble.
HVP, I think, have been fairly consistent so far for us, as have Damwon Gaming. They have been able to pick up some good points throughout the day. I think that's the first time we see Damwon Gaming really suffer a very early loss in that game. That was versus the guys from Titans in the first place. That was purely off the back of the fact that Damwon Gaming spent half the game just running. So I don't know if all their vehicles got stolen at the start and they were just forced to strap on the boots and get a moving. So that was a slightly weird start for them. So you can kind of understand why they would get themselves into some strange scenarios towards the end. Essentially,
they got rolled up on by Vampire, didn't they? They got rolled up on by Vampire, who were in vehicles. I don't know.
Yeah, they were able to find one knockover towards Vampire, and that was it. And then I think the vehicle was practically useless at that point, in which case Vampire just send away and then deal with Titans afterwards in Yasnaya. So an awkward game there for the guys from Damwon. We'll see if they can bring things back up to speed here on Miramar.
Plane path cuts a little bit northward, but should be fine. Actually fairly accessible to pretty much everywhere. I'd say this is probably one of the kinder plane paths you can see on Miramar. You can grab some vehicles on those south roads, head down to Valle de Mar if you so choose. You might even see a couple of teams do that, but it is a fairly middle circle, south leaning, sure, but in the ground between Picado and Los Leones is where we find our center.
LGD on the screens at the moment. Down towards Impala. Will have to move from this position. DRS underneath them. I think they've spotted that Impala is fairly open most of the time here on these maps. So taking one of these spots as opposed to dealing with HVP all the time up towards La Cabrera, not a bad idea whatsoever. I'm actually fully on board with this change. And again, it's that adaptation. We said that, you know, you have those days where things don't work out. You have the second day where you adapt. On the third day, you bounce back. However, this is all having to happen in a short time scale for a lot of these teams, and that's why it is a survival stage. That's why you've got to be over on those streaming applications watching Bear Grylls to understand how you can get yourself through these kind of scenarios and take any little bit of survival tips that you can get to make sure you can get back up into speed. And for LGD, this is just working with the game on the fly. You know, work with what you've got, and if it's a case that you identify, right, Impala, there's no one dropping there, let's quickly move over, we'll adapt the game on match 5 of the first day to try and see ourselves some more points and get this locked down before we head into our second.
DRS on that south side. Alpha 7 out to the west of Hacienda in San Martin. Currently uncontested on these loot spots. It looked with the drop map that we had before the game like there were going to be a lot of contestations, but I mean, the start of the first Miramar did seem to be fairly quiet in most regards, really. I don't think we had any hot drops in that first game. And it looks like the teams will be sticking to their guns there. But there are 3 teams pretty close to Los Leones at this stage. So potential for a little bit of scrapping, a little bit of trading back and forth there. But I'm not expecting any flushes to come through from it. It's a big city.
Yeah, and there's a lot of position that you can play. I mean, even down this side in front of Blade, off towards the north, I mean, you have that massive drop-off where people can efficiently loot down towards La Bandita. You do have to be careful of those 4 stories, in which case you can take shots down towards teams like that. So MBM already sent out from LGD to try and scout that position for them. VP up towards that northern side, but yeah, again, most likely won't get involved with this too early on. Again, this can end up anywhere in this area, and I think there's a fair few interesting spots it could head to. I mean, Los Leones, a massive urban ending would be very enjoyable. There is also that tricky hurdle that you have to kind of work your way across up towards that northern side where there's the Death Valley, and then there's high ground that you have to be able to take care of nice and early. If you see it do shift up towards that northern side, you're going to see teams like HVP, Enigma Galaxy, and Starlights Gaming all on the outside of the circle immediately start to head in, because there's some priority compounds in this area, priority positions, in fact, just on the high ground that you have to take up early on in the game if you want to secure a chance at getting towards that 20-minute plus mark.
Really important for consistent performance. You're right, getting above that 20 mark. Bacon time. One of the teams to watch there. I mean, to be fair, 4th place qualifier from Group Green should be one of the pick of the litter when it comes to the top of the tables. But as of right now, not really having that sort of an impact. 13th place on the overall rankings, so need to step up a little bit further. One of the two teams from Thailand in this lobby. Them and Vampire representing. And at the moment, not quite going to be the best of performances from Bacon Time. Vampire, a little bit happier with their showing so far. 9th place, 32 points, very, very middle of the pack. It's essentially 5th place when you look at the standings. 33 down to 30 points in 10th. They're basically the same position in my mind at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be a strange one going forward at how this breaks up. I mean, they'll certainly still be 9th place tomorrow as teams start to get some more points over on that side and maybe leapfrog them. And very difficult to make out with the groups being static on day to day. You don't really have a clear goal line either until that second day has been concluded for at least one of these groups. LGD make their way past La Bandita, so the rest of the team did regroup with MVM from Impala.
Just a little bit of a regroup on the cards. Jen Foster actually very close to Inco. Does manage to get up to speed and out of dodge. Near Picardo. South side of it, Inco gonna surge. On the northern side, who are they taking shots from? Is this a split from Bigatron coming through? I think it might be on the northern side. Alpha 7 are also a little bit further north, near San Martin still. Yeah, it is that 2-2 split coming through. Inco under pressure from multiple angles now. Might cause them to come a cropper, but then again, they are playing as 4. If they find out that they have a Bigatron player vulnerable close to them, they might just push through Picardo.
It's a bit interesting for BTR considering now Picardo, which has been their spot for so long, starts to be invaded upon by Inco. Most teams kind of unwilling to move into that position. I think BTR is starting to lose some of that power that we saw from that, a little bit of resurgence in that first week. Definitely possible, though. I mean, you see it from LGD, who are currently in 33 points in 5th place. It is so possible to get up towards that top side.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's almost amusing looking at that 5th place go from 33 down to 9th place with 32. And then, what is it? 4 teams tied on 32 points at the moment. It's a bit curious. But again, those points will start to even out a little bit. So every tiny little inch counts right now for these teams. If they get any points that they can do, even it means, 1 point for Enigma Galaxy or 2 points for Enigma Galaxy could mean a 4th place if all these teams go out now.
Suki under pressure from LGD. Power, that's a teammate. We've got to be worried about that. Kante very low. Caught out on the hillside and run straight on down. Looks like they're taking fights on multiple fronts. Kante the first casualty though and will fall. First blood. Goes through for LGD. And nade! Oh, he steps out. That was perfectly incorrectly timed, I suppose, for Power to lose another to a nade. And Suki stays alive on the outside. Aziz a little bit late on this backup at the moment. It's basically a 1 versus 4 in this compound. The burn is there. It's good. But it will only find the 1, and that is going to be very resible on the inside. LGD stay up at 4, pick up 3 points. Great news for them. Should be a pretty solid spot as this circle blankets a hard southeast shift.
Yeah, really clean there from LGD. Able to pick up a lot of that, and a south shift down towards Impala actually gives LGD even more room because they've already cleared a lot of down towards that eastern side of Los Leones. They know they can just send it through towards maybe a road crossing, maybe one of these high ground positions towards Los Leones. So there is a definite possibility LGD gets into another strong spot, but that requires them to move fairly rapidly. Probably on that northern side, they're all getting into vehicles. Aziz on that east from Power, obviously losing all of his members over towards the engagement with LGD, just gone past. HVP also on their move down towards this roadside, trying to accelerate as quickly as possible to get in towards this game. Start this game, I'm not sure where they're going.
I mean, this position, to be fair, is the sort of position that HVVP thrive in, right? They play on that edge. They don't have anyone backfilling them. They just push through with fairly little resistance from most teams in this lobby. Hopefully they can make something of it here. Third place right now. They got a good chicken dinner earlier. They stayed consistent after that. They're 45 points and really are still very much in the conversation for one of the 5 teams that will be making it out of not only this stage of survival, but also that last chance to get to those grand finals. This is a team that people are looking at as a very, very viable contender. HVVP definitely wants to bring this one back.
I think there's a lot of favourites here in this lobby. I mean, VPE, I think to take it home for Thailand. Lose one member, but back on the feet. I like this from VP. Their playstyle just really is quite slap and dash in it, really. I like it. You know, the hit and run tactics from VP at the moment. They take one knock, it doesn't matter. They gain ground, they move further up. It's the way they play. I think it's a lot of times it leaves them with a lot of bruises, you know, maybe a few broken bones, but at the end, they do make it all the way to those final stages of each match. And then head to the hospital shortly afterwards to get themselves patched back up again for the next one.
Tetanus shot, make sure you're, all sorted for that. Getting in and amongst it. To be fair, I mean, yeah, you're right. They are bare-knuckle brawling the lobby at times. Can be dangerous. The shift goes in. It's Los Leones. Got quite a lot of a chunk in it, but there is still potential to head outside towards Titans, who went for a very wide south rotate earlier in the blue zone on the south road.
It's a typical position for Titans so far, and can find good amount of success from this. I mean, a lot of teams love to play this spot up towards where Titans are anyway. You move right to the edge, up towards that northern side. You can take so many good shots down towards anyone in Los Leones. And if it's not a definite Los Leones finish, you could certainly pick up a huge amount of eliminations from Titans' position. So picking this one up nice and early, great idea. You know, it doesn't necessarily factor yourself into getting an easy chicken dinner, but what it does give you is if you have the gun skill, you have the power to make it happen, you're afforded a ability to get a lot of those elimination points.
Scry knocked, flushed. Luxy picks it up. Bigatron, bag the point. For rivals though, they want the challenge. And Buru up with the micro Uzi, close range. And Foster holding forwards with the UMP, has the high ground backup as well from his teammates. Bigatron holding pretty solid right now on this north side of Los Leones. They've been here for quite a while. 4 rivals looking to take that challenge and still getting rebuffed at every turn. Bigatron hold clean as Inco now step up for the fight, but they're a little bit too late to the party. 4 rivals will be going down here, I have no doubt, but a clean rock up from Inco finds Gen Foster fast. Nano Bete low. Flash from Gen Foster and a knock onto the back line of Inco slows things down, but Bigatron are losing players in the midst of it all either way. Squash, another one to fall, and now it's just Vitali. Can Bigatron keep it together? Liquid is down. They will be at 3 maximum, and all of a sudden, hang on a minute, 4 rivals, they're still at 2, they're still alive. Box are coming into play. They're moving in through. They've heard all the commotion. They want a slice of the pie.
A huge amount of teams from this northern side trying to get stuck in on the action, looking to pick up the position where they can. And Box getting into this one so late means that they can kind of surround this spot. Any team that wants to leave, move down towards that south side, Box is going to try and get ahead and set themselves up for success later on.
4 teams in this vicinity. You've got Aegon XA a little bit further away, still on the north side of the road. Dam 1 on the west edge of Los Leones. Will be potentially looking to sweep all the way through. Should it come to that. Enigma Galaxy on the south side. You've got HVVP and Titans on the South Hills as well.
HVVP moving into a position where don't necessarily have all the information in the world. I think this is a spot that could easily have teams within it. I think HVP should know. I mean, Kitsune's taken damage, so you'd imagine that that's from one of the Titans players. No one really else in this area that could have done that to them. So HVP currently playing a slow game, but this is actually much better for them. They can now swing back up towards that western side, back towards the circle itself, and we will have that urban finish in Los Leones. A lot of those big positions up in the towers of Los Leones as well you can take shots from, but it's going to be interesting. A lot of this close quarters combat will be required, so if you're quick on the trigger, you've got the reflex to make it happen, this is where you can start to shine.
Titans moving in, actually breaking out to the east, which isolates HVVP's angle in just a little bit. It looks like they are going to regroup on that position. So not going to challenge directly and backfill HVVP. They're going to present a united front to the teams further north of them. Might be quite effective, might prove to be, but HVVP, they're not going to stop. They're just going to sail straight on in and try and take a South Point building. Looks like it will be successful on their crash. Titan's not going to slow them down, but can they get into the buildings and cover before that comes through?
That is the difficulty. I mean, at this point in time, most teams are happy that they already made their way in. VPE brawled their way in towards the central spot at the moment, and they're holding on to it. I think this is one of the teams that is quite terrifying when it comes to taking an engagement. Damwon still haven't found their way in, though. And again, we mentioned that, you know, they're taking some aggressive plays, they're getting some good eliminations, but at the end of the day, they are a tactical team. So they're waiting this one out on the western side, seeing how things pan out towards the center. And at that point, that's when they'll start to move in for a little bit of conflict. But yeah, a lot of teams in this circle at the moment, 15 so far. And again, urban finishes are 100% affected by these new circle settings. With the amount of space that is now available, you're not having teams being crunched so quickly. So every one of these positions becomes quite valuable.
Box Gaming on the back foot as Bigatron pushed them upstairs, occupying that ground floor. A little bit easier to rotate for Bigatron, but they will have teams, well, Box specifically, overlooking any rotation they want to make in the future. 3 players, remember, for Bigatron after their scrap on the northern side. 4 rivals are still alive as well. And with 2, you could do a lot in these urban environments.
Yeah, it's still possible. 100% still possible. You kind of find a little targets where you can, pick them up, isolate teams, try and force engagements. That is a way that you can work this kind of lobby to your advantage. Bacon time, also very central. Again, we mentioned that LGD, they were central last game, they looked for a big game, but now it's time for Bacon time to really pull their socks up, try and get into a position where they can contest for one of these spots that heads through towards the grand finals.
Show us why they were that 4th place position. Snubbed at the final post. In it all the way until the end, actually, for a direct qualification spot in Group Green, the Group of Death, so-called. But not really turning up so far. You're right, they do need this result. DRS, they've been chilling on this hillside. Alpha 7, Miramar, well, we call them Miramar specialists, right? We didn't see it earlier today. Hopefully they're going to have a little bit of a better showing here. Alpha 7, I mean, they had a scrap, remember, I think, on these hillsides with Nova that they just lost due to an unfortunate incident with a rock. And hopefully they're going to look to repeat that and go for DRS and get the result that they were looking for that time around. Play on this hillside, because it's got a lot of power on the outside here.
Yeah, I think you look at Alpha 7, though, and they're just completely outclassed by Influence Kemin at the moment. Honestly, I don't think they're the powerhouses of their own region anymore, sadly. I remember back in the days where, you know, these were the boys that you would set forward as the Western representatives, but no longer a case anymore. Alpha 7's still a very strong team, but nowhere near towards the top of the tables as they used to be. DRS, though, currently have played a super quiet game. It's a surprise they're in 7th place, but still, making it happen from 7th place is absolutely fine. Getting those consistent points where you can. But you never see them towards the center of the circle. They're always crawling in towards the end. But the fact that DRS is currently taking it towards Alpha 7, I think this is something that really shouldn't be happening.
Around the back of the mountain, it's an isolated fight. It's straight up between these 2 teams. DRS even actually having more to worry about than Alpha 7, I'd say, at this stage. And the fact that they're losing players, they're going down, they're losing health bars, it's not good. Mythic looks for this res over onto Revo and Nade to try and slow it down. Delta is their rules on a side swipe. But the res can come through. It looks like Revo will be back on feet. Delta doesn't get spotted by Carrillo, not just yet. So we pan over to down 1 on the western side. Pretty quiet in the city for now, but I imagine that north side, probably the hot pot starting to bubble in the moments to come. Mafioso spotted backline. Killer. They know his position now with that gunfire. Has to fall away from it. Can't afford to get naded in this scenario. Delta shot back over towards Mafioso. He's laying down on the hillside, but he can't actually peek it out. Goes for the spray, and Delta backs off the line. Mafioso, balls of steel there to hold it.
Just holding on to these angles like nothing else. At some point, they have to punch through, though. And for DRS, they understand that more than most. For Alpha 7, they're happy just to corral them towards this circle edge, put them in an uncomfortable scenario where they have to push unwisely into DRS's position. Titans, you said that they made that rotation over towards that eastern side. They've taken the approach that hasn't really put them in contest with many other teams so far, but has afforded them a much more quiet game, a game where they can consider all the possibilities in front of them. HVP also made their way down towards that southwest edge. They have a lot of positions they can hold on to, avoiding the Molotov by climbing over it. Now, that's not something I wanted to see today.
DRS now being taken to task. Alpha 7, they found that opening, and finally DRS being dethroned from the top of this mountain. 2 players already down. You imagine Rules and Giante just going to try and find a back foot position, and players a duo hiding out. LGD actually taking shots over towards Alpha 7. In the meantime, suppressing fire from the city, but they've already done the job. Alpha 7 can control a lot of ground now.
A lot of 4-man squads still remaining. Towards this urban finish, it is going to be very enjoyable watching all these teams go to task against one another. Skylights Gaming's also took a very long-winded approach towards this game, but managed to get into a fairly decent spot, actually.
It's at times like this in the game that when you're in the city, kind of a lot of your previous rotations don't really matter anymore. You're right, there's so many 4-player teams still alive. It's all about finding the fights with the buildings next to you and getting good knocks, getting good capitalizers. And look at that, HVVP with 2 over onto Enigma Galaxy, playing on the south side right now. That's 2 knocks, not a flush, which means that Enigma Galaxy playing down at 2 might be looking for those reses. And honestly, in an urban environment, you expect them to be able to get it.
Trying to find it, but yeah, you're right. It's very difficult to confirm those flushes when there's so much space to hide behind, to get back into position, to get a res off from a teammate. Best thing that HVP can do right now is trying to move up in that downtime where the reses are going through and try throw some grenades, which they do. They get 1 knock off the back of it, and now they can start to move a little bit further forward. It would be a better position for them over towards Enigma Galaxy. It is in towards that circle itself. Freak gets taken down, and now things start to really start to speed up there for HVP.
Oh, Chianti play spoiler. Mythic gone down and flushed as well, hiding under the headland. There was cover from above, but now they know he's here. Mafioso looks to burn him out. Can there be some shots sent back his way? Mafioso can't quite find the angle, still playing underneath, and Carrillo has to send around the side instead. It's not ideal. They lose Mythic, but Alpha 7 still on the high ground, still at 3 players. They'll need to leverage it if they want to move further forwards. Rules is dispatched as well, which means DRS are down. And 14th place in Zone 6.
There's so much availability for teams to hide, to stay away from the action, to wait for that late game to come through.
The big 32s starting to thin on the pack. DRS and 4 rivals both falling down early in the game. So now's the time for teams like Alpha 7, like LGD, to strike out and put a little bit of a lead ahead of them. With Alpha 7 losing Mythic in that scenario, it diminishes their power. They still have got high ground, but it's likely that it's going to move away from them. Barring a super hard eastern shift, Blank, you've got to think that mistake, that little bit of an opening that Gianti was able to find, could come back to bite them pretty hard.
It slowed them down. I mean, they're kind of wading through the sludge on this top side. At the moment, because they have been slowed down, it might be too late for them. There's so much open ground they have to pass through, and they needed that 4th player for the off angles over towards Titans, especially when there's so many angles through these windows the Titans can play. Mafioso has found a fantastic spot, but the window of opportunity has closed now. He really did need that singular knock over to one of those players, and I think he pulled the trigger too early. In the meantime, speaking of pulling the trigger, a lot of these fights are starting to just about pop off.
Goodness me, it's so tight. I mean, we're Zone 6, 13 teams still alive. Titans needing to fend off this push from Alpha 7, who are swinging down low. Carrillo hits the deck. Revo up the top, wants to suppress these windows, but it's just so hard. Mafioso can't even find an angle either. Teak repositioned around it. Carrillo managed to get the heal off, pushes forward a little bit more, baiting out the peaks from the windows. They are necessary to stop this player from pushing around the side. Teak is there, but look at Mafioso. He's really trying to hurt this one, make it go poorly. In the meantime, teams are starting to fall in the city. 12th now isolated, guaranteed for everyone alive. Nick the Galaxy sending seemingly wildly eastward. And they will need to, as the circle did shift towards the town, into the building with 2, and actually staying alive with both.
I mean, that was a crazy push that has worked out, and doesn't necessarily always work like that. And over such open ground, that is a very unfortunate tumble. Instantly hits the pro. Now Carrillo's all on his lonesome versus the Titans themselves. Has to step up tall here.
Carrillo's still not going to go down just yet. Hits the deck finally. That should be a flush. Alpha 7 struggling to dismount from this hillside. With a 4th angle, they might have been able to find a pick through the window. But as it stands, Alpha 7 down to 1 from the Eastern Mountain. 10 teams alive in Zone 7 blank. 11th place for Alpha 7. 4 eliminations, so not terrible. But not the best of results either. Nays in through the window. HVVP are going to be looking to push in from the southwest side, behind Down 1 and Box in this scenario, but Vampire have the high ground. It is so difficult to move in this area. Down 1 pushing in, sunk down as Soaz cuts it out. Hang on a minute, that's Matic from HVVP. Playing on the backstop, Kitsune answered on towards as Vampire shut it down, get the flush as well. HVVP lose a player, but it's still carnage on the inside. Soaz holding out, but 2 players from Down 1 will be able to move forwards. HVVP playing with 2 as well, as they play on that southwestern side. Meku, Matic moving in, low HP, and it's the last player standing, HVVP. But Matic stays alive, unfortunately not for long, as everybody's swept aside by Vampire.
Titans now can continue forward. It's a rough spot to go through, but they've had to just unleash the smokes and now just send the bullets through. Freak able to get back inside, but that's allowed an opportunity for the guys from Titans to get up. A single nade would do the little bit of amount of damage that was required to take those 2 players out inside. Now just 2 players. Bodo sends a nade over the top, and it's absolute carnage there versus the Titans.
Lord, 1 player stands in for Titans, but they just can't find the angle. Looking for the flushes, he's going to be getting plenty here. Nigma Galaxy still alive, but so are the Titans, and finally the burn comes through. Hamodi last standing now for Nigma Galaxy. On the southeast side of the circle. Central, you got Bacon Time. We said they need a big performance here to prove their worth. They're 4 players alive blank, one of only 3 teams to be able to achieve that feat.
MVM looking to change that fact. Ice moves back. And realistically, LGD have held a very strong position over towards this north side. A fortress that none of the teams that moved in through the north have been able to get rid of or even do any damage to the walls here. They are perfectly pristine, and now YZZ sends a nade over the top. It's nicely placed, and that's BTR out, and 9 eliminations for LGD. We said they had to keep on going. We said they had to keep pumping, and they absolutely have here.
This could be their strike for first place. It's a really solid result. Vampire have been dominant on this southwest side for so long. They've had the high ground, and they played it fairly perfectly, I would say, for an urban finish. 5 teams remaining now, and Vampire 3 players alive. Certainly a hope of going a little bit further. Bacon Time, though, 1 elimination. Sure, they might be able to get late in here, but with only the 1 elim, they're going to need to post bigger numbers. Oh!
It's off the top of his head.
Oh dear, off the backboard there. Bobbles up the helmet. That's a knock and a half. Alm style, though, should be resible here, and Noise can keep putting these nades around the corner. Modi crunched in by the blue zone. That's going to be it. Curtains for Nigma Galaxy.
3 eliminations for Bacon Time, but is it enough? I don't think so. Nigma Galaxy still going far in this one, looking to grab their ticket through to last chance to get in towards that grand finals. A real return to performance for them. MVM takes a lot of damage, moves through the smoke, tries to move further towards the circle. Zone 9. You would not think we're here already, considering the amount of action that we've seen. But now, time for things to get a little bit hairy for these guys.
Vampire, the only team at 3. Everybody else is at 4. Been taking heavy fights in the meantime. LGD nades over towards Skylights. AJ, you can't push past anymore. You're isolated off that wall, but everybody's moving. Everybody's chivying, except for Bacon Time. They hold the center. The final circle closes. Everybody's going to have to fight towards them. It's a big advantage. Nima nades out the window. LGD want to put one back in. Actually put it out the front door instead, trying to catch them on the rotate. But there's Bacon Time standing up. Find the player close. I get the flush as well. 4 eliminations now racked up as LGD cut down to 3. Crosses need to come through. The smokes litter the ground to try and keep everyone alive, Blank.
Beautiful nade there from Ice. Does a huge amount of staggering damage through to LGD, and Skylight's Gaming looking to capitalize on top of it. MBM moves forward. He's extremely low himself. Look at this, Skylight's Gaming just falling by the wayside.
Vampire
VP
trying to
still in this.
chime in on the sidelines from Vampire. Schwepp is going to go down first, and there's LGD eliminated. 7 eliminations now for Bacon Time. They are starting to rack them up. 8 now on the cards as LGD get up to 11 elims, 4th place. 2 teams now remain. It's Vampire versus Bacon Time. They didn't have the elimination count to back up this position, but now they do, Blank. It's Bacon Time from Thailand looking to try and get back into the conversation. Shots over towards Vampire, and they will be able to find a lot, but Armstyle down again. Ravenclaw at a crucial off angle, but the zone shrinking means that he's backed off of it. All 3 players are alive, and there's an alleyway that they have to fly out of. Bacon Time used the smoke as cover. They cut 1, looking for a second on the floor. Ice is there, last standing, he's in the smoke, and they're able to find it. It's Bacon Time to bring it all back.
There was Thailand on Thailand action towards the end there, but it was Bacon Time with a Muay Thai kick to the face, who will finish off the fight and the round here of match 5. Really, really well done. And honestly, it looks such a slow start from Bacon Time, but once they got rolling, they certainly did. And they didn't stop all the way towards the end of that game, moving, sending grenades over, saving up that utility for where it counted. And honestly, yeah, 1 elimination. I was like, a bit confused. Get to about 20 minutes, 3 eliminations. I was like, they really need to start pumping up those numbers. Get to the 30th minute, suddenly they're on 11 eliminations. You just wonder what has happened over in those final moments, but really, really well done. A lot of nades thrown there, and Bacon Time have set themselves up for a very, very dominant finish over in Los Leones.
That was really solid coming out from Bacon Time. I mean, you're right. They were able to pick up so many so late because of that urban environment finish, right? There were 4 teams, and the least number of players on a single team was Vampire with 3. They were able to just pull so many of those eliminations into their pocket and put Bacon Time back in the running. They are here.
Well, I know what's for breakfast for me today. It's Bacon Time, getting a big win here. 26 points for them on the board. Much needed points as well to help secure a place in the top 6 team. But the way they did it was phenomenal. From the nade from Hamodi onto them, bouncing off the window frame and onto the head, to Ice with his to his nade they threw onto LGD to shut down their hopes. That was a crazy match, especially obviously with where the zone finished off.
Their synergy, Jason, their synergy and the way they just pushed as a full team, defended first off versus Skylight and LGD as they were trying to cross the road, then full focus over onto the side of Vampire Esport, and they just full sent it as a full team. Their communication seemed absolutely on point. I love this game coming out from them. It is not easy to win an urban finish like this, especially in Los Leones. It is a little bit of a special case in PUBG Mobile, but they make it out as a 4-man team, Sandstorm. The entire late game almost. I mean, that's the step up we needed from the team.
It was absolutely insane. I mean, these guys had a four-man split, just completely controlling 1 building each. They were smack dab in the middle of Los Leones, but when they rotated, when they controlled those 4 compounds, it was just very easy for them. They were watching every single team coming in, coming out, and they were just waiting for the right moment, and very well played by them. But when we're looking towards the second page of the leaderboard here, I don't know.
Fair,
I don't know
to be fair, Sandstorm.
it is. It still is. Yeah.
you could go from one game, right? For Ega and XI8, you get 20 points on the board. That's 33. You're already shooting up the leaderboards. If you get any, more eliminations on top, that you'd be even further beyond. Like, realistically, those teams are still really close to the front page. However, knowing that some of these groups, I mean, they'll be playing out their final matches tomorrow. They'll have to sit and watch. That's going to be our group red, actually group yellow, if I'm not mistaken, or green, if I'm not mistaken.
Green.
Yellow comes into the final day. You need to have some good matches here. You need to build up a good amount of a buffer so these teams that are coming on the last day here won't have a chance to catch up to you. But again, I mean, it's not that far off here for a lot of teams. Obviously, you saw Bacon Time get to the front page as well. But gentlemen, what are your teams to watch here come into this match? I'm curious about that because Maxman had Bacon Time chosen, and he got it right. And he chooses them again. Okay.
I think that especially on the previous Erangel game, I think they had some great rotations, so that's why I predicted them before this chicken dinner. So like, it seems like they're overall just going to be feeling really hot going into this match. And BTR, I put them there more as like a wake-up call. We saw them get some good eliminations this previous game, but like we're starting to get to that point where, I mean, as you said, Jason, there's only 2 days of play for each of these teams, and we're almost done with a day, and it's still really low on the rankings. And as I said, it would be a crime to not have BTR in an Indonesian LAN Grand Finals for PMGC. So we need to see a chicken dinner eventually, and I'm hoping we can see that step up on the final game.
It will be close indeed, but I see also another team being picked up here, this time for Sandstorm with Power. Go on, tell me about them, son.
Well, Power struggled in their group stages because they were hot dropping against the strongest team, or one of the strongest teams in the world, in Nova. They came around this time. Gatka, for example, in Erangel was completely empty. They refused to drop there. You look at their drop on Sandhawk, it's a 4-man split across the northern coast of the mainland. So they struggle to actually just play together as a team. Even their split on Erangel is just, it's either 2-2 or like a 4-man split. Looking towards Miramar, that's the only map where they actually drop and stick together, and we're still not seeing anything from them. And I'm going on the same kind of road when it comes to BTR. You need to have a chicken dinner. You need to end day 1 to kind of help yourself, and it just alleviates some of that pressure that you're going to be feeling going into day 3 for Group Red, and of course day 2 for Group Green. But I don't know. Power Esports, very massive change needs to happen overnight if they want to be able to come back.
Yeah, and the fact is that it's just becoming more and more rough as obviously the matches do go on, considering that you're running out of time. You're running out of opportunities here to have a chance to lock in a position. And looking at our overalls, again, just to remind you guys, I mean, we don't really have any big gaps developing really anywhere. It's been kind of an even day. We haven't had a repeat win. 5 of our winners are on the front page at the moment, with the bottom one being Bacon Time, because this was definitely their biggest match they've had happen so far. But one thing I am seeing, though, is definitely some confidence when it comes to eliminations. Inco Gaming, they're on 32. They're currently leading the charge here when it comes to that. They have Vampire on 30, which, funny enough, I feel like Vampire hasn't been the same Vampire we saw back at PMWI. You got LGD at 28, Titan at 26, and Titan alone is a team that I didn't expect to see as strong so far. But we are seeing a gap build up here from some teams. And again, teams who get up a lot of limbs to me are the teams I would typically look out for when it comes to the last chance.
Exactly. I mean, most of the chicken dinners we have seen today have been really big elimination games too, like 11 eliminations on the first one, 9, 11, 12. So teams that tend to get the chicken dinners are aggressive teams. So I think the teams that are maybe a little bit more passive need to change things up if they want to hopefully have a chance to make it at least to the last chance.
All right, well, it is our time to head over to our commentators, though. For the last match of our first day of the survival stage, John and Blank, take it away.
Teams will be fighting for their halfway mark finish. Blank, it is so important that they realize this is the sprint where it could all matter. Every single game has a massive impact into these lobbies, and this is their last chance to notch for day 1. We'll see who's going to be able to put up those numbers and stay in the race.
Again, yeah, like you say, 6 games down already, halfway there. So I think that for some of these teams, a bit more important than others. Titans, obviously, happy days. This is probably one of the more happy teams. Oh, yeah. Thanks, bro. We appreciate you. Oh, we're going in. I know. We're heading into that last match. That's for sure. But yeah, these teams realize that how important this final game is. They need to pump up some big numbers, get themselves towards that top side. I think LGD's done more than enough. I mean, 16th to 3rd place, 2 games. Pretty easy if you need it to be. But sometimes that's just how it is.
I mean, it's what you need to do as well, and it shows you the volatility of the sprint format tournament that we're currently seeing. 12 games, I mean, we've seen 18 game sets back in the group stages where we found these teams for the survival stage. And that was 18 matches. It was still very, very volatile there. We were seeing massive changes even on the final day. There's only 2 days now, so that compounds that effect and means literally everything could completely change on its head by tomorrow. And certainly by the 3rd day, I'm expecting something that probably I'm not even thinking about right now.
I mean, if a team coming from 16th place sends themselves up into 3rd place in a couple of matches, that for me, as any other team in the lobby, is fairly terrifying and also fairly hopeful. It means that if you ever get yourself into a tricky spot for teams tomorrow, like in Group Yellow, you already know that there's always a chance to get back up into a position where you can feel a bit more comfortable with your performance on the day. So this is something that a lot of these teams will have to consider for themselves going forward, is that it's not over until that final day and the bell rings. So some of these teams might just want to think about that whole not giving up mentality, because it seriously is a case that, like I said, with the sprint format, it's just a matter of willpower and how far you can take it. I think LGD, again, perfect example of this, of just a case of adapting on the fly, realizing they had to change something up here, and they do it on the day, and it works.
Got to stay brave in the face of it. Have confidence in yourself, back yourself. That's what it's all about. Very, very central circle coming on through. Keeps a lot of the ground on in the plane path, cutting middle as well. We're going to see a fairly fair set for this final game of the day. And it's good to see that sort of a game come through as well. We've seen our fair share of hard shifts, hard first circles come through over the course of the group stages earlier. So it's nice to see at least some sensible circles come on through as well, Blank, that we kind of have seen today. I would say that most circles that we've had have been very, very reasonable. And that is exactly what you want if you're a team playing in this sprint format.
I mean, this is the most reasonable of circles. It's the type of circle that you would go up to, try to haggle, but then just give you the price that you're looking for anyway. You accept that trade. And with this central shift on the circle, you are very, very pleased. If you're any of these teams, it's easy enough to get into. I don't think there's too much variability in the sense of you have to make any tricky or difficult decisions towards the end game. I think only if we see several northern shifts up towards Vampire Esports in Severny, where you're deciding whether to head over towards Rozhok or down towards Potato Hill, or up towards Severny itself, that is when you might have to make those difficult decisions. But I don't think that's going to come into play here. Watch the circle prove me wrong, though, which is more than likely going to happen. Inco, though, 63 points, 10 points clear of VPE in second place. I think Inco's done a fantastic job today, quietly brilliant in their own certain way here, which has been nice to see. It's nice to see a team that has had their bad days and been able to, get them back into a good position. This hasn't been a case of those wild big performances from LGD. This has just been good, steady PUBG Mobile gameplay.
I mean, that's kind of what Sandstorm was singing their praises about, right? That Inco is this sprint format team that we've harped on about quite a lot, to be honest. This tournament is very much the most sprint we will see until, well, the end of this week. Although even that is still going to be all 16 teams playing all the time in that last chance scenario. Box losing a player early. Bad news, but good news for Aegon.
IQ. Moves out to the side. We'll just leave this one alone. Box Gaming, a little bit of a tumble from grace here. Down to 24 points. BTR with 22. Then you really have the down batters in I8 and Power with 13 and 14 points apiece.
Down horrendous.
Down horrendous, 100%. This is not good for them. They really do need to change something. But I think even at this point, when you're down towards 15th and 16th place, you get an average of, you're talking 2 points a game here from I8 and Power. That is not something that is going to see you steady through towards last chance. I would even say that this kind of performance is something that might sit you quite clearly at the bottom of the survival stage.
Do not want to be in the doldrums right now. Bad places to be. We were seeing before, Blank, that middle pack was so close, starting to stretch at the top of it, but there is still a massive close patch towards that bubble area. So you definitely want to be at least in that conversation. You're right, Aegon XI8, power at the moment. Far from it. I've yet to figure out how 14 can be less than 13. But I'll get back
I
to
was
you.
thinking about it, but I didn't think about it too hard.
I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah. I will say one thing, though, is that Group Green is a difficult group, to be sure.
I
right?
think they got an elimination. I think they got an elimination this game for Aegon XI8. They were the team that got box gaming
Yes,
that player.
yes.
That's why. And they
have
win the
more
tiebreaker.
eliminations than
There we
Power.
go.
That makes sense, yeah. You just we don't see on the side yet, that's all. But yeah, I think that Green is a difficult group to play in anyway. And coming from Red, playing against some of these teams here, very rough overall. So Group Yellow might be easier tomorrow. I think some of these teams in Group Yellow might not be at the same caliber as Green or Red. I think most of the big teams from Group Yellow have already gone through to the grand final already.
Yeah, I mean, you've got obviously four Angry Men is the big name from Group Yellow that has already qualified coming on through. But you've got some fairly serious contenders, I would say.
Didn't even talk about Geek Fam. Don't
Oh,
be such a 4 a.m. fan.
They go without
Geek
saying,
Fam,
don't
Geek Fam is unreal. Okay,
True.
I know I probably should be talking about it now. Probably should be talking about the PMGC, but I mean, 60 points clear ahead of second place in Group Yellow is a little bit wild. So yeah, I do think that big powerhouses from Yellow have already gone through. So this is a difficult lobby. So maybe for I8 and Power, things might be easier when it's Red and Yellow playing together as opposed to Green and Red right now.
There is a lot of variability, but it comes down to a lot more than sometimes just pure power. It can be, do they drop near your location? Are they going to interfere with your rotational routes? I mean, we were talking about how over on the desk that it's a lot of the times, especially in Americas, it's teams that get just completely shut down on their rotation routes and are able to show a lot more when those things aren't happening to them, where they're not getting interfered with, where they're not getting stuck and embroiled in combat, when they're allowed to get a couple of shifty rotates in. Can be a completely different story for those squads. So it might be that some of the teams from Group Yellow aren't maybe as strong as some of the teams from Group Green. I think most people would probably agree with that point, but it's a question of how those playstyles interact as well as just that raw power.
For sure, and I think if you're looking at Americas in particular as well, there's a region that's still developing, in my opinion, and it's developed a lot and come a long way, and we've had some real golden nuggets come out from Americas recently, Influence Kevin being one of them. And I think if you look at them, though, they are prioritizing rotations much more often. But if you go back a couple of seasons, you would just see absolute carnage during every single game. It made Americas very entertaining to watch. And if you don't watch Americas, you probably should, because it is an entertaining region. There's a lot of combat going on. Not as much as there used to be, though, and that's the main thing. I think that's what Alpha 7 maybe is finding a little bit difficult, and some of the other Americas teams, is the fact that they're falling back into old habits because they are rotating so close to a lot of these teams, and a lot of these teams are threading the needle when it's coming to these rotations, which is just something that happens at the highest caliber of gameplay.
Interesting. There's a pretty hard shift here, but HVGP didn't go south of the river early. Generally, on this sort of a circle, we would see them try and get a little bit of a scout up, but they were punished a couple of times by, I think it was... Actually, I can't remember. I think it was Fireflux who were punishing them a little bit. So they have instead gone a little bit further north of the river, and now in this next circle in Zone 2 are moving down south. Nobody else on this west side now, Blank. They have all moved eastward.
Woo! I can't believe you got out of the way of that one. Chungsi tries to get back in, but Favian hits the angle that's tighter than a yoga storm easily.
Oh dear, unfortunately can't quite win the duel off against Suki. It's a knock and a flush there. LGD down to 2, however, and down 1 have got the numbers advantage on the hillside. Unfortunately, though, there are players waiting in the wings from Inco further up, and actually even Aegon XI8 were able to get an elimination early on into the game. Actually going to leave a little bit, potentially actually coming into conflict. Certainly shots going to be flying further south of this. as the crash comes on in. Aegon XI8 rolling up onto a duo from Inco. There is an off angle being held right now, but that's not going to help on the inside. Can they find what they're looking for? Playing it close, playing it tight. Ghost wants to put an aid in, and actually thinks better of it. Puts it back in the pocket, brings out the gun instead. Blade is down in the meantime, but Becca still stands on the top floor. Only player now remains for Inco. Aegon XI8 turn their attention out to the garage, and it's gone fairly well for now. But can they stay up?
With LGD and Inco both going down to 1 and 2 players apiece, it's a great chance for VPE to actually finish out this game strong and maybe take that first place position. No matter what, though, this first place position isn't maybe as influential as we might think right now, purely because there's more games to go and more teams to prove themselves up towards that top side. But if VPE can get a good scoring on today up towards that top, that always is a very positive thing for you going forward as one of the teams that would make it towards that last chance with a good scoring to boot. Plus, there's also money involved, right? There's the survival stage, prize pool. We haven't talked about too much, but there is a prize pool for this as well, so it's worth getting that first place overall and adding to your total tally, making up for the fact that you weren't able to get towards those top 3 positions in group stage, which held the lion's share of cash. So no matter where you drop in this tournament, there's always money to be earned. It's really well thought out. I mean, this format this year is fantastic. I'm just gushing about it a little bit right now, so you have to ignore me.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, the prize pool at the moment starts at $26,000 for first place and descends $1,000 per placement every single time. So it's a fully linear format on this survival stage points, but obviously you want to be in those top positions. It would be unfortunate for the teams that finish below 16th. But they will be going home with a minimum of $3,000 in 24th place, all the way up to 17th place, which is $10,000. It's a pretty hefty chunk for getting even that far.
Yeah, you still get some going home money. It's always nice to see if you get this far in the tournament. You were eliminated straight away over in those group stages. Skylights Gaming up towards Ruins at the moment. In a very similar position to what we saw S2G do in the first week of Red. Some strong spots in those 2 compounds with the castle. Some very, very nice sightlines out to the side. It's when it gets a little bit too clustered in that area that you need to start leaving or taking as many shots as possible. That requires to be very, very fast on those peaks, though, which is a little bit easier said than actually done.
Taking time, seemingly have a couple of angles over towards Titans, but not able to leverage. Enigma Galaxy close to box. LGD playing with 2. Current high flyers with Inco out of the picture. 52 points, looking to put a dent in that gap, as small as it is. 11 points. I mean, to be fair, at this early stage, 11 points, fairly significant. But all can change at the drop of a hat, especially at these top-of-the-tables performers. We know they got the power. This northwestern side, pretty interesting as well. The Skylights Gaming, HVVP, Power, all on that west edge. Ruins, fairly occupied right now. But HVVP have more maneuverability in terms of getting out.
Yeah, swinging down towards that west side, I mean, there's a lot of fielded area there, a lot of low and flat ground that you can quickly razz across. I think when you're looking at some of these teams, though, including Titans, I think that I'm very pleased to see Titans so far up in the leaderboard at the moment with such a high point scoring from their side, coming with 50. See on the right side of your screen, just because although, yeah, they fell down in terms of performance over in Group Red, I still was pleased with the fact that they didn't fall too far down, right? They basically hit 7th place and then just clung to that position. It's like if they were going to go out towards survival stage, they were at least going to stay at a respectable spot within the leaderboard. And I think that, yes, they didn't have any more pop-off days other than day 1, but they certainly didn't just leave it up to chance after that. They were still put some results in. And I think that there is more potential from Titans, and they're showing it here in this format. Down towards that south side, Pachinki finish potentially on the cards with I8 as well as A7 in front of Titans. So this is a challenge for them, and one that I would be pleased to see them meet.
HVVP swinging down. Can they sweep it through? DRS ahead of them on this crunch on in, and they're wanting to play this area. Box are a little bit ahead of the curve on that position as well. Power gotta stick to their guns and play that compound on the northwest of the next white circle. Vampire pushing in from the northeast side. HVVP finally getting drawn short here as DRS make their shout. Meku back behind the ridge. Keeps it together. Delta popping the suppressed Mini 14 shots in. Trying to stay covered from Tixie. Actually, Tixie looking to be spotted out. Not going down just yet, but still going to have to reposition a little bit. As DRS think about how to get these vehicles through under the watchful eyes of HVVP. Easier said than done. Look at those shots. You can hear them landing on the buggy. Surprised it hasn't spun out. And actually, Kitsune goes down to a shot from Delta. Drawing out the peaks, knocking them back exactly by the book.
Yeah, the fact that Gyante is able to make that push as well and get all the way across without feeling too much pressure. I know there was shots landing on him quite frequently and around him, but nothing too accurate. Nice nade there from Rules as well. Pretty accurate on location. It does drop just a little bit short though. And I think actually, no, yeah, you're right. The second one, nicely placed. Hello.
Bigatron going for a smash-up crash on towards the position for Bacon Time and take 1, 2, 3 on the initial charge. Already wiped on out. Bigatron demolished the defense from Bacon Time. After a solid performance on Miramar, they've just been swept completely aside. 15th place, no eliminations, no points on the game. Blank. That has got to be the biggest blitz we've seen from Bigatron.
That was fairly astounding. I mean, they did just ride in like the hounds of hell there. But yeah, very well done. It works. I mean, if you need to crush your opponent against the wall with the vehicle's bonnet, make it happen. Seems like VPE are also looking to do something similar versus the guys from Down 1, who are taking some serious casualties at the moment. Down to just 2 players. VPE still with 4 up and going. They're all the way on that northeast side though, so still a ways away to go. Pretty interesting landscape ahead of us as well.
Out into the headshot hills, a lot of crinkles, a lot of folds, a lot of ridge lines to be played. Nades back and forth. Skylights Gaming did lose a player on the roll-up, but Appy is traded off towards finally. Tixie should be able to spot the player underneath the vehicle and able to get the knock. And off angle there, it's going to force a fairly wide reposition from DRS if they want this res. In the meantime, Vampire crunching into the back of 4 rivals. Difficult ridge to hold, but that smoke cover giving them that freedom to do so. Unexpected from the 4 rivals to be shot at from that direction, but those smokes are allowing just that to happen. Tixie blinking away, wants to confirm the point for HVVP, deny the res, and Killer tried to rotate in, was denied it. Folds back in, you can see him move back up. It's 3v3 on that western side, the north side getting swept through by Vampire though. And look at the shots just pouring on in. There's nothing that 4 rivals can do there.
Vampire Esports not afraid to take the fight to the enemy team. Kitsune down, refrag is there. HVB fighting for their lives over on this side. DRS, quite a tricky opponent at times, playing on that edge side very, very frequently. Really weird terrain going forward now though, John. Very tough to play with. Tixie steps up, looks to do some big damage. This guy is a heavy hitter.
Down low as well. You've got Tixie already dealt with, flushed out, but Matic is now the main operative in the fight against Delta 1 versus 1 and stays alive. HVVP with 2, but from the north, Power have descended. They will try and move on in. Can they get an opening? DRS are swept away, but Vampire hold the northern hill. However, they will have to move further south after this engagement. They'll have to try and vault on over to the next. AJ last standing now for Skylights and Power, spreading themselves thin. They tried to scout out towards south. It worked out well. They folded back in. They got that information. And now they're playing with 3. Shots over towards Vampire, successfully land 1.
Absolutely dominant at the moment. You know, I think this is a conscious decision coming through from VPE sometimes to lose a player, because in that situation, they know that they could all just back down off the ridge onto the edge and get the reses off, so they'd rather just go for the team shot, suffer a casualty in the process, but in the meantime, they can pick up a player over on Power with that kind of shooting, with the accuracy that they're showing us. Getting a knock and a flush is far more valuable than actually losing 2 players, so they're happy to do that. It's really interesting gameplay, very self-sacrificial, but if that's what you need to do to get those points, to get that space in the circle, you go for it.
The road out of Pachinki at the moment strewn with boxes. Zagon XA8 feeling the brunt of it now. I think about 4 teams are going to be looking to leave, and at the moment, Nigma Galaxy hold the church and that northwestern peak, a really, really strong hillside to have in this next circle. Alpha 7 lobbing the nades over towards the remnants of LGD. Not having as good of a game as Vampire, but still keeping up in pace with both Damwon and HVVP, both close behind them on the tables. Titan, a little bit ahead, but they're swinging on that north side and could come a cropper pretty soon if they're not careful. MVM spotted, sprayed. Suki, last standing now. Wants to pop a smoke and stay alive.
VPE taking no prisoners at the moment. If you even dare step into their sight lines, they're happy to send some bullets your way. I really do question the amount of bullets they have remaining in the back pockets, though. It feels like they've got sat beside them with just a massive crate filled with rounds. BTR to make their way down. I think VPE can quite hit those shots. A little bit more difficult than some of the others that they've been throwing through this game. Nigma Galaxy, haven't talked too much about them, but still a very good change of performance from them. I mean, you were worried as a fan that they were just going to leave it at that after Group Red. They had their big pop-off moment to get towards the survival stage, and then that was them done. They have brought the momentum back through, though, and that was extremely important for Nigma Galaxy's run here in PMGC.
Bigatron shots over towards LGD's duo that remains. Currently not in the next circle as well, so they are going to have to move as a duo for LGD. 3 players from Bigatron. Eastern side will have to push in as well. Nigma Galaxy continue the bombardment. This time around, it's over towards Titan, who are really on their last legs. Only 1 player remaining and moving through is Nigma Galaxy. Alpha 7 are chiming into the fray, but I can't imagine they're going to have too big of an impact, not just yet. They are going to need to roll up now, though. They've moved northwards, and now is the time to strike. Whilst Nigma Galaxy are looking for that final player from Titans, Mythic pushes them back past the ridgeline, and they need to move up.
Mythic sends a nade over the top. It could be right on target as well. It looked good to me. Finds 1 over towards Lord, and that's going to give some breathing room for now Alpha 7 start playing with. 5 eliminations found. Send some shots through the smoke to keep them at the bottom of the hill, keep them at bay, and now Freaks looking down towards Titans, and they're quickly dispatched, but there's still 1 more remaining, and Carrillo takes advantage of the moment.
Moves on over the top of the hill, the last Titan to fall. Looking to take him down, will be able to do so. They see their Brazilian brethren at the top of the tables, and they are climbing now, Blank. Alpha 7 looking to try and mount up for a strong game. 6 eliminations already on the cards, 9 teams remain.
VPE sending down at the moment. HVP also spotted by Alpha 7. LGD out, 4 eliminations, 7 elims currently so far for VPE, but they lost a member and also have a knock on their side, leaving them at 3 players. Alpha 7 still with 4, looking to take this game to the max, and there's still an opportunity with how malleable the leaderboard is currently for Alpha 7 to send themselves rocketing up the lobby at the moment.
Vampire on 3, managed to get the res onto their downed player, but they're right on the edge of this next circle. Will be tricky to find that route of egress. Down 1. They played some blinders, but haven't seen that power come back. Fortunately for them, though, staying in 5th place will be good enough, Blank. They will be absolutely fine to be able to do that. Stay alive nice and effectively. So 4 eliminations and a 7th place. It's a respectable game. It's a solid game, and that is what you need to finish top 16 here in the survival stage.
Ravenclaw sends back. Ash Schweppes to send the grenades through. There's a few more than him. I think he realizes that he needs to save at least 1 grenade, and it's not worth it sending those grenades over the top now when they'll absolutely need them later to fend off against some of these other teams. 2 stops does go down, though. Nasty little angle from the side. Carrillo send grenades over towards Box Gaming. A little bit further this game. It's a good nade. Hits Trisme hard. Scry 2. Molotov. And that's the rest of the utility now gone. But another nade from Carrillo will seal the deal. Now just breaking the back.
HVVP are still going, by the way. With the duo that they have and the position that they're in, no one's going to be looking to move past them. They've got some good sightlines. They've got some good cover to be getting on with. It's the next move that is worrying for them. Alpha 7 playing as 4 on the south side, actually the only team with 4 still alive. So HVVP still very much in the mix of it. Song gets rolled straight up on. Unfortunately, though, it's not great news for Vampire, who have to hit the deck and try and stay alive. Alpha 7 not going to peek the ridgeline just yet, but Vampire on 2, 10 elims, top 5.
Yeah, good opportunity now for Alpha 7 to take this one home. Not performing up to scale so far. Oh, look at that HVP move in, though. He should have a good beat over towards Vampire Esports. Might have heard this roll up. Vehicle explodes. The nade might be on target to take down one, and then another should seal the deal.
There we go. Finding actually quite a few points from that. 2 eliminations and the ladder up into 4th place as well. 10 elims 5th place. Good result for Vampire. Either way, any way you slice it. 9 elims for HVVP as the duo remains. 4 players alive for Alpha 7. Box with just the 1. Actually, HVVP are splitting up here.
Matic stands up top side. Quick scout. This is the dangerous scout. I hate it, but I love it all the same.
Oh well.
Never complain too much. Teasing them with the back of the vehicle.
He knows the ridgeline so well, though. He's got that vision on lock. Kisune has to back it up.
Reverse that bad boy.
Doesn't even have time to give it the swivel. Kisune spotted. Not quite as slick with it as Matic is. HVVP down to 1. Who's going to be able to ladder up further? Bigatron, 5 eliminations, and this could be their game as well to prove that they deserve to be here. Box finally eliminated. HVVP ladder up 3rd place now. 9 eliminations. I think 10 eliminations just achieved by Alpha 7. 5 for Bigatron. Matic, if he can rack one more up, it could be good. Doesn't quite spot Jim Foster though, even though he's low. Misery in the sightlines instead. Spray looks good for 1, 2, and a headshot there, but not quite finding the knock. Jem Foster wants to put a nade out that way and see if he can bring HVVP's run to a close.
Unfortunate there for Matic. Really felt like he could have had that one. Alpha 7's got full sightlines over this entire place. Jem Foster, the nades are getting closer. Matic's getting worried. Still has a lot of room to step around. It has to be a perfectly placed grenade there to hit him.
No left. There's none left now from Jim Foster. He used all of those nades and fell them all short. Alpha 7 looking to move down the hillside. Oh, Matic spotted. Mafioso takes him out. That's HVVP down, 3rd place, 9 elims. Really strong game yet again, but cut on the sidelines. It's Bigatron to find a player from Alpha 7, bring them into line. It's 3 versus 3 blank.
Fighting uphill, never an easy battle, but this tiny ridge side, BTR is giving themselves some room. A lifeline to play off of the back of. Mythic moves down. Alpha 7 would love to finish out this game strong. Mythic, though, spotted now. Liquid. But the angles are spotted as well from Alpha 7. That's a great scouting play.
Didn't quite draw the fire from Liquid. They knew Liquid was there from the elimination that was got earlier. So that off angle is known. At the moment, more central is Alpha 7, which means that the impetus is on Bigatron to make something happen here in the 3 versus 3. From the north side. A split wide for Jen Foster. Looks like 2 players are going to mark that position as well for Alpha 7. Mafioso. They're looking for the off angles. I don't know if they know exactly where Jen Foster is. I say that as Mafioso is looking almost directly at him. They definitely know.
That's what Mythic's roll down was for. It was to identify where they were playing on this ridge. So he moves down just far enough to see along the side of it. And if they know that they're playing one either side on the east and the west, then they can isolate targets and put themselves in a better position to take shots down towards them. So that was really important, that scout, not only just to see Jen Foster, but to see all of the players along that line. If they were grouped up, then they could move to the other side and play as a unit, but now they can see that they need to hold either side of this blue. It was a very smart play, and it had to be done quick.
Very small amounts of utility for both of these teams. Alpha 7 fought out of Pachinki towards Enigma Galaxy's stronghold, so they've utilized a lot here. There is a smoke bloomed on that western edge, but the utility very, very low. Bigatron will be looking to try and keep it together as well, but 1 nade, 1 Molotov on side for Alpha 7. You see Liquid, Baron, not even got the stims active yet, which is interesting for the final circle. but maybe it's not even needed. Those ticks, though, all the same, can give you small edges. The Groza from Carrillo. If he spots Liquid, that's it. Misery cowers under the bullet, steps up for Liquid. Carrillo doesn't even know he's there. He turns, he's on the swivel, and there's an answer. 1-for-1 on the trade. Liquid not immediately flushed, but both teams now down to 2. Misery and Jen Foster from the south looking for the shots. Jen Foster finds Mythic. Now it's just Mafioso and Bigatron are looking to take Alpha 7 to task. 6 eliminations on the card so far. It would be a really solid chicken dinner to end their day. For the sole representatives from their country, Bigatron with 2 players looking to take on Mafioso. They move up to the tree. Jen Foster gets a tag on Mafioso as well. Misery puts a bullet down range. 1 player goes down, goes for the fall, but it's the nade to send him up in smoke. And Bigatron close down strong, halfway on their run for the survival stage, and they post a much needed chicken dinner.
Lock it down at the end there. Very, very well done. I mean, those quick trades, they knew they were playing split either side. If they could find a 1 trade on 1 area, gives time for both Jen Foster as well as Misery to get into a good spot inside the circle. It's that hesitation that comes through from Alpha 7 as you get a player that steps up like that. Very, very strange. And I think BTR just played with the confusion, the commotion, just a lot better than Alpha 7, because as soon as that first knock came through, the 2 players from BTR knew exactly where they wanted to go, which areas they wanted to push, whilst Alpha 7 was still reeling from that jump up. So very, very well done to BTR. Again, playing uphill, not an easy chicken dinner to grab at all.
The substitute out seemingly paying off, playing, I think, without Zuxi there. They were able to do quite a lot of work. Look at the amount of nades being used towards the end there. It feels like today we've had a couple of games where utility hasn't been super utilized by the final teams, but I feel like this game really was a test of metal for a lot of teams, and actually a lot of teams did so well, Blank.
I think there's a huge reasoning for that as well, is because really now we're getting to the best teams in the lobby, and any little bit of ground that you want to take, you need utility to pull it off. It's no longer a case that there are some of those teams in PMGC that you can just barrel over just in a 4v4 gunfight. It's no longer that case. You need utility to get into position, and these teams know it as well, so they're having to use utility early on to get to a strong position at the end. Either way, no BTR prank today, only BTR wins.
I'm not gonna lie, watching the recap of the reactions there just reminded me of this infamous meme when it comes to esports. Though it doesn't really work in this situation. If you guys know who Shaguar is, well, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But Bigatron Red Aliens, 24 points. A much-needed victory for them, a much-needed win for them to keep them in the running for top 16. Obviously, they're obviously going to be top 16 at the moment because there's only 16 teams playing, but they weren't looking very confident, very good to get into that last chance qualifier happening, well, just in a few days.
It was looking a little bit scary, I would say, at the start of the day, Sandstorm, but they closed off. They get a little bit of a wake-up call with that game. Great chicken dinner. You saw Misery with his hand up at the end like, aren't you entertained? We are very entertained, BTR. Thank you very much. I would have loved to see that a little bit earlier, but it's still great. And you said it while we saw the stats there, Sandstorm, like Schweppes. What an incredible, strong day from Vampire as a whole. Like, they've been looking super impressive.
Yeah, what an absolute beast. 21 eliminations throughout the day. That is absolutely insane. I definitely want to know, like, how many of those eliminations, I guess, or what's the total amount of eliminations for Vampire in general? Oh, just to see kind of like what's his impact on the stats of Vampire.
Well, you know what? Luckily for us, this is our last match coming tomorrow. That's something we can definitely discuss, but we can also discuss how they're currently sitting in first place, 69 points. But more importantly, they've done it with no chicken dinners. Them, Alpha 7, all in the top 4 right now without a win.
I'm loving how Vampire are playing these games. They're just constantly making it very, very fun. The game, their placement points in general looking great. I mean, if you're looking back on their results today, they got themselves a 3rd place, they got themselves a 2nd place, and of course, every game, even when they don't really make it too far into the match, they still get themselves like an average of 4-5 eliminations. So it seems like their fragging power is present, and Schweppes is definitely enabling that to happen. But that BTR jump up, they were in what, 15th position before that game? Now they're up in 9th position.
Sir.
They're back in that race to be in a really comfortable spot to make sure they at least reach the last chance. So they're looking safe now, but we need to see a good second day.
But
Yeah,
Sandstorm,
I mean,
can I throw you in for a loop here?
oh,
Okay, I'm going to do it. He didn't say yes, but I heard a ooh, and that means yes.
I'm curious.
9th place. 9th place isn't going to get you to the finals. So the way BTR are currently playing, yeah, it might get you to the last chance. But keep in mind, we also don't have another 8 teams playing just yet until tomorrow. And there's going to be some really good teams coming into the mix here. So for Bigatron's case, I'm honestly still a bit worried. We need to see a lot more of them tomorrow for me to be confident that they can take a top 5.
Oh yeah, 100%. They managed to get themselves that chicken dinner at the very last game of the day. So obviously that's going to give them a massive boost to their morale. But how is that going to impact them on day 2? That's definitely the question here, Jason.
It is the question, but we're going to have a lot more questions. But it's not going to be with Bigatron. It's going to be with Vampire Esports down on the stage.
Interesting day we have right here. We have just concluded match number 6 right here at day 1 of the survival stage of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2022. And hopefully for you guys back at home or wherever you may be are enjoying all the amazing PUBG Mobile actions happening throughout match 1 until match 6. But before we head over back to our amazing analysts at the show, we're going to be joining together with some amazing individuals right here up on stage. We have none other than Schweppes from Vampire Esports. And of course, we have our amazing translator on the most right. So Mo is going to be joining us today. So good evening. Congratulations on winning first overall on day number 1. So how do you feel today?
ก่อนอื่นก็ต้องขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยที่เราได้เป็นท็อปแรงค์ของวันนี้วันแรกเลยมีความรู้สึกไงบ้างครับ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจครับแล้วมันก็เป็นเป้าหมายของพวกเราอยู่แล้วเพราะว่าวันพรุ่งนี้จะได้เล่นต่อง่ายๆครับ
so he's really happy that he can make it today and this the team goal as well and tomorrow he can make it like more easier
Wow, all right. Okay, now here's the thing. Tomorrow is going to be yet another fresh day for you guys. You guys are not going to go up against the red group anymore. You guys are going up against the yellow group. Now, what is your strategy for scoring tomorrow? Will it be by elimination points or will it be by ranking points?
แล้วก็สำหรับวันพรุ่งนี้เราก็จะไปเจอทีมจากสีเหลืองเรามีกลยุทธ์ยังไงบ้างว่าจะเป็นแบบการกำจัดคู่แข่งหรือว่าจะการเก็บแต้มเก็บลำดับ
ก็น่าจะเล่นแบบเก็บคิวคู่แข่งอยู่แล้วครับเพราะว่ามันเรียกความมั่นใจของเราไม่ได้คิดจะตกรอบนี้อยู่แล้วแล้วก็เรียกความมั่นใจเพื่อไปรอบหน้าครับ
Of course he gonna like go it by elimination because he gonna make it to the grand final yes
Wow, showcasing a little bit of confidence in their firepower right here. But of course, we have our next question is, tomorrow you'll face another group of opponents. Which team or player in specific that do you think will pose the biggest threat to you, especially since you're number 1 today?
สำหรับวันนี้เรามองว่าสำหรับวันพรุ่งนี้ที่เราจะเจอทีมสีเหลืองเนี่ยมองว่าใครเป็นคู่แข่งที่แข็งแกร่งหรือว่าน่าเกรงขามที่สุด
น่าจะไม่มีครับเพราะว่ากลุ่มสีเขียวน่าตึงกว่ากลุ่มสีเหลืองอยู่แล้ว
He's saying that because the stronger team is in the green team already.
Oh, okay. I did not expect that. All right, so you feel that all the strong opponents that you guys are facing are actually in the same group, which is the green group. Okay, so I guess for those who are from the yellow group, watch out because basically Vampires was kind of confident in their skills today. Of course, last but not least, final question to you. Any messages you want to send to your fans and all those supporting you back at home right now to the whole team?
สุดท้ายเราอยากจะฝากอะไรถึงแฟนๆหรือคนที่คอยติดตามส่งแรงใจแรงเชียร์ให้เราอยู่ตอนนี้บ้างไหมครับ
ก็ฝากเป็นกำลังใจให้แวมไพร์แล้วก็ทีมไทยทีมอื่นๆด้วยครับพวกเราจะทำให้เต็มที่แล้วเอาตั๋วที่เหลือมาให้ได้ครับ
So thank you for supporting and please keep supporting us and of course you're gonna make it to the grand final. Thank you.
right? And continue supporting. Indeed, is what they are going to be doing tomorrow, most definitely for Vampire Esports. Thank you so much for that amazing interview session together with your representative right here, Schweppes. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our third and final interview we have right here on the main stage of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships for day 1, all right, for the survival stage itself. So we're going to be passing over back to our amazing analyst to do a little bit of analyzation on what has transpired throughout the whole day today, and hopefully do a breakdown on some of the performance of the teams that we have in our matches for day 1. So we'll see you guys in a bit. Bye.
Flav, I'm a little sad, man. There's other people besides analysts here. There's also our handsome, fantastic producer, Steven, who's here with us in comms, talking to us and making sure this show does go smoothly. But gentlemen, I mean, you heard him, Schweppes, saying they're trying to focus on eliminations and that they're going to get top 5. They're going to make it to the finals. It's a bit of a bold statement, I would say. There's still a lot of good teams to come and a lot of things that can happen. I mean, it's just 12 matches of 12 matches. Anything could go wrong. You could have a bad day. You could have someone just not perform the way you expect them to. Maybe some bad rotations. But they have the confidence, and that I have to give them respect for it.
They're looking great so far. I mean, in first place, I don't think it's that much of a bold call to make that you're going to be in top 5. They're looking great in the first day. I think they can keep it up. And Thailand, as a whole, is looking just so good this event, Jason. Of course, seeing Vampire, what they've been able to do. Buriram able to directly qualify to the grand finals for Group Red. The region might be the new region to actually become world champions after Nova. So I was going to say
after Nova.
After Nova, yeah. Maybe.
Getting a little bit ahead of ourselves there, Max, man, aren't we?
It's making the call early, you know, being ahead of the curve here. Since so many final thoughts, teams to watch, just all Thai teams. Final thoughts for the day, man.
I mean, the teams from Thailand, Malaysia, they're performing really well. But if you look at the other side, I'm focusing on the MENA region, and I'm looking at Power, I'm looking at Enigma, not the performances that we've seen, not the performances we've expected, not even the play styles that we've expected from these guys. And the only thing I want to touch on is the fact that NGX had a great position in the previous game, but for some reason they just decided not to grow up. Rauf was on his own, so something needs to change for both of these teams. But I think it might be already too late for Power. NGX still have a chance though. So 6 more games, 6 more chances.
Well, at least for Enigma's case, they have a day off tomorrow to think about things because we're coming back with our other groups. We got Green and Yellow playing tomorrow. And we'll see you guys then. The continuation here of our survival stage for the PMGC Grand Finals kicking off in January.